Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Good morning. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Dan, you can hear me? Turn it up. How's that? Is that better? Okay. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I think that you'll all agree that it's quite a collection. In terms of the sale or cash, qualified check, Visa, MasterCard, or Discover. Bid early and often. Spending limits have been lifted. You can spend as much as you want. There is a 20% buyer's premium here in the house. Those on the line have to pay 25%. I guess we're ready to roll. First item, lot number 1. Okay, Vienna crystal regulator clock with porcelain dial in working condition. This is from the house in New Hampshire. A lovely collection. House just recently sold for in excess of $1 million. So it comes from a good home, and hopefully it'll go to a good home. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 3? Would you go $100? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 now. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175? Now $200, would you go 2, 2, and 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 275 now. 275, 250's bid and 275. Any advance on $250 and 275? $250 to the internet number 901. Thank you. What? David? 901. Okay. Late 18th century oil on board, a Mountain Vista, unsigned, 9 by 15, but a beautiful, beautiful painting. Nicely framed, original package, and how much for it? Someone give me about $200 for it. $200. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 and get it going. $100 going to be $100. Would you go $100? $100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2, half, and 75. 175 would have been 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? I have only $150 offered on this fine lot. 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Fair warning. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Back to you for 2 1/2. Back to the phones for 2 1/2. Half and 275 now. 275. 250 and 275. Hammers up. 250 and 275. Sold. $250 to 531, the buyer. 531. 29-inch tall bronze fountain figure. Kind of nice. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it. 300's bidding. 3 1/2. Would you go? 300's bidding. 3 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2 and 3? Now 400. Back to the internet for 400. I have $350 on the phones and $400 got to be 4. Would you go $400? 350 and 400 and 450. 450 now 500. $500. He bidding 5. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? Fair warning. 450 and 500. Down it goes. $450 to number 6. Is that 6? The buyer 6. Next lot. Bronze Nataraja Hindu figure from the home in Queensbury. She collected Orientalia and he collected Civil War. That's where all of this big collection came from. And someone give me 400 for it. $200 and start it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Half, and 75. Now $200. Got to be 2. Would you go 2? I have 175 behind you, Nate, and $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 200. Down it goes. 175. Number 12, the buyer. 12. Lot number 5. 2 sterling silver bowls, one by Tiffany and one by Fisher. The Fisher is footed and approximately 19.7 troy ounces. I don't know if anybody's been following silver, but we're up over $30 an ounce these days. And how much for it? Someone give me about, it has to open at 250 and 275. 275, now 300, now 350, now 400. 350's bidding $400. Anybody like it for 4? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. What do you go, $400? Anybody like to be in for 400? $350 buys. 5769. Thank you. Lot 6 is a Javanese bronze. Maha Bodhisattva. And bidding has to start at 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it? But I have 450. Would you go 500? 450's bidding $500. Anybody like it for 500? 450's bidding 5. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? $450 to the order bid number 518. The buyer 518. Hand-colored French, Amérique Septentrional, view of Albany. This is beautifully hand-colored. And the other one is of Hadley Falls, just up a little farther north. And how much for these? Someone give me about 300 for them. $300, $200 and get them going. Anybody like to be in for $200, $100 and start them? $100. Anybody like to be in for $100? My goodness, $100. Anybody like them for $100? Any interest? $50. Passing this lot, no interest. Lot number 8, Anscope vest pocket folding bellows camera and a Cyro Flex camera with a light meter. And $100 down low for this lot. 100 where? $50 and get it going. 50, thank you. 60, 50 and 60. Any advance on $50? 60, would you go $60? Anybody? 60, now 70. $70, you've got to be 70. 60's bidding 70, now 80. $80, would you go $80? Got to be 80. Anybody else for $80? $80, got to be 80. Would you go 80? $70 buys, number 909. Lot 9. An exceptional cherry Chippendale Secretary. Really a superior interior. Fully blown. Feet are absolutely correct. No issues condition-wise, and beautiful surface. And how much for it? I think probably Maryland or Virginia, down that way, middle Atlantic states, lower half. And someone give me about $3,000 for it. $2,000. $1,000 and get it going. 1,000's bidding $1,100. $1,100 now $1,200. $1,200 is going to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Going to be 12. $1,200 now 13. Now 14. Back to you for 4. I have 14 here. 15 on Ken. 16. One of you. 1,600 and 16. 1,700 now. 17. Would you go 17 now? 1,800. Would you go 1,800? You've got to be 18. 18 now 1,900. 1,900, you're all out in the back. 819 on Dan. 2,000. 2,250. 2,250. Would you go 2,250? Anybody else for 2,250? I have only $2,000. 2,250. Now 2,500. $2,500. He bidding 25. 25 now 2,750. 2,750 on John. 2,750 now 3,000. 3,000. You're both in. I'll pick one of you. 3,000 on Dan, 3,250, Ken, 3,250, 3,250, now 3,500, Dan, 3,500, now 3,750, one of you, 3,750, anybody like it for 3,750, 3,500's bidding 3,750, bidding 3,750, 3,750, now 4,000, back to you for 4,000 and 4,250, 4,250, one of you, 4,250, 4,250 and 4,500, 4,500, Dan. Get it back at 4,500, 4,750. 4,750. Would you go 4,750? You're bidding 4,750. Now 5,000. $5,000. 5,000. Now 5,500. $5,500. Would you go 5,500? 5,000's bidding $5,500. Anyone else for 5,500? Fair warning. 5,000 and 5,500. Hammers up. Down it goes. $5,000 to number 531, is it? 531, thank you, 531. or early Oriental Buddhist cup and bottle vase. This might be a beggar's bowl, but very, very nice. Beautiful patinization on both pieces, and $300 quick for those. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go $200, $100 and start them? What? $150 and $175. $150's bidding $175. Would you go $175? Anybody like it for $175? $175 now. $200 is going to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for two? $200 now. $225 now. $250. $250 you're bidding $250. Two and a quarter. Two and a half now. $275. $275 now. $300 is going to be three. Would you go $300? $275 has been three. $300 now. $350. $300 and $350 you're bidding $350. Anybody like it for $350? $300 and $350. Would you go $350? Fair warning. $300 and $350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300. Number, please. 3749. Okay, number 11. I love these. The rooster and hen shown in the back of the room. Beautifully painted. These are the last on the floor, about 3 seconds in New Hampshire at the show. How much for them? Somebody give me about, I should think 500. I'll take 200 to open, and 200's bidding two and a quarter. Two and a quarter now, two and a half. Anybody like them for two and a half? 275. Now 300. 300 now. 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 350's bidding four. Got to be four. Would you go $400? Anybody like it for 400? 350's bidding $400. Going to be four. Would you go 400? Anybody want to be in for 400? 350 and 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400. Once, twice. Down it goes. $350. Number 19. The buyer. 19. Oil and canvas. American bald eagle clutching a flag. Pretty nice. And I should think $500 quick for it. 500. $500 is going to be five. Would you go 500? $300. Anybody like it? But 300. 200's bidding two and a quarter. 200's bidding two and a quarter. Would you go two and a quarter? And now two and a half and 75. 275. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. 300. Now 350. Back to you for 350. 350. Now 400. $400 you got to be four. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 350's bidding four. You got to be four. Would you go $400? Anybody like to be in for four? $350. Buys number 531. 531. Lot number 13. I don't know if this is cherry or red gum, but it's a swell chest. It is neat as a pin. Beautiful, beautiful condition. Original brass. As good as they get. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, let's see, I should think 2,000, but I'll take 1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500. Anybody like it for five? Thank you. And 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for five and a half? 500's bidding 550. Now 600. 600 now 650. 650 now 700. 700. 700, 700, 750, 800. Back to you for 800. 800, 850. 850 now 900. 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000. Back to you for 1,000. 950's bidding $1,000. Would you go 1,000? Yes. 1,000 now 1,100. 1,100 now 1,200. $1,200. Would you go 12? 11 has been 12, now 13, now 14. Back to you for 1,400. 1,400, now 1,500. $1,500, you bidding 15. Anybody else for 15? I have $1,400 bidding, $1,500. Anybody like to be in for 15? 14 and 15. Fair warning. Nice chest of drawers. $1,400 to 531. The buyer, 531. Okay, next lot. Oh, terrific towware tray, beautifully folded, nice decoration, eagle and cornucopia design. And bidding has to start, eliminating underbidders. at $225 and $250. Where do you go? 2.25 bid and 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? 2.25 bid and 2.5. Would it going to be 2.5? Would it go 2.5? Anybody like to be in for 2.5? Fair warning, 225 and 250, 250, now 275. The book is out. 250's bid and 275. Would it go 275? Anybody like to be in for 275? Fair warning, once, twice. Nice buy, $250 to number 24. Okay, oil on canvas, American farm scene. I love this painting. J.O. Whitehouse is inscribed on the frame. I would believe that that's probably the owner of this farmstead. But you've got everything going on. Beautiful water, farm animals, lovely residents, and how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 and get it going. Anybody like to be in for $5? Going to be $5. Would you go $300 to start it? $300, thank you, and $350. $300 and $350. Would you go $350? Anybody want to be in for $350? I've got only $300 bid and $350. $300's bid and $350. Would you go $300? $350 now $400. $400 now $450. $400's bid and $450. Would you go $450? $400's bid and $450. $450 now $500. Now $550. Back to you for $550. I've got $500 bid and $550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for $550? Now $600. Now $650. He calls you. 600's bid and $650. Would he go $650? Anybody like it for $650? I have only $600 bid and $650. I think it's better than that. $600 and $650. Fair warning. Once, twice. Nice buy. $600 to number 520, the buyer. 520. The bronze Posnet pot. This is signed Wasbro on the handle, and a really good one. This is I've seen a lot of these. You see them sometimes in cast iron. This one is in bronze. And how much for it? Someone give me about $400 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be for $300? Got to be $200. Start me off. $100. 100's bid and 1.25. 100's bid and 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Now a half. Would you go 1.5? 1.25's bid and 1.5. 1.5 and 175. Now $200. $200. You got to be $2. Would you go $200? 175 is bid and 200. 175 is bid and 2. We got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else like it for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. Once 200. Now 2.25. 2.25. 2.5. Back to you for 2.5. Scare me again. 2.25 is bid and 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? Once, twice. Fair warning. 2.25 buys. Nice buy. Number 2, the buyer, 2. Coin silver basket by Ball, Tompkins, and Black. The silversmith is John Chandler Moore. His initials are on it as well as the touch mark. This is probably about 1840 in a French manner or a French style. And bidding has to start at $500 and $550. $550. Now $600 is here and $650. Now $700 and $750. Now $800 and $850. Now $900 and $950. $900 is bid and $950. Now $1,000. $1,000. $1,000. $1,000. Now $1,100. One of you. $1,100. Would you go 11? And now I have 11 ahead of you. Would you go 1,200? 11 is bid and 12. Now 13. Now 1,400. $1,400. You got to be 14. Would you go 1,400? 14. Now 15. Now 1,600. $1,600. You got to be 16. Anybody 16. Now 17. Now 1,800. $1,800. You got to be 18. Would you go $1,800? Anybody else for 1,800? I have $1,700 offered and 1,800. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,700. Buys number 18. Is it 18? Thank you very much. 18. It's a lovely basket. Now, I think probably one of the most important beds I've sold. It is probably Southern. Has tobacco leaf carvings on the posts. Fully original cornice is with it. It's in wonderful surface. And the Aigle-Mizet bolt cover panels are still intact. One is cracked, but a beautiful double line inlay on the posts on every raised ridge. And how much for it? Someone give me 4,000 for it. 4,000, 2,000. Old Surface now, $1,000. 1,500, thank you, and 1,600. 15 has bid in 16. Would you go $1,600? Anybody like it for 16? I have 16. Would you go 1,700? Back to you for 1,700. I have 16 bidding. Now 1,800. $1,800. You're bidding 18. 1,800. $1,900 now. $1,900. 19. Now 2,000. Back to you for $2,000. You're going to be two. Would you go $2,000? Anyone else for 2,000? I've got $1,900 offered and $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2,000? Fair warning. 2,000 once, twice. $1,900 buys number 4544. 4544. 6 reverse painted Oriental snuff bottles. The tallest 3 1/4 inches. Kind of nice. And I've got 100 to open and 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4, going to be 1 1/4. I have now 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Are you bidding 150? Would you go $150? Anybody else for 150? 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2 once, twice. 1 1/4 buys number 527. The buyer 527. 8 snuff bottles this time, including Peking glass and Cinnabar, and I've got 200 to open this lot. 200 and 2 1/4 would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4 would you go? 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. Back to you for 275. 250's bidding 275. Now 300. $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 is bidding 3. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Down it goes, $275 to $921. Thank you, $921. Russian lacquered box. This one is rare to find one with the interior stamp still intact. This is dated 1872 as a troika on the lid, and $200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $50? 50, thank you, and 60, would you go? 50, I have, and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50's bidding 60, would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for $60? 50 bidding 60? Wow. $50 your way, number 921, thank you. 22, oil on canvas, removing the thorn in the manner of Johann Meyer von Bremen. And I should got a killer frame on this. I should think 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $500? 500. $200 is where? And 2 1/4. Would you go? Oh, I have 2 1/2. Would you go 275? 275. 250's bidding 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bidding 275. Got to be 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? Fair warning. 250 and 275. Once, twice. $250 buys number 510, the buyer, 510. Okay, Erastus Palmer marble bust of a peasant girl, signed Palmer. He is, Erastus Palmer, one of the foremost sculptors of the Albany area in the 19th century. This one is dated 71, I believe, for 1871. The Albany Institute of History and Art has a number of, a large collection of Palmers. And bidding on this starts at $3,500 and $3,750. Would it go? $3,500 is bidding $3,750. Now $4,000, $4,000, $4,250, and $4,500. $4,500's here and $4,750. $5,000, $5,250, $5,250, $5,500, $5,500. You got to be $5,500. $5,500, $5,750, $5,750, $6,000. $6,000, $6,250, now $6,500. $6,500, you're bidding $6,500, now $6,750. $6,750 and $7,000. And $7,000. Where do you go? $7,000, you've got to be $7,000. $7,000. $7,250. $7,250, $7,500. $7,500. Where do you go? $7,500. $7,500. $7,750. Now $8,000. $8,000, you've got to be $8,000. $8,000, you've got to be $8,000. Anybody like it for $8,000? Going to be very disappointed. $8,000. $77.50 is on the floor and $8,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. Lovely, lovely bust. Number 26, the buyer. 26. Oh, this is a rare table. This has a beautiful label inside. If you spin the top, the label is, I don't know if it'll be visible to them. Oh, the whole top turns. No, there you go. Label is on the interior there. It is Judson Blake, a Providence, Rhode Island furniture maker. And first finish, house fresh, first finish, labeled card table. How much for it? Someone give me $1,500 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? You got to be $1,000. What do you go with $1,000? $500 to start it. $500 is going to be $5. What do you go? $500. Thank you. 500's bid in $550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody like to be in for $550? $550 to $550. Anybody want it for $550? I've got 500 bid and $550. Is one bid going to buy it? 500 and 550. Once, twice. Great buy. $500 number. 537. Thank you. Lot 25. Sepia tone photographs. These are of Palmer Sculptures, The White Captive and Schoolmate. And I've got a little bit on this. It opens at $225 and $250. What do you go? $250, $275, now $300, now $350, now $400, now $450. Book is out. 400 is bidding $450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else for $450? 400 and $450. What do you go? I guess I do have $450. Would you go $500, sir? $500, now $550. Now the book is out. $500 and $550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for $550? $500 and $550. $500. Nice buy. Number 26, the buyer. 26. Lot 26 is the tall case clock. It's an Aberdeen, Scotland tall case clock. Carved case, working condition, beautiful inlay on the door, original surface. How much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 to start it. Anybody like to be in for $500? Got to be $500. Would you go $500? Anybody want it for $500? $300 and go. Anybody like $300? Thank you. And $350, $350, $400, $400, $450, $450, $500, $500, $550. $500 is bidding $550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for $550? $500 is bidding $550. You're out. $500 and $550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for $550? $500 to the phones. Number 538. Thank you. 538. 31 pieces of early 19th century Georgian flatware. You've got assorted makers, okay? But they're all hallmarked with the same family crest. But you've got probably 2 or 3 different makers. A great set of silver in beautiful condition. And I've got a little bit on this. I'll exercise, but $500 to open and $550. What do you go? $550 and $600 and $650 and $700 and $750 and $800 and $850 and $900, $950 and $1,000 and $1,100 to you. $1,100. What do you go? $1,100. $1,100. Now the book is out. $1,200. You got to be 12. 11 is bidding. 12 would go $1,200. Anybody else like it for $1,200? $1,200 now $1,300. $1,200 is bid, and $1,300 is going to be 13 now $1,400. 13 and 14 would go $1,400. Anybody like it for 14? 13 is bid, and 14 now $1,500. $1,500 now $1,600. 15 is bid, and 16 would go $1,600. Anybody like to be in for 16? 1,500 is bid, and $1,600. Any advance on 1,500 and 1,600? Fair warning. $1,500 buys. Number 924. Thank you. Lot 28 is a sensational bronze rooster, shown right here by Josh. 35 inches tall, cast in 1898 by the Pierre Bingen Foundry, and it's Frederic Duchamp, the work of Frederic Duchamp. And how much for it? Someone give me about $5,000 for it. 5,000, $2,000 and go. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 2,000? I have 1,000 bidden, 1,200. Would you go? 1,000 is bidden, $1,100, 11, now 12, 12 and 13, now 1,400. $1,400 got to be 14. Anybody else for 1,400? 1,400, 1,500, 15 and 16. $1,600 got to be 16. New fire, 1,700, 1,800 now. $1,800, one of you. $1,800, you're at 18, 1,900, now 2,000. $2,000, you've got to be two. Would you go 2,000? 1,900's bidden, 2,000, now 2,250. 2,250, would you go 2,250, now 2,500. Back to you, Sarah, for 2,500. 2,250's bidden, $2,500, you're going to be 25. Now 2,750. 2,750, would you go 2,750, now 3,000. Back to you for 3,000. 2,750's bidden, three, you got to be three, would you go $3,000, you got to be 3,000. $3,000. Any advance on 2,750 and 3,000? Fair warning. Once, twice, 2,750, looking for 3,000. So 2,750, number 13, the buyer, 13. Now 29, the other rooster. Would you give me 1,000 to open this one? 1,000 is bid. 1,100, would you go? 1,000 I have, and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 11, now 1,200. 12, now 1,300. 1,300, 13, now 1,400. 14, now 15. 1,500, now 1,600. 16 and 1,700. 1,700, 17, now 1,800, now 1,900. Back to you for 1,900. 1,800's bid in $1,900. Anybody like it for 19? 18 is bid at $1,900. Anybody that like to be in for 1,900, 18, 19, 19, now 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, now 2,250, 2,250. That's where we hit the wall last time, isn't it? 2,250. Anybody else for 2,250, now 2,500. Back to you, Leah, for 2,500, now 2,750, 2,750. 2,750, would you go 2,750? 25 is bid in 2,750. Fair warning. Once, twice, 2,500. 13, the buyer, 13. The Cristo Orange Storefront project, artist signed, hand-colored, mixed media. And how much for it? So I think this is an edition of like 35. Someone give me about 5,000 for it. $2,000 to open, thank you, and 2,250. 2,000's bid in 2,250. Would you go 2,250 and 2,500? Back to you for 2,500. I got 2,250 bid in $2,500. Anybody like it for 2,500? 2,250's bid in $2,500. Anybody want to be in for 2,500? I've got 2,250 bid in $2,500. Anybody like it for 2,500? Cristo is the artist that did the gates in Central Park. You know, he wraps everything. 2,250's bid in 2,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. 2,250 buys. Number 8, the buyer, 8. Next lot, the other, Pont Alexandre III, wrapped project for Paris. And this one is also mixed media. The towers are actually wrapped in fabric in this. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 3,000 for it. 2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $1,000. Anybody want to be in for $1,000? It's got to be would you go 1,000? 1,000 is bid, and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have, and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 1,000's bid, and $1,100. Anybody want it for 1,100? I have only $1,000 bid, and 1,100. Wow, 1,100. Now 1,200. Now 1,300. Back to you for 13. I've got 12 bid and 13. You bidding $1,300. You're going to be 13. 12 and 13. Now 14. Now 1,500. $1,500. You're bidding 15. 14 is bidding 15. Would you go $1,500? You've got to be 15. Now 16. Now 1,700. 1,700 the hard way. $1,700 is going to be 17. No. $1,700 is going to be 17. Anyone else for 1,700? $1,500 buys. Number 8 again. Number 8. 32 English Giltwood eagle crested mirror, original glass and backboard. This is Regency. about 1815, probably made for the American market. How much for it? Someone give me about 2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 to open and go. $500 is going to be five. Would you go 500? 500 and 550. Would you go 500? I have in 550. Would you go 550 and 550? Now 600. Now 650. Back to 650 on John. 700. 700. 700. 750. 750. Would you go 750? 750. 800. 800. Now 850. 800's bid in 850. John, you're going to be 850. Would you go $850? You're going to be 850. 850. Now 900. One of you. 900, 900, 950, 950, now 1,000, $1,000, 1,000, now 1,100, $1,100, you're bidding 1,100, 10, 11, now 12, 12, you're going to be 1,200, yes, 12, now 1,300, $1,300, you've got to be 13, now 1,400, 14, now 1,500, 15, you got to be 15, what do you go, $1,500, you got to be 15, 14 and 15, fair warning, 14 and 1,500, down it goes, $1,400. Back of the room, number 531. 531, the buyer. The bronze egret. This is signed Frederick Deschamps, just like the roosters were, from the same source, Pierre Bingen Foundry, 1900. 1900, the sculpture was executed. 24 3/4 inches tall. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 quick for it. $1,000. Anybody want to be in for 1,000? Got to be $500 and set it in. 500 and 550. Now 600. 600. What do you go? 600. Now 650. One of you. 600's bid in 650. Now 700. Now 750. 700's bid in 750. Now 800. Now 850. 850. What do you go? 850. 900. 950. 950, what do you go, 950, now 1,000, now 1,100, $1,100, you're bidding 11, now 12, 12, now 13, $1,300, now 14, now 1,500, 15, what do you go, 15, now 1,600, now 1,700, 17, what do you go, 17, 1,800, 18, now 19, $1,900, you're bidding 19, now 2,000, now 2,250, 2,250, now 2,500, now 2,750, 2,750, now 3,000, 3,000, now 3,250, 3,250, you've got to be 3,250, any advance on $3,000 and 3,250, fair warning, 3,000 and 3,250, down it goes, $3,000 to number 15, the buyer, 15. 34 is the Old Master allegorical drawing in red chalk, kind of neat. Number 186 in verso, we don't know exactly what that means. It might be a collection number. It is unsigned, and we were not able to attribute it, but it's a real object. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 500. 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300, 300, thank you, and 350. 300 and 350. Would it go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300's been in 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 400 and 450. Would it go $450? Now 500. $500 is going to be five. Would it go 500? 4.5 is bidden 5. You got to be 5. Would it go $500? Anybody like it for 500? Fair warning, 450 and 500. Once, twice. Down it goes, $450. 5821. Thank you. 5821. Well, this I've never had as nice as large a set of chairs as this. 14, including 2 arms. Philadelphia, 1820. They have 2 families, 2 historic families, provenance. The Drexels must have married into another family, both of them from historic homes. Both families had historic homes that still exist in the Philadelphia area today. There's a metal tag on the bottom of one of them that has the other family name. And how much for those? Someone give me about, I should think, 3,000, 2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? It's going to be 2,000. It's going to be $1,000. Anybody like them for 1,000? $1,000. 500. 500, thank you. And 550, would you go? 550, now 600, now 650, now 700, now 750, now 800, 800, 850, 850, 900, 900, 900, 950, 950, 1000, 1100, 1100, 1200. Back to you for 12. 12, yes, 12 now 1300. 13 now 1400. 1400. 14 now 1500. 15 now 1600. 1600. $1,600. Herschel and Adler has a pair of armchairs, very similar related chairs. And I think they want like 40,000 for them. But that's Herschel and Adler. What are we looking for? 1,600? $1,600. Anybody else? 16 on Leah. Now 1,700. 1,700, one of you. $1,700. You're going to be 17. Now 1,800, Leah. $1,800. You're bidding 18. $1,800. You've got to be 1,800. Leah, you're out at 1,700 and 18. Now 1,900. $1,900. You're going to be 19. $1,900. Anybody else for 1,900? I have only $1,800 bid and 1,900. Fair warning. 18 and 1,900. $1,800. Leah, you won the race. Number 509, is it? 509? 504. Thank you. Lot 36 is an 8-piece Tiffany sterling silver dresser set, including the hair receiver, mirror, brushes, shoehorn, comb, etc. And someone give me 400 for it. I've got 200 to open, and 2.25 would you go? 2.25, 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.25 is bid in 2.5. Anybody want to be in for 2.5? 2.25 is bid in 2.5. Would you go 2.5 and 275? 250 is bid in 275, evening 275, 250 and 275, 250 and 275. Once, twice, $250 to number 19, the buyer, 19. Lot 37, Robert Cottingham. This is a limited edition litho, 20 out of an edition of 100 in colors. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 400 for it? 400, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? Anybody like 100's bidding 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Now a half. 1.5. You've got to be half, and now 175. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175, 150, and 175? Fair warning, 150 and 175. $150 your way. 58.25. Two beautiful pieces of Moorcroft pottery. Both of them retain their original paper labels as well as the inscribed signature on the bottom. They are in immaculate condition from a lovely home in Rhinebeck, New York. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 400, 200, $100 and get them going. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like them for 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Now a half. Half and 75, sir. 175, now 200. 200, would you go 200, 175 and 2? Anybody else for 200? 175 is offered and $200. Fair warning. Once, twice. 175 buys. Number 11 the buyer. 39 is the Larkin Goldsmith Mead Marble Bust of Venezia, neoclassical. Mead worked 1830. He was born in 1835. He died in 1910. His high area of production was during the Belle Epoque era. And it's in beautiful, beautiful condition. How much for it? Someone give me about $5,000 for it. $2,000, thank you, and $2,250. Where'd it go? $2,250 and $2,500. $2,500, $2,750, now $3,000. I have $3,000 ahead of you. Would you go $3,500? $3,500 on Leah and $4,000. $3,500 is bid in four. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like $4,000? Now $4,500. $4,500. Are you bidding $4,500, Leah? $4,500 and $5,000. $5,000 back to the internet. $4,500 is bidding $5,000. Anybody like it for $5,000? $5,000 and $5,500, Leah. $5,500. Would you go $5,500? $5,500 is bidding $6,000. Back to you for $6,000. $5,500 is bidding $6,000. Would you go $6,000? Any advance? 5,500's bidding 6. Would you go $6,000? Anybody like to be in for 6,000? 6,000, 6,500. 6,500. Tell me almost owned it. I had the hammer up. 6,500. Would you go 65? You've got to be 6,500. Still under the money, Leah. At 6,500. 6,000's bid and 6,500. Fair warning. 6,000 and 6,500. Once, twice. Down it goes. $6,000 to the internet, number 935. Thank you. Marble pedestal with a Greek key design and a beauty. Nice, nice condition here. And how much for it? That's the pedestal that Venezia was on. And I should think 500, quick for it. 500, $300 is where? Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 and get it going. 200's bidding, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4, 2 1/2? You've got to be 2 1/2 and 275. 275, now 300. 300, now 350. 350, now 400. $400, would you go 4? 350's bidding 4. Would you go 400, now 450? 450, would you go 450, now 500? $500, you've got to be 5, now 550. 550, now 600. $600, would you go 600, now 650? 650, now 700. $700, you've got to be 7, now 750. 750, now 800. $800, you've got to be 800, now 850. 850, now 900. $900, now 950. 950, now 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 10. Would you go $1,000? 9.5 is bidding 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? Now 1,100. Undaunted, we go into the night. 1,100. $1,200, you've got to be 12. 11 is bidding 12. You got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? 12, now 1,300. 13, now 1,400. $1,400, would you go 14? 13 is bidding 1,400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,300 buys, number 531, the buyer, 531. I think a very rare pair of spoons now. Touch marked PR for Paul Revere. We are uncertain whether this is senior or junior, the Patriot. They were both silversmiths. When Junior took over the business, he used the same touch marks as his father initially in his career as a silversmith. So we're not sure which Paul Revere, but we believe stylistically that it probably is Junior. And how much for these? Someone give me about $5,000 for them? $5,000, $2,000 and set them in. $3,750 and $4,000. Would you go? $3,750's bidding 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like them for $4,000? $3,750's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like to be in for $4,000? $3,750's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go? Yes? $4,000? No? Oh, just waving at me. Hi. 4,000. Anybody like them for 4,000? I've got $3,750 bidding 4. Would you go $4,000? Any advance on $3,750 and $4,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. Could be the buy of the day. Down they go at $3,750 to number 936, the buyer. From the same source, this is the Julot, 1865 to 1911, Pierre Bingen Foundry, again, 1899. This is the bronze boy with grapes, shown here. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 to get it going. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody will start me off for 5? You got to be $500. Anybody like to be in for 500 on the bronze? 500's bidding 550. 500 and 550. Would you go 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Fair warning. Will one bid buy it at 500 and 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. Down it goes. $500 to the internet, number 3693. Thank you. Bronze bas relief of cherubic angel musicians, shown right there. Needs a nice frame. That's all it needs. Someone give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. $500. Anybody like to be for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. $300 and started. Anybody like it for 200? My goodness, $200. Anybody want to be for two? Wish I had a number. $100 and started. Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for 100? My goodness. 100. No interest in it? We'll just pass it by. Yeah, passing that lot. Well, this is something that doesn't come along every day. Beautiful original surface, OG bracket feet, fluted quarter columns, a lovely four-draw chest with nice graduation. Does have replaced brass, but very serviceable. And nice surface. And bidding on this has to open at $1,100 and $1,200. Where do you go? 1,100 is bid and 12. Got to be 12. Where do you go? $1,200. Anybody like to be in for 1,200? 11 is bid and 1,200. I've got 13. Would you go 1,400? $1,400. You're bidding 14. I've got 13. Would you go $1,400? Anybody like it for 14? 13 is bid and $1,400. Anybody want to be in for 14? 13? Yes. 1,400. Are you bidding 14? 14, yes? No, I'm 13. I have 13 here. You've got to be 14. Now I'm 15. You've got to be 16. $1,600. You're bidding 16. I've got 15 bid 16. The book is out. 16 is on the floor and $1,700. Anybody like to be in for 17? I've got 16 bid and 17. Would you go 1,700? Anybody like to be in for 17? Fair warning, 1,700. $1,600 buys, nice buy. Number two, the buyer two. 45 is a Republic period 10-inch Chinese vases fashioned into lamps. They're in beautiful condition from a Niskayuna home. And I should think $500 for them, but I'll take $200 to open. Anybody like to be for 200? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go? 125, 125, 150, 175, 175. Now 200. So I have 200 ahead of you. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? Once, twice. 2 1/4 buys. Number two, the buyer 22. 46, another marble pedestal and a beauty. Beautiful condition again. And $1,000 quick for it. $500 for it. $300 and set it in. 300's bidden. 3 1/2. What it got to be? 3 1/2 and 400. 400 and 4 1/2 and 500. 500. What do you go? 500, 450, 500 on the internet. 500, 550, 550. Now 600. $600. You're bidding 600. You're going to be 600. Now 650. 650. 650. Now 700. $700. 650's bid 700. Now 750. 750. Now 800. $800. You're going to be 8. What do you go? 800. 800. 850. 850. 850. 900. 900. Same dancers. 900. 950. 950. 1,000. $1,000. You got to be 10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody else for 1,000? Now 1,100. 1,100. Now 1,200. $1,200. What do you go? 12. 11 is bid and 12. You got to be 12. What do you go? $1,200. Anybody else for 1,200? 11 is bid and 1,200. 1,200. 1,300. Back to you for 1,300. 1,400. 1,400. This is the last marble pedestal we have for the day. 1,400. 1,300 is bid and 1,400. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,300 to 531. The buyer 531. Grand Tour Carrera marble bust of Augustus Caesar. This is a really good one. I mean, I've seen others that are pale in comparison. Nicely sculpted hair, sharp features, absolutely immaculate condition. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $3,000 for it. $3,000 is going to be three. What do you go? $3,000, $2,000, $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Going to be that. What do you go? $1,000. Thank you. And $1,100. What do you go? Thousands bid $1,100. Anybody like to be in for $1,100? Thousands bid $1,100, $1,100, $1,200, $1,300. Back to you for $1,300. 13 now 1,400, 1,400, 1,500, 15 now 1,600. 15 is bid and 16. What do you go? 16, 16. Same way, 16 now 1,700. Internet against internet. 1,600 is bid and 1,700. 16 is bid and 17. Would you go 17? You're out. 1,700 now 1,800. 17 is bidden 18. What do you go? $1,800. Anybody else like it for 1,800? 17 is bidden 18. What do you go? $1,800. It's going to be 18. Fair warning. 17 and 1,800. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,700 buys number 941. I love this bookcase. The mullions are fashioned to make them look like doors that would open, but they slide by each other. Beautiful 19th century mahogany bookcase with sliding doors. Remarkable condition. All original glass, I think. Beautiful early rippled glass when you catch it on the angle. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $1,000, $500 and get it going. Five, got to be five. What do you go? 400's bidding, 450. What do you go? 400's bidding, 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody like it for 450? 400's bidding, 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody like it for 450? 450. What do you go? $450. Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bidding, 450. Fair warning, 450. Now 500. 500. Now 550. Yes, 550. Are you bidding 550? Now 600. 600. Now 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 700 is bidding 750. What do you go? $750. Thank you. It's nice to see you, sir. 700 and 750. What do you go? $750. Anybody else like it for 750? $700 buys number 5579. 49, the Bacchante vase. This has the old Arlalique square signature, but it does show a repair. So you're buying it as is, but beautiful root beer color and nice enough for my collection. Somebody, of course, I specialize in chip cracked and broken. So someone give me 300 for it. 450 and 500. 450's bidding five. You got to be five. What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 500? 4.5 is bidding five. You got to be five. What do you go? $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. Once 500. Now 550. 500's bidding 550. What do you go? 550. 500's bidding 550. What do you go? $550. Any advance on 500 and 550? Fair warning. Once, twice. 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500. Buyer number 943. You got that, Tanya? 943. Okay, I love this painting. Filthy, dirty. Does have a couple of little punctures, but a Harry Roseland fortune teller in estate fresh as found condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody want to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $2,000? $1,000 is where. $1,000. You're going to be at that. Would you go 1,000? I've got 500 bidding 550. Would you go 550? 550 and 600 and 650 and 700 and 750. 750 and 800 and 850. 850 now 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000 now 1,100. 11 and now 12 now 1,300. 13 and the book is out. 1,300's on 13, 1,400, 1,500 now. $1,500 is going to be 15. What do you go? $1,500. Anybody else for 15? I've got 14 bid and 1,500. 14 and 1,500. Once, twice. $1,400 away it goes. Number 531, the buyer 531. Cartier Sterling, Cartier Sterling silver tea service. 283 ounces. Pay attention now. 283 ounces of sterling silver. Every piece is marked Cartier Sterling, including the tray. And how much for it? Bidding, I've got a number of left bids. Bidding has to start at 5250 and 5500. 5250's bidding $5,500. It's going to be 55. Would you go $5,500? Anybody like 5,500? Now 6,000. Back to you for 6,500. 6,500. Now 7,000. 6,500's bidding 7,000. Would you be bidding 7,000? 6,500's bidding 7. Would you go $7,000? Anybody else for 7,000? 6,500's bidding $7,000. Anybody like to be in for 7,000? Fair warning. 6,500 and 7,000. Once, twice, fair warning. Down it goes, $6,500 to the buyer, number 538, the buyer, 538. Lot 52, oil on board, signed Haley Lieber. This is a Surfside picture. Nice frame, I believe original package. And someone give me $1,000 for it, $500 for it, $850. I never thought of that. What's that? $950, $1,000, now $1,100, $1,100. Thousand's been $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 11? Now $1,200. 12, now $1,300. 12 has been 13. What do you go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? I've got 1,200 bid and $1,300 at 13, now 14, now 1,500. 15, what do you go $1,500? You've got to be 15. 14 is bid and 15. What do you go $1,500? Anybody like to be in for 15? Once, twice, fair warning. What's that? 15, now 1,600. 15 is bid and 16. 15 is bid and 16. What do you go $1,600? Anyone else for 1,600? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,500 buys, number 5568. Danish modern armchair by Johannes Andersen. Very serviceable chair, mid-century modern. That's what everybody's crazy about these days. Somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 and get it going? Hundreds bidding $125. Hundreds bidding $125. Would you go $125? Anybody want to be in for $125? Hundreds bidding $125. Anybody want to be in for $125? Now $1.50, sir. Half and $175. Back to you for $175. $150's bidding $175. Any advance on $150 and $175? $150 buys. Number 17, the buyer, 17. JFK composition sculpture, 11 inches tall. Oh, shown over where Jake is. And someone give me about $300 for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? It's going to be $100. Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $100? $100? Any interest? $100? Any interest at $100? Nobody likes John Fitzgerald Kennedy? My goodness. We're passing this lot at 100. All right. Classical timbre dumbwaiter, probably Duncan Fife. Revolving interior, reeded urn, acanthus leaf, and reeding down the leg. I've had this upside down. It looks good in every respect. Winterthur has one. Same model, except theirs is just reeded leg. It doesn't have the acanthus carving. So this is a little better model. And the timbre is in immaculate condition. How much for it? Someone give me about $4,000 for it? $4,000 is going to be for, what do you go, $4,000? $2,000 and start it. Anybody like to be for $2,000? $1,000 is bid and $1,100. What do you go? $1,000, I have an $1,100. Anybody like to be in for $1,100? $1,000's been $1,100. Anybody? 11, now 12, now $1,300. $1,300 is going to be 13. 13, now $1,400. 14 and $1,500. 15, $1,600 now. 15 has been 16. What do you go? $1,600. Anybody else for 16? 1,500's bid and $1,600. Anybody want to be in for 16? 15 has bid and $1,600. Fair warning. 15 and $1,600. Once, twice, under the money now at $1,500 and $1,600. $1,500 buys. Number 8, the buyer. 8. Next lot. Pair of blue and white Oriental porcelain plates, kind of nice. And how much for those? Someone give me about $300 for them. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? $100 is where? $100. Would you go $100? Anybody like them for $100? $50, then 60, 70, 80. $80. You've got to be 80, 90. Now 100. Where we should have started. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Are you bidding 1 1/2, half and 75? 175. What do you go? 175. 150 is bidding 175. 150 is bidding 175. Any advance on 150 and 175? $150 owns them. Number 950. The buyer 950. 57 is the Edwardian paint decorated armchair shown over here. Lovely chair. Very serviceable upholstery. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 300, just to start me off for $300. Anybody like to be for three? Would he go 300? $200 for him. $100 is where? Anybody like that chair for $100? $100, you're bidding 100. Anybody want to be in for $100? $50, got 50, thank you, and 60. 50 and 60, would he go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? Now 70. 60 and $70, would he go 70? 60 and 70. 70 now 80. $80, you got to be 80. Would he go $80? Sarah, getting back at $80, you got to be 80. 70's bidding 80, would he go $80? Fair warning. 80, new fire. 90 now. Internet's out. $90, you got 90, now 100, sir. $100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Fair warning. 100 and 1 1/4. Once, twice, $100. I sold it to you. Your number, please. Number. What is it? 486. Thank you. 486. Bronze American Bald Eagle. Shown over here. Nicely cast bronze American Bald Eagle. It is unsigned, but 32 inches tall and 32 1/4 and 3/4 inches wide. A magnificent statue. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. You got to be five. Would you go $500 and start me for 500? $300 and set it in. $300. My goodness. $200. Anybody like it for 200? 275 and 3. Would you go? 275 has been 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 has been 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for $300? 275 has been in 3. Wow. 275 is offered and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. Wow. 275 buys. Number 951. What do we have, boys? Ink on paper. This is Philip Leslie Hale. Provenance Spannerman Galleries. It is a study for apple blossoms. This artist is very, very well regarded. Paintings sell for thousands. How much for it? Someone give me about $500 to open. $500. Anybody want to be in for $500? I'm sure Spannerman charged more than that for it. $500. $300 and get it going. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $300? $200? $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 and start it. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? You got to be 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 125. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2 and 175. 150, 175. 150's bidding 175. 150's bidding 175. You're bidding 175. 150's bidding 175. You're out in the back. 150 and 175. Fair warning. Once, twice. 150 buys. Number 909. Lot 60. The Baccarat Crystal Zenith 36 Light Chandelier. Really a magnificent thing. There's 3 of them available on the internet now, all in excess of $100,000. How much for it? Someone give me $40,000. $20,000 to open. Anybody want to be for $20,000? $10,000 and set it in. 10,000's bid. 11,000. Would you go? 10,000's bid. $11,000. Anybody like it for 11,000? 11,000. 12,000. 13,000 to you now. 13,000. 14,000. $14,000. You're bidding 14. 14. You're bidding $14,000. Anybody else for 14? 13. 14. Now 15,000. Back to you, Leah, for 15,000. You've got to be 15. 14 is bidding 15. 15,000. $16,000 now. 16. Would you go 16,000? 15 is bidding 16. You're bidding 16,000. You've got to be 16,000. New fire. 17,000. One of you. 17,000. $17,000. Would you go 17? 16 is bid 17. Now $18,000. Would you go 18? 18. Now 19,000. $19,000, you're going to be 19. 18 is bidding. $19,000. 19,000. $20,000. $20,000, you're bidding 20. I've got 19 bid and $20,000, you've got to be 20. $20,000, anyone else for 20,000? 19,000 is bid and $20,000. Let there be no mistake. I have 19,000 and 20,000. Fair warning, 19,000 and $20,000. Are you bidding? 20,000, 20,000, 21,000. I'll keep it at $1,000 level. 21,000, $21,000. Are you bidding 21? I've got $20,000 bid and $21,000. You're bidding 21. 20,000's bid and $21,000. Anybody else for 21,000? 20,000 is bid and 21,000. Fair warning. 20,000 and 21. Once, twice. $20,000 buys, number 526. The buyer 526. Lot 61. American Chippendale breakfast table with cross stretcher base and molded leg. Nice surface on this. A beautiful little table. Shown back with Jake. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. $500. You've got to be five. Got to be five. Would you go $500? $300 to get it going. $300. Anybody like to be in for three? Would you go $300? $200 and start it. My goodness, $100 is where? 100's bid and a quarter, now a half and 75. 175, are you bidding 175, 150, 175? Anyone else for 175? 150's bidding 175, are you bidding 175? 150's bidding 175. Fair warning, 150 and 175. Sold. $150 to number 24, the buyer, 24. 62 is the China Trade porcelain tea set, including teapot, sugar, milk jug, waste bowl, 6 cups and 5 saucers. Lovely Survivor, 18th century now. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about $500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 is where? 150, thank you, and 175. Where'd you go? 175, now 200. You've got to be 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Where'd you go? 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? Under the money at 200 and 2 1/4. Where'd you go? 225. Anybody else like it for 225? $200 buys, number 956. Lot 63, oil on canvas, the pansy bouquet. This is on a Baltimore back stamp on the canvas. It is unsigned, but a real qualified hand, beautifully painted. And I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. You're bidding 225, 225, 250, 275. 275, Ken, would you go 275? 275 and 300 and 350. Back to you, Kenneth, for 350. 300 and 350. You're bidding 350. Should be $350. Anybody else for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 8, the buyer 8. Next item. 64, fire gilded classical girandoles with prisms. Original gilt, original prisms, nice figural girandoles. Somebody give me about 800 for them. 800, 500 for them. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. What do you go? 500, $300 for them. 300, thank you, and 350. What do you go? 300's bid and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like them for 350? Now 400. $400. What do you go for? 3.5 is bid and 4. Now 450. 400 and 450. Now 500. $500. You got to be 5. What do you go? $500. 450's bidding 5. 450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anyone else for 500? This is from the Bedford House. 450 and 500. 450 and 500. Once, twice. Goodbye. $450. 957. 957. Louis Vuitton. Not just the gray canvas Trianon trunk, steamer trunk. This dates from about 1867 to 1868. This is when they were making this particular model. This is before he dies, and they immortalized him with the LV monogram. But how much for it? Somebody give me about $4,000? $2,000 for it. Anybody like it for $2,000? $1,000 is where? $1,000. Anybody want to be in for $1,000? 500 then? 300's bid and 350. Where'd it go? 300's bid and 350. Would it go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300's bid and 350. Would it go $350? Anybody want to be in for 350? Now 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. 500. Are you bidding 500? 450 is bidding 500. Now 550. 550. What do you go? 550. 500 is bidding 550. Anyone? Any advance? 500 is bidding 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody want to meet for 550? $500. Nice buy. Number 8, the buyer 8. 66 is the 19th century oil on board portrait of a young woman. She has a blue veil. Rather good-looking woman, unsigned, 11 by 9 inches. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 and set it in. 3, would you go 300? $200 and start me. $200 is where? Anybody want to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and go. $100. Would you go $100? Anybody like it for $100? $50. My goodness, $50. Going to be 50. Would you go $50? Any interest in this painting? $50. Thank you. And 60, 50 and 60. 50 is bid and $60. $50 buys. Number 1, the buyer, 1. White and green, Liverpool, tall case clock. This has glass inset panels. These are always cracked. These have escaped any damage in its 250-year history. It's a beautiful, beautiful clock in working condition, moon phase dial, all complete and original. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 for it. 500's bidding 550. Would you go? 500's bidding 550. Would you go? $550. Anybody like it for 550? Now 600. 650. Back to you for 650, John. 650. Now 700. Back to you, Nate. 700. Now 750. 750. The hard way. 750. 800. $800. Would you go 800? 7.5 is bidding 8. Would you go $800? 800. Now 850. 850. Would you go $850? We've got to be 850. Now 900. $900. Would you go 9? Now 950. 950. Would you go 950? Would you go 950? Now 1,000. $1,000. Would you go 1,000? 9.5 is bidding 10. Would you go $1,000? 950 is bid and $1,000. You're bidding 1,000. 950 and $1,000 is where? 1,000 is bid. 1,100. $1,100. 11. Now 1,200. 1,200. It's in a remarkable state of preservation. 11 is bid and $1,200. Would you go 12? Anybody else like it for 1,200? Fair warning. Once, twice. Hammers up. $1,100 buys. Number 538. Thank you. 538, the buyer. Circa 1950 vintage Louis Vuitton hard-sided suitcase. Brass fittings and tray in very, very good condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,500, 1,600. Where do you go? 1,500 has been 16, 16. Now $1,700. You've got to be 1,700. 16 has been 17. What do you go? $1,700. Anybody want to be in for 17? 16 has been 17. What do you go? $1,700. Anybody else like it for 1,700? 16 and 17. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,600 to the phones. Number 13, the buyer, 13. 69 is the 1833 panel over mantle mirror. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take $300 to open. $300 to open. Anybody want to be in for 3? Would you go $300? $200? $200? $150, thank you, and $175. $150's bidding $175. You're bidding $175 now. $200. Would you go to? Got to be $200. $175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else like it for $200? $175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for $200? $200 with the hammer. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. John, would you go 2 1/4? 2.5. One of you. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody like 2.5? $275. $275. Would you go $275? $250's bidding $275. Any advance on $250 and $275? Fair warning. Once, twice. Hammers up. $250 buys. Number, what is it? 486. Thank you. Lot 70. Artist signed Minton portrait charger by H.W. Foster. Herbert Wilson Foster owned Minton, okay? He was also an artist. His work is very well respected. Foster, this one is dated 1881. Foster's birth and death dates are 1849 to 1929. How much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $1,000, I suppose. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 for it. 500 should be hands in the air at $500. It's going to be five. Would you go $300 to start it? 250 is bid and 275. 250 is bid and 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250 is bid and 275. And anybody want to be in for 275? Now 300. $300. You're going to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 is bid and 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350 now 400? $400. Would you go for? 350 is bid and 400 now 450. 400 is bid and 450 now 500. $500. You've got to be five. Would you go 500 now 550? 500 is bid and 550 now 600. $600. You're going to be six. Would you go 600 now 650? 600 is bid and 650. 650 now 700. 700. 750. 700 is bid and 750 now 800. $800. You're going to be eight. Would you go 800 now 850? 800 is bid and 850 now 900. $900. You're going to be nine. Would you go 900? 8.5 is bid and nine now 950. 950 now 1,000. $1,000. You're going to be $1,000. 1,000 now 1,100. We're approaching a respectable number. 11 now 1,200. $1,200. Would you go 12? 12 now 1,300. 13 now 1,400. $1,400. You're going to be 14. Would you go 14 now 1,500. $1,500. You're bidding 15. Would you go 15 now 1,600. $1,600. Anybody like it with 16 now 1,700. $1,700 now 1,800. $1,800. Would you go 18 now 1,900. $1,900 now 2,000. $2,000. You're going to be two. Would you go 2,000 now 2,250. 2,250 and 2,500. 2,250's bid and 2,500. Long walk. 2,500. 2,750. 2,750. You're bidding 2,750. 25 is bid and 2,750. Any advance on 2,500 and 2,750? Fair warning. 25 and 2,750. Once, twice. 2,500 buys. Number 5770. Grand Tour Oil and Panel Mediterranean Harbor Scene. This is a miniature. It's a little jewel of a work. And how much for it? I've got 300 to open and 350. What do you go? 300 I have and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350. I've got 375. Would you go 400, sir? 400. 400. Yes. 400. Now the book is out. 400 and 450. 400 is bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 is bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anyone like it 450? Now 500. Back to you for 500. Would you go 500? 450 is bid in five. You got to be five. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 is bid in 500. Fair warning. 500. $450 buys. Number 962. Lot 72. Queen Anne Vosback chair. A rare commodity, and particularly in original red paint. Beautiful condition throughout. Has no issues whatsoever. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? Anybody want to be in for 200? 100's bidding 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for a quarter? 1.5. 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidding two. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 is bidding two. Would you go $200? You've got to be 200. 175 is bidding two. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? Fair warning. 200. Wow. 175 buys. Number 8, the buyer. 8. Next lot. 73 Oil and Canvas Nursery and Home in Braintree, Massachusetts. Signed James Grant McGregor. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. $200 to start it. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go 200? $100. You got to go 100 and quarter and a half. You got to be 1.5 and 75 and two. And $200. Would you go two? 175 is bidding two. You got to be two. Would you go 200? Anyone else for 200? 172. Now 2.25. Now 2.5. 2.5. Are you bidding 2.5? 2.5 and 75. 275. Now 300. $300. You bidding 300. Now 350. 300's bidding 350. You've got to be 350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350, now 400. 350's bidding 4. You got a 400, now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. Fair warning, once, twice. 450, now 500. 450 is bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? Now 550. 500 and 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would you go 550? Now 600. $600. You're bidding 600. 5.5 is bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? Now 650. 600 is bidding. You can jump back in anytime. 600 and 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 and 650. 650, now 700. $700, got to be 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else like it for 700? Now 750. 700 is bid in 750. Would you go $750? 700 is bid in 750. Would you go 750? 700 and 750. Once, twice. Fair warning. Down it goes. $700. 5615. Thank you. Pair of Georgian silver long spoons. These are 1804 London, hallmark WE for William Eli. And they bear an old label from an antique shop. Who knows when? The American English silver. Bought from Robert K. White in Nantucket, Massachusetts in 1949. How much for them? Somebody give me about 400 for them? $200 for them. Anybody like to be for 2? Would you go 200, $100? I'm getting them going. 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Now a half and 75, 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? You got to be 200. 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go 200? George the Third. 175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like them for 200? 175 buys, number 5, the buyer, 5. Lot 75, spider leg, oval top candle stand with inlay, all original. Nice little, very sophisticated inlay running down the leg in a contrasting fruit wood. And how much for this lot? Someone give me 500 for them? $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? Would you go 200? Anybody want to be in for 200? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? I took you for 2 1/4. Is that all right? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. When you go 2 1/2, 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275 now. You've got to be 275. 250 is bidding 275. You're bidding 275 now. 300. Back to you, Nate, for 300. 275 is bidding 3. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 and 300. Would you go $300? Anybody want to be in for 3? 275 and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. 275 buys, number 537. The buyer, 537. Champlavet vase with gargoyle handles. What? Oh. Pizza will be here around 1 o'clock. In the meantime, you'll have to fill up on donuts and coffee. Okay. Champlavet vase with gargoyle handles. And how much for it? Someone give me about... has scale. Look at the size of it. Beautiful. Thank you, Garrett, for holding that up. And $400 quick for it. $200 for it. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. My goodness, 2 1/4. Fair warning. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. 275. You've been 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. 275 and 300. Would you go 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300. I'm anxious to sell or something. Sold. 275 buys. Number 12, the buyer, 12. And thank you very much for coming. Okay. Black Star and Gorham, 10-inch sterling bowl with a reticulated rim. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400 for it. Black Star and Gorham. They all finally ended up being Gorham, but there was a series of New York silversmiths in the 19th century. Amongst them, Ball Black and Theodore Starr. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Would he go $300, $200 and set it in? $175 and $200. Would he go? $175 is bidden. Would he go $200? $200 now, 2.25. $200 is bidden. 2.25. Would he go 2.25? Anybody like it for 2.25? $200 is bidden. 2.25. You're bidding $225. Anybody want to be in for 2.25? Now 2.5. 2.5. Would he go 2.5? 2.25 is bidden. 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? 2.25 and 2.5. Fair warning. 2.25 and 2.5. Once, twice. 2.25 buys. Number 19, the buyer. 19. Lot 78. George Howell Gay. And this is about as good as he painted. Wait a second. That's not it. Lot 78 is on the back wall. It's a large painting in a gorgeous frame. Again, from the Bedford House. And I should think $3,000 for it. $3,000, $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? You've got to be $1,000. $1,000. Anybody would like it for $1,000? Well, $500 then. Any interest? $500. Thank you. And $550. Would he go? $500 is bidden. $550. Would he go? $550. $550 and $600. $600. $650. Back to you for $650. John, would he go? $650 now? $700 now? $750. $750. We should be going right along. $750 now. $800. $800. $850. $850. $900. $900. $950. $950. $1,000. $1,100. Back to you for $1,100, John. $1,100. You're bidding $1,100. I've got $1,000 offered. $1,100. Anyone else for $1,100? $1,000 is bid and $1,100. Anybody want to be in for $1,100? $1,000 owns it. Nice buy. Number 12, the buyer. 12. 79, Bronze Walking Tiger by Antoine Louis Barry. And I have a little bit on this that I have to exercise. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500. $800. Thank you. The book is out. $800, $850, $900, $950. $900's bid and $950. Would he go $950? Anybody else for $950? $950 now. $1,000. $1,000 now. $1,100. $1,100. Would he go $1,100? 10 has been 11. Would he go $1,100? Anybody want to be in for $1,100? I've got $1,000 offered. Now 1,100's bid and 1,200. Now 1,300. Back to you for $1,300. You're going to be 13. 12 is bid and 13. Would he go $1,300? Anyone else for 13? Now 1,400. $1,400 now. 1,500. 14 is bid and 15. Would he go $1,500? Anybody else like it for 1,500? 14 is bid and 1,500. Once, twice. $1,400 buys. Number 929. Lot 80. 4-draw Chippendale chest on OG bracket feet. Old replaced hardware. This only has a 2-board back. I thought that was remarkable. But a lovely Cervica 1780 4-draw chest. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500. $300 to open. 300's bid and 350. Would he go? 300's bid and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350 now. 400. $400 bidding for. Would he go $400? 3.5. 4 now. 450. 450. Would he go $450? You're going to be 450 now. 500. Back to you for 500. 450's bid and 5. 500 now. 550. 500's bid and 550. Would he go 550 now? 600. $600. You got to be 600. Would he go 600? 550's bid and 6. Would he go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 550's bid and 600 now. 650. 650. Would he go $650? You're bidding 650. 600 and 650 now. 700. Back to you for 700. 650's bid and $700. You're bidding 7. 650's bid and 7. Would he go $700? Anybody else for 700? 650 and 700. $650 buys. Number 538, the buyer. 538. 81, oil on canvas. This is by Ragnar Olson. He was a Swede who came to America and painted American scenes. This is the Brooklyn Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 500, but I'll take 200 to open. Any? What? 250 and 275, now 300. $300, you're going to be 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 has been 3. Would he go $300? Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning, 275 and 300. 275 buys. Number 909.
82, Joseph Francois Bellin, Art Nouveau bronze of a siren with a thunderbolt. Oh, those sirens. Poor sailors would wreck their boats on the shores when the sirens called them. Someone give me about $300 for it. Down low to start at 300. You're going to be three. What do you go? 300, 200, 200. My goodness, $100 for that bronze. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go? $100. Who likes that bronze for $50? 50 is bid, and 60. You got to be 60. What do you go? $60. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. Now 90. 90 now 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys. Number 909. 83. A double comb Swiss music box in working order. Needs a cleaning, but it's a nice music box. And I've got 300 to open and 350. What do you go? 300's bid and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like it for 350? I've got 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got only $300 bid and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300 to 527. The buyer 527. Lot 84 is the antique Orthodox Russian icon of Christ. And how much for it? Someone give me 1,000 for it, 500 for it. 300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 300, 250? I've got 300. Would you go 350? You've got to be 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 350. 350. Would you go $350? Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. 350 now 400. $400. You've got to be 400 now 450. 400's bid and 450. You're bidding 450. I've got 400 bid and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Hammers up. $400 buys. Number 527. The buyer 527. 85 is the diminutive New York classical tilting top center table that was shown in the far corner. Very crisp carvings, original surface, nice table. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be $300 and start it. 300, 200. Any interest in the table? 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2. 275. 275. 275. 250's bid and 275. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? I've got 350. 400. $400, John. Would you go 400? 400 now 450. 450. You're bidding 450, John. 450. 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500's bid and 550. Anybody? 550 now 600. You've got to be 600. John, well, you've got to be 600. 600, 650. 600's bid and 650 now 700. Back to you for 700, John. 700, 750. 750, 750, now 800. $800, would you go 800? 800, now 850. 850, would you go 800? 850, now 900. Back to you for 900. 850, 900, now 950. 950, 950, now $1,000. $1,000, would you go 1,000? 950, 1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, now 1,200. $1,200, you got to be 12. $1,200. Would you go 1,200? 11 is bid in 12. Got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? $1,100 to the internet number 3693. Nice to see a little life in the federal furniture market. All right, 19th century Pennsylvania. Change your tune now. Pennsylvania red painted step back cupboard, glazed door top in 2 sections. Couldn't find anything really wrong with it. How much for it? Somebody give me about 3,000, 2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. Anybody want to be in for 500? Thank you. And 550 and 600. $600, 600 now 650 now 700. 700 now 750. 700's bid in 750. Would you go 700, 750 now 800? One of you. 800, 800, 850, Leah. 850, you've got to be 850, now 900. 900, 900, now 950. 950, Leah, 950, now 1,000. $1,000. You got to be 10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Thousands bid. $1,100, Leah. $1,100. Now $1,200. $1,200. You got to be 12. What do you go? $1,200. 11 is bidding 12. Now $1,300. $1,300. 13. Now $1,400. $1,400. You're bidding 14. 13 is bidding $1,400. Anybody like it for $1,400? 1,300 is bidding $1,400. Any advance on 1,300 and 1,400? 13 is bid and 1,400 once. 14 now 1,500. 1,500, Leah. 15 now 1,600. 16. What do you go? 1,600. 15 is bidding 16. Anybody like it for 1,600? I've got 1,500 bid and 1,600. Fair warning. Once, twice. 1,500 and 1,600. Down it goes, $1,500 to 515. The buyer, 515. Next lot. The Comoros, Colliers Hook, New York incised 1 gallon jug. Has a couple of little rim chips on the base, but a remarkable survivor. 18th century, New York City. Colliers Hook was a little spit of land that stuck out from lower Manhattan Island. And somebody, I don't know, someone give me 10,000 for it. $10,000. Anybody want to be in for 10? What do you go? $10,000, 5,000, 5,000, or we'll see it another day. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. What do you go? $5,000. Any interest? 5,000. We're passing this lot. Passing this lot at 5,000. Okay, the 5 gallon. Now that was probably one of the only things that had a reserve in the entire sale. The 5 gallon eagle decorated Poughkeepsie, New York stoneware jug. This has an eagle that covers the front of it. Redinger and Care, Poughkeepsie, New York. It does have a hairline. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500 and 550. 550 and 600. 600 and 650 and 700. 700, what do you go? 700, 750, 800, 800, 850. 850, what do you go? $850. Anyone else for 850? 850, 900, 900, 950. 900 is bid, and 950, what do you go? 950, now 1,000, 1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, you're bidding 11, 11 and 12. 12 and 1,300. 13, what do you go? 1,300, now 1,400. 14 and 1,500. $1,500, you're bidding 15, and now 1,600. $1,600, you're going to be 16. 15 is bidding $1,600. Anyone else for 16? 15 is bidding $1,600. Anyone on the phone? 1,600, 1,700 now. $1,700, but 17 now 1,800. $1,800, what do you go? 18. 17 and 18, what do you go? 18 now 1,900. $1,900, you're bidding 19. 19 now 2,000. $2,000, you're bidding 2,000. 19 is bidding 2. What do you go? $2,000. Do you like it for 2? Now 2,250. 2,250. What do you go? 2,250. 2,000 bid and 2,250. What do you go? 2,250. Any advance on $2,000 and 2,250? Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $2,000 number 524. The buyer 524. And I thank all 3 of you. Thanks. Thank you very much. All right. Now the Crowley's New York stoneware crock. I think this shows a little bit of restoration. I think that there's a spider line coming up the side of it from the base, which has been beautifully masked, but it's there. So you're buying it with that in mind. Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 for it. 500, thank you, and 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody? 550 and 600. 600. What do you go? 600, 650. 650. Yes. 650. Now 700. $700. You got to be 7. What do you go? 700. 6.5 is bidding 7. What do you go? $700. Anybody else for 700? 6.5 is bidding 700. Now 750. 750. Now 800. $800. You got to be 8. What do you go? 800. 750 is bidding 800. Now 850. 850. You're bidding 850. 800 is bidding 850. What do you go? $850. Any advance? 800 and 850. What do you go? 850. Are you all done and through? At 800 and 850. Once, twice. Down it goes. $800 to the internet number 4544. Lot 90, 27 draw apothecary chest, circa 1865, from Farrow's Drugstore in Haddonfield, New Jersey. It was originally a built-in, so they have added a back to it, but it is, other than the additional back, which would have just been the wall of the drugstore. It is all original. Lovely, lovely piece of furniture. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody want to be for two? Would you go $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody like it for $1,000? $500 and get it on the road. Anybody want to be for five? Going to be five? Would you go 500? My goodness. $300 for it. 400. Thank you. And 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding. 450. Would you go $450? Anybody want to be for 450? 450 now. 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4.5 is bidding. 5. Would you go $500? Anybody? 500 now. 550. 500 is bidding. 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 500 is bidding. 550. Would you go $550? Anybody want to be for 550? Wow. 500 and 550. Well under the money now at 500 and 550. Once, twice. Fair warning. $500. Away it goes. Number 973, 973, 91, 1822, Lancaster Sampler by Ann Rogers. This girl was 10 years old when she executed this needlework. It is a beautiful, scenic needlework sampler. And how much for it? Nice strawberry vine border, as I recall. Someone give me about 500 for it. I've got 300 to open and 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding. 350. We're going to be 350 now. 400 now. 450. Back to you for 450. Would you go 450 now? 500 now. 550. 500 is bidding. 550 now. 600 now. 650. 650. Would you go 650? I have 650 ahead of you. Would you go 700? 700. I've got 750. Would you go 800, Leah? 800. 800. 800. 850. 800 is bid. The book is out. 800 is bidding. 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? I've got $800 on Leah and $850 any advance. $800 is bid and $850. Fair warning. Once, twice. $800 buys. Number 515. The buyer 515. 92 is the New York Federal Mirror with the corners, with the trefoil corners. And how much for that lot? Nice 1815, 1820 Federal New York Mirror. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for it. 400's bidding. 450. Would you go? 400's bidding. 450. Would you go 450 now? 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? 500 now. 550. 500 is bidding. 550. You're bidding 550. 500 is bidding. 550. Anyone else? 550 now. 600. 600 now. 650. 600 is bidding. 650. Would you go $650? Any advance? 600 is bidding. 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else like it for 650? I've got only $600 offered and 650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 925. 93. I love this. Silhouette. This is a family record. Silhouettes. Samuel and Anna Mudge. Lynn. I believe that's probably Lynn, Massachusetts, outside of Boston. 1803. The entire family. Nicely framed silhouettes. And how much for it? Looks like it was a booklet at one time that somebody reassembled in the frame. And how much for it? I've got 400 to open and 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding. 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400, 450. Now 500. I got 500 in the book and 550 and 600 and 650. 600 is bidding. 650. Any advance? I've got 600 here with me and 650. Anybody like to be in for 650? You're out now. 600 and 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? 600 and 650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 474, the buyer. 474. American School Primitive Still Life with a Watermelon. Oil on canvas. Shown right next to it. Up there on the wall. A lovely painting. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 500. $300 and started. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 250's bid and 275? 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? Anybody like it for 275? 275 now. 300. 300 now. 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350 now. 400. 350's bid and $400 you're bidding for. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350's bidding $400. Anybody like to be in for 400, 3.5 and 4? 3.5 and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350 buys, number 3693. Okay, 18th century Hudson Valley corner cupboard in original red. It is terrific piece of furniture. Original surface, wonderful architectural raised panels, wonderful condition, a real survivor, and no issues, really. There's a fantastic piece of furniture. Somebody give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000. $1,000 is where? 1,000's been 1,100. Where'd he go? 1,000 I have, and $1,100. Anybody like me for 11 now? 1,200. $1,200 is going to be 12. Would he go $1,200? It's going to be 12 now. 1,300, Leah. Got it back at 1,300. Now 1,400. $1,400. We're bidding 14. Would he go $1,400? Now $1,500, Leah. $1,500. You got to be 15. Would he go $1,500? Anybody like it for 15? Should be $1,500. Anybody want to be in for 1,500? I've got only $1,400 offered in 1,500. Under the money now at $1,400 and $1,500. Anybody like to be in for 15? 14 is bid in 15. Would he go $1,500? Anybody like to be in for 1,500? Wow. 1,400 and 1,500. Once, twice, 1,400 and 1,500. Down it goes. $1,400 to the internet number 959. This is a beautiful example of an Enterprise coffee grinder. This is a number 12. I had 2 calls from Canada on this. Double wheel with eagle and scoop. The scoop is usually always gone or filled with nuts and bolts or something. But this retains original color, original paint, original decals, and no hurts. Wonderful condition. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be for 300 and 350? 300's bid in 350. Would you go $350? Anybody want it for 350? Now 400. 350's bid in 4. Would you go $400? Now 450. 400's bid in 450. Now 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like to be for 500? 450's bid in 5. Would it going to be 5? Would you go $500? Anybody like to be for 500? 450 and 500. 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 and $500. Down it goes. $450 to the internet number 975. Thank you. 97 is a stoneware blind pig. Cobalt decorated all the way around. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500. $300 for it. 400's bid in 450. Would you go? 400's bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? 400's bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys number 950. 98. Satinwood 8-sided single bin tea caddy, a nice one. This is probably Regency as well. About 1815, 1820 old. And how much for it? In satinwood. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200's bid and 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Now 150. 1 1/4's bid 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/2 and 175 now? 150's bid and 175. Now $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bid and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 is bid and 2. 175 and 200. Fair warning. By golly. 175 buys. Number 5579. 98, 99. A beautiful pair of Federal chairs with carved splats, circa 1820. They are New York. Great state of preservation. And how much for those? Somebody give me 500 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 is where? 150, 175, 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidden 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275. 250 and 275. It's got to be 275. 250 is bidden 275. 250's bidding 275. Would you go 275, 250, and 275? Fair warning, 275, 275, now 300. $300, you're bidding 300. 300, you're bidding $300. Anybody else for 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody would like to be in for 300? Fair warning, once, twice. 275 buys, number 4008. Thank you. Okay, now the Steinway Model L baby grand piano, 1924. This is the golden era of Steinway production. Ebonized case in excellent condition, and how much for it? Somebody give me about $10,000 for it. $10,000, $5,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 5,000? $1,000 is where? 4,000 bid and 4,500. Would you go? 4,000 I have and $4,500. Anybody like it for 4,500? 4,000's bid and $4,500. Anybody want to be in for 4,500? 4,500 and 5,000. 5,000, yes? $5,000 is going to be 5,000. I've got 4,500 on Dan. Let there be no mistake. 5,000, 5,000, 5,500. 5,500, Dan. Get it back at 5,500. Now 6,000. $6,000. You're bidding 6,000. Anyone else for 6,000? 5,500 is bidding 6. Would you go $6,000? Anybody want to be in for 6,000? Are you bidding? $6,000. Anybody like to be in for 6,000? 5,500 is bidding 6. Would you go $6,000? Fair warning. 5,500 and 6,000. Once, twice, fair warning. Down it goes. $5,500. Buyer number 538. The buyer 538. Classically carved New York tilt top center table from the house in Rensselaerville. Double, 2-board top. Shows good shrinkage. Nothing amiss with it. Original surface. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. 300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? $200 to open. 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2. 275 now. 300. 300. 300. 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go 350? 350 on John. 400 and now 450. 450. What do you, that's your 400. 450. What do you go for? 450. Now 500. Now 550. 500's bidding 550. What do you go 550? 550. Now 600. 600. Now 650. $650. What do you go 650? 600's bidding 650. 650. Now 700. Now 750. Back to you for 750. 700 and 750. Bidding 750. 700's bidding 750. Any advance on 700 and 750? Bid quick or lose it. 700 and 750. Once, twice, down it goes. $700 to number one. Number one in our book. What do we have, boys? Oh, the Brooklyn Bridge. Kathleen Mann. So it's stated on the back. I don't know if that's a signature or if that's just a statement of fact. Painted by Kathleen Mann, I think it says on a label on the back of it. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. From down under the bridge. 500, $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? $200. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 125. Now 150. 150. What do you go? 150, 175. 175. 150's bidding 175. Now 200. $200. Got to be two. What do you go? $200. Anybody like it for 200? 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Anybody want to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. Got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Now 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. 250 and 275. Once, twice. 250 buys. Number 915. 103 is the Meiji period Satsuma bucket vase. 10 inches tall, beautiful condition. Extraordinary paint on this. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300. $200 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $100, $50. Anybody like it for $50? 50. Would you go 50 now? 60. Would you go 60 now? 70. $70. Would you go 70, 60, and 70? Anybody else like it for 70? 80. $80, fellas. 80. $80, $80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. $100, you're out at 100. What do you go, $100? Anybody like it for 100? Now 1.25. I have 100 ahead of you, 1.25, 1.25, 1.25. What do you go, 1.25? 100's bidding, 125. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? $100 is offered and 125. Fair warning. $100 buys. Nice buy. Number? Your number, please. Your number? 486. Thank you. Okay, 104. Classically carved New York, Philadelphia sofa. Probably Anthony Quervell. Beautiful upholstery, ready to go, desirable size, crisp carvings. And how much for it? We got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $1,000 and $1,100. What do you go, $1,100? Anybody like it for $1,100? $1,100 is bidding, $1,200. 12 is here in the book, and $1,300. You've got to be 13. Now 14 is here, and $1,500. You've got to be 15. 14 is bidding 15. Any advance? $1,400 is bidding 15. What do you go, $1,500? Anybody want to be in for 1,500? I've got 14 bid and 1,500. 14 and 1,500. Are you all done and through? $1,400 buys, number 499, the buyer, 499. A 4-piece sterling silver set by Whiting. Pretty nice. Nice condition. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, well, it has to start at $1,300 and 14. Well, I've got 1,600. No, actually, I've got 1,700. Would you go 1,800? I've got 17 bid and $1,800. Anybody like it for 18? 1,700 bid and $1,800. Anybody want to be in for 18? Would you go $1,800? Anybody want like it for 18? I've got $1,700 offered and 1,800. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,700 to 482, the buyer, 482. Sackback Windsor armchair with bulbous turnings and sound condition. Nice turnings on this. And how much for it? Nice condition. How much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 100's bid and 1.25, 1.5 and 75, 175 and $200 and 2.25. 2.25. Now 2.25 got to be 2.25. Would you go 225? 2.25, 2.5, 275. 275. Nate, get him back at 275, 250, 275. Anyone else for 275? 300's bid and 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be in for 350, 300 and 350? Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300 buys, number 3443. 107, oil and canvas, American School, primitive landscape, farm and figure on a Boston canvas. It is unsigned, beautiful folk art painting. And how much for it? Someone, great vibrant colors. Someone give me $500 for it quick. 500, well, $200 to start it. Anybody like to be even two? Would you go to 150, 175? 150's bid and 175. Would you go 175, 150? Now 200. You've got to be 200, 200, now 2.25. 2.25, got to be 225. Anybody like it for 2.25? Now 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5 and 275? 275, are you bidding 275, 250 and 275? Anybody like it for 275? And now 300. $300, now 350. 350, would you go $350? It's got to be 350, now 400, where we should have started. 400, now 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Now 500. $500 going to be 500, now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Now 600. $600, now 650. 600's bidding 650. Would you go $650? Now 700. $700, now 750. 700 and 750. Would you go $750? Anybody like it for 750? I got 700 bid and 750. 700 and 750. Once, now 800. You've got to be 800s. 800, 850. 800's bid and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? 850, now 900. $900, you're bidding 900. 900, now 950. 900's bid and 950. Would you go $950? Anybody like it for 950? I've got 900 bid and 950. Fair warning. 900 and 950. It's been internet against internet all the way. 900 and 950. Fair warning. Down it goes. $900 buys number 5579. Thank you. Maybe my favorite piece of furniture in the sale is 18th century Boston Queen Anne walnut highboy. About 1760 old, solid wood. It is not veneered. It's a wonderful, rich red color, all original brass. The only replacement is probably the finial, okay, within the broken arch top, which is easily removable. But really an exceptional piece of furniture. How much for it? Someone give me about $10,000 for it. $3,000 is where? $3,000. Anybody like to be in for three? Would he go $3,000? It's going to be 3,000's bid and 3,500. Would he go? 3,000's bid and 3,500 or 3,250. Anybody like it for 3,250? 3,500. 3,500. Would he go 3,500? 3,750. One of you. 3,750. Now 4,000. 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. Would he go 4,250? 4,500. 4,500. He's bidding 4,500. 4,750 now. 4,750, John. You get it back at 4,750. Now 5,000. $5,000. Would he go 5? Now 5,500. 5,000's bid and $5,500. You're bidding 5,500. 5,000. 5,500 on John. Now 6,000. One of you. 6,000 on Dan. 6,500 now. 6,500. Would he go 6,500? 6,500 and 7,000. $7,000. Would he go 7,000? 7,500. 7,500. Would it going to be 75? Would he go 7,500? Now 8,000. $8,000. You're going to be 8,000, Dan. 8,000. Now 8,500. $8,500. Would he go 8,500? 8,000's bid and $8,500. Anybody like it for 8,500? I've got 8,000 bid and 8,500. Fair warning. 8,000 and 8,500. Hammers up. Once, twice. Fair warning. Down it goes, $8,000 to 531. The buyer, 531. 109 is a classically carved library table. This one with the drawers on the end. No brasses, never had brasses. All original, including the surface. Kind of nice. This comes to me from a lady, a local woman who lives right between here and Coxsackie. She said she had an estate sale and nobody came. So she called me. And I went over and I got like 10 pieces of Federal furniture from her. And the coin silver basket came out of that house as well. 109, original surface on the library table. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,500 for it. Anybody like to be for $500? $300 for it. $200 to start at 200, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, would he go 2.5 and 75? 275, now 300. 300, would he go 3, now 350, now 400. 400, would he go 400? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would he go $400? 450, now 500. Back to you for 500. 500, now 550. Now 600. $600, you're bidding 600, now 650. 650, now 700. $700, 700, now 750. 750, would he go 750? 700 and 750. Anyone else for 750? I've got 700 bid in 750. Fair 750, now 800. $800, you're going to be 800, 800, 850. 800's bid in 850, would it go $850? Anyone else for 850? I've got 800 bid in 850. Fair warning. $800 buys number 957. 110, an equally nice highboy. This one is Rhode Island, 18th century, probably 1750, 1760, and also has the provenance of the Hamilton fish. Ham's Fish was a politician in the Hudson Valley. He was a representative in Congress for the Hudson Valley back in the John Fitzgerald Kennedy days. Of course, Ham was a Republican. I remember he ran against John Dyson, a friend of mine, and soundly defeated him. But a beautiful, beautiful highboy. Nothing amiss with it, this one either. And somebody give me about $3,000 for this one. $3,000, $2,000. Anybody like it for two? Would you go $2,000? Anybody want to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000 and get it on the road? Any interest in this high boy at $1,000? My goodness, $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? I think we better pass it if we can't get 1,000. What? I've got 750 offered and 800, 800, 850. 800's bid and 850. What do you go? $850. You're going to be 850. 850 now 900. $900 now 950. 900's bid at 950. What do you go? 950. 900's bid at 950. You're bidding 950 now 1,000. $1,000 is going to be 10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? Nothing structurally wrong with this high boy. It's in very, very nice condition. Looking for $1,000. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? I've got 950 bid and $1,000. Anybody want to be in for $1,000? Fair warning, $1,000. My goodness, $1,000 once, twice. Fair warning. $950 buys number 910. The buyer 910. Book press and original paint, kind of nice. Lot 111. And $300 for it. Three, would you go $300? Anybody like it for $300? $200 and get it going. $100 for $150 and $175. $150's bidding $175. Anybody want to be in for $175? $150's bidding $175. Would you go $175? $150's bidding $175. $150 and $175. Once, twice, fair warning. $150 and $175. Down it goes. $150 number 5084. 112, American Safe from the Rooster, unsigned, American School, oil on canvas, nice genre scene. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go $200? $100 and start it. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50. My goodness, $50. Thank you. 60 now 70. Would you go 70? 70 now 80. $80, would you go 80, 70 and 80, 80 now $90, $90 now 100, $100. Anybody else for 100? 90's bidding, 100 and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4's bidding, 1 1/2. Anyone else for 1 1/2? Now 175, sir. 175 now 200. 175 is bidding 2. Would you go 200 now 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2, 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 275, would you go 275, 250 and 275. Anybody else for 275? $250 buys number 3693. 113. Now we're going to bore you with a few rugs. Bacara pattern area rug in excellent condition. This really is in immaculate shape. And I've got 150 to open and 175. Would you go? 150's bidding 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Anybody like to be for 175? I've got 200. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 offered and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. I've got 2 1/2. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. $250 still not the buyer. 460, the buyer. 460. Next lot. Room size, Nichols Chinese, excellent pile, blue bordered, really rich color, shown in the back over here. And someone give me $1,000 for it. I'll take $500 to open. $500, $200 to open. How much? $250 and $300. $250's bid and 3. Would you go $300? $300 now $350. Now $400. $350, $400, now $450. $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Any advance? $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Anybody with $450? Now $500. $500 now $550. $500 is bid and $550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for $550? Now $600. $600 now $650. $600 is bid and $650. Would you go $650? Anybody like it for $650? $600 is bid and $650. Would you go $650? Anybody like it for $650? I've got $600 bid and $650. Once, twice, $600 away it goes. Number 5833, 115. Greenfield Deco Chinese room size rug. This one has a couple of knots showing, but it's a great, a very, very handsome palette. Beautiful palette. The green is very rich. And how much for it? Bidding starts with me at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/2. The book is out. Two and a half, would you go two and a half, two and a quarter is bidding, two and a half, how much? 275, now 300. $300, anybody like it for 300, now 350. Now 400. 350's bidding 400. Would you go $400? Anybody like to be for 400? 350's bidding 400, now 450. 450, now 500. 450's bidding 5, you got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450's bidding 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 450 and 500. $450. Away it goes. Number 5833. 116 room size Hamadan carpet, kind of nice, shown out here. Jake is showing you, and I should think $1,000 or $500 for it. $500 for this one. Anybody want to meet for $5? Got to be $300 to start it. $300, $200. My goodness, 200, 2 and a quarter. 2 is bidding 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Anybody like it for 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. You got to be 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter is bidding 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half? Anybody else like it for 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half? 275, 275. Now 300. Now 300, 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else like it for 300? 275 and 300. Now 350. 350, would you go 350, 300 and 350? Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. Down it goes, $300 number. 983, 117. Antique Caucasian long rug, kind of nice. And $300 quick for it. 450 and 500. 450 and 5, got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 450's bidding 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like being for 500? 450 and 500. $450. Away it goes. Number 5683. Mustard gold Bacara carpet from a lovely Troy residence. This mustard gold Bacara carpet, 87 by 67. Somebody give me 500 for it. $200 to start it. Anybody like me in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody like it for 125? I've got 100 on Nate. 125. You got to be 1 and a quarter. Yes. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a half? Anybody want to be for 1 and a half? 175. Garrett. 175. Would you go be 175? 150's bidding 175. Anybody else like it for 175? 150 and 175. 150 buys, number 985. 119, palace size Kashan carpet. We sold one in the last sale for $7,000 in no better condition than this. Beautiful, beautiful carpet. How much for it? Someone give me $2,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? $500. 500's bidding. 550. Would you go? 500, 550, 600, 650, 650, 700, 700, 750, 750. Would you go 750? 700's bidding. 750 should be. 700's bidding. 750. Would you go $750? It's going to be 750. 750. Would you go 750? 800, 800, 850. 850. Would you go $850? You got to be 850. 800's bidding 850. Anyone else for 850? 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anyone like it for 850? Whoa. $800. Great buy. Number 12, the buyer 12. Lot 120, Chinese area rug, 64 by 36, shown over by Garrett. And $300 down low for it. Would you go $300? $200 for it. Anybody like it for $200? $100 and get it going. 100, thank you. 1 and a quarter. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody want it for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. $100 buys. Number 22, the buyer 22. 121 is the Riley Whiting tall case clock, paint decorated case, wooden works, and it is a working clock, working condition from the New Hampshire home. And a beauty. How much for it? Someone give me about, I should think, 2,000, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $300? $300 to start it. Anybody want to be in for 3? Would you go $300? $200? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Anybody like to be in for 2 and a quarter? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275. Now 300. 300, John, you're going to be 300. What do you go? 300, 270, 300, now 350, now 400. $400 going to be four. What do you go? 400. $400 going to be 400. 3.5 is bidden for. What do you go? $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 350 and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Now 450. 450, now 500. $500 going to be 500. 450 is bidden $500. Anybody like it for 500? Fair warning. 450 and 500. Are you bidding? Yes or no? Once, twice. $450 buys number, is that 16? 18. Thank you. 18. 122 Sackback Windsor armchair in red over the original blue paint. A very lovely chair. Nice size. Good seat height. Everything about it I like. And bidding on this has to start at $750 and $800. Where do you go? $750 is bidding $8. Would you go $800? Anybody like it for $800? $750 is bidding $8. Would you go $800? Anybody like to be in for $800? $800 now $850. $850 now $900. You've got to be $900. $950 now $1,000. You've got to be $1,000. $1,000. $1,000. $1,100. $1,200. $1,100 is bidding $1,200. Anybody else for $12? I've got $1,100 here in the book and $1,200. You're going to be 12. You're out now. $1,200. Are you all done and through? Are you certain? $1,200? $700 to 474, the buyer. 474. Next lot. Oil on porcelain, a well-costumed woman. It's probably Limoges. It's probably French. No, that's not it. It's the one on the mantle, Jake. On the mantle over here in front of the Regency mirror. Oil on porcelain. And how much for her? Someone to give me about, I don't know, $400 for it. $400, $200. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? $100 is where? $100 to start it. Should be hands in the air at $100. My goodness, $50 for it. 50, thank you, and 60, would you go? 50 and 60, 60, now 70, would you go 70, now 80, would you go 80, $90, going to be $100, going to be 100. 90's been $100, would you go $100? Anybody else for 100? 90 and 100? Fair warning, once, twice, $90, John. Number 7, the buyer, 7. Lot 124 is an 18th century New York Chippendale mirror with an Aigle-Musée panel. The Aigle-Musée panel shows a line in it, but wow, what a mirror. That is a great 1790 mirror. New York City. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, 500 for it? 500? Would you go 5? You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? Would you go 200? $100 is where? 100 is bidden. 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 75. And now 200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bidden to 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidden. 2 1/2. Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. 275. Would it go to be 275? Would it go 275? Yes? 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? 275 is bidden 3. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? Fair warning. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? 300 is bidden 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. 350 is bidden 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 is bidden 4. You got to be 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. 400 is bidden 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? I have $400 offered and 450. Once, twice, fair warning. $400 buys number 1085. 125. What? 985. I'm sorry. Check that, Tanya. Evans Jones, 3-gallon crock. I think this is a Pennsylvania maker. A nice crock, beautifully decorated. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? $100 and go. $100 bidden 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidden 1 1/4. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidden 1 1/4. $100 buys. Number 9, the buyer, 9. 126, 19th century oil on canvas, the house portrait. And I think pretty nice. Very folky quality. Neat as a pin. Never been touched in any way, shape, or form. And I've got to open it at $200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. Now 300. You've got to be 300, 275, and 3. Got to be 300. Now 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. I've got 350 seated, and $400 is going to be 4. Would you go 400? 400. Now 450. 450. Would you go 450? Yes. 450. Now 500. $500 going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? Now 550. 550 got to be 550. Wrong answer. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys number 5615. 5615. Okay, American Empire sofa from the Rensselaerville home. Beautiful, real gutsy restoration period sofa. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know. Someone give me $1,000 for it, $500 for it, $300 for it, $200 for that sofa. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 for it. $100 for that sofa. Anybody like it for 100? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. Wow. Nice buy. $100. And your number, please. Number, please. 486. Thank you. 486. All right, that's all right. ES Fox Athens stoneware milk pan with the pouring spout. Also has a little chip, but a rare form. And somebody give me $300 for this one. 300's bidding 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350? 350 now 400. $400 going to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 400 now 450. 450 yes. 450 now 500. $500 going to be 5. Would you go 500? 450's bidding 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500 and 550. And 550, Jim, going to be 550, yes? 550 now 600. 600, would you go 600? 5 1/2 and 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? Once, twice, fair warning. 550 and 600. Down it goes. $550 to number 3, the buyer. 3. 129 is a 20-inch batter bowl in gray-green paint. Kind of nice. And I've got $200 to open, and 2 1/4 would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. 300 now 350. 350 would you go 350? 350 now 400. 400 would you go 400 now 450. 450 would you go $450? You got to be 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 450 now 500. Now 550. 550 would you go 5 1/2? And you've got to be 500's bidding 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I have it on you. 500. 550. Fair warning. Are you bidding? Are you bidding more? Okay. $500 buys number 991. Thank you. 991. Oil on canvas autumn landscape with sheep, signed indistinctly. We couldn't make it out, but what a quality, a real quality hand. A very, very good artist. And how much for it? 20 by 30 inches. Someone give me about, I should think, 500 for it, or if anybody can figure out the signature, probably 1,000. $500. Going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? We've got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Going to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275 now. I have 2 1/2 on the floor behind you. 275. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. Now 300. Now 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350 now 400, sir. 400, yes. 400 now 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? You got to be 450, 400, and 450. Anyone else for 450? Now 500. 500 now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? Now 600. 600 now 650. 650, Dave. I have 600 bidding 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. 700 now 750. 700's bidding 750. Would you go $750? Anybody like it for 750? 700 and 750. Fair warning, 700 and 750. Hammers up, 700, 750, and sold. $700, number 11. 11, the buyer. Nice painting. Very nice painting. Gorham Sterling Flatware Lyric Pattern, service for 8, 43 pieces. And it opens at 600 and 650. What do you go? 600's bidding, 650. What do you go? $650. 42 ounces of sterling silver. 650 and 700. I have 700. What do you go? 750. I have 800. What do you go? 850. 800's bidding, 850. What do you go? $850. Anybody else for 850? You're out in the back on this. 850. What do you go? $850. You're going to be 850. 800's bidding, 850. What do you go? $850. Anyone else for 850? I've got $800 offered and 850. Fair warning, 800 and 850. Down it goes, $800 to bid card 482, the buyer, 482. Mahogany cut corner candle stand with a Queen Anne snake leg. Pretty little stand, wonderful timber in this, very, very nice quality wood. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? Should be hands in the air at 200. My goodness. 200's bidding, two and a quarter. Would you go? 200's bidding, two and a quarter. Now a half. You got to be two. We go 2.5. 2.5. You've got to be 2.5. 200's bidding, two and a quarter's bidding, 2.5. 2 and a quarter's bidding, 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody else for 2.5? I've got 2 and a quarter and 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275. We've got. Think it over. 270, 250's bid and 275. Would it go 275, 250, and 275? Anyone else for 275? $250 buys it. Number 537. 537. Thank you. 133 are 3 bronze rats. I think these are. I don't know if they're Oriental or not, but they're very cool rats. Dark patina signed. They're signed with a cartouche on the bottom. We haven't been able to figure out who the sculptor might have been. But somebody give me about $1,000 for them. 500, 500, $300 for them. 450. I've got 500. What do you go? 550. 500's bidding. 550. What do you go? 550. Anybody else for 550? 500's bidding. 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody want to be in for 550? I've got 500 bidding. 550. What do you go? 550. 500 and 550. Fair warning. $500 buys. Number 527, the buyer. 527. Ruins along the Rhine. Nice oil on canvas. Nice package. Looks like the original frame. Spin that around. Oxidation remains consistent throughout, from the stretcher to the frame. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400 for it. $200. Anybody like to be 200? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter, 2.5. Would you go 2.5? You got to be 2.5, 2 and a quarter, 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5? 2 and a quarter's bidding 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody want to be in for 2.5? 275. 275. Now 300, sir. 300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 is bidding 3. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? 300 with the hammer. 350, sir. 350 would go 350. 300, 350, now 400, 400, $400. Got to be 4. What do you go? 400. 350 is bidding 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 4. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350. Dave, your way number. $3693. Thank you. New York Federal Pipe School drop leaf table, again from that same lady over here outside of Burlington. Original surface on the bottom. Probably, I'm sure, replaced brasses on the ends, but a nice draw, beautiful timber, the best mahogany. And how much for this? Beautifully carved. How much for this lot? Somebody give me about 1,500. I'll take a 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 to start it. 400's bidding. 450. What do you go? 450 and 500. 450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody else like it for 500? 450 on Ashley. $500 going to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 500? 500 now 550. 550. Get them back at 550. 500's bidding 550. Bidding 550 now 600. $600. Would he go 600? 5.5 and 6. Would he go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550's bidding 6. Would he go $600? Anybody want to be in for 600? 5.5 and 6. 5.5 and 6. Fair warning. 600. Now 650. 650. You've got to be 650. 600 and 650. Would he go $650? 650. Are you bidding 650? I've got 600 behind you. 650. You've got to be 650. 650. Now 700. $700. Always good to be sure. 700. Would he go 700? 6.5 and 7. 6.5 is bidding 7. Would he go $700? Anyone else for 700? $650. 537. The buyer 537. Oil on canvas, Ernest Parton, landscape with swans with an inventory label in verso. And $500 for this lot. 500. Would he go 500? The Partons there were three brothers. They were all artists. They lived in Hudson. They were born and raised in Hudson, New York. This is probably when Ernest is working in London, or in England, rather. And how much for it? Somebody give me, how much? 350? 250 and 300. 250 and 275. 250's bidding 275. You got to be 275. Would you go 275? Anybody else like it for 275? Now 300. 300, now 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? Now 500. 450's bidding 500, now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody want to be in for 550? Now 600. $600. You got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? 550's bidding $600. Anybody like it for 600? Fair warning. Once, twice, 550 and 600. $550 buys it. Number 993. 137, 18th century banister back chair in historic first finish. Lovely chair, no hurts, and $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go $300? $200 to start it. $200 for that lovely old chair. Anybody want to be? This is 1740, 1750. $200. $100 is where. $100 for this chair. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4, 1 1/2? Would you go 1 1/2 and 175? Leah, get it back at 175. Now $200. Got to be 2. Would you go 200? 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, Leah. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2, and now 275. 275. Would you go 275? Now 300. $300. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Would you go $300? Got to be 300. 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? I've got 275 bid and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 515. 515, the buyer. 138, Grant Wood, 1936, signed lower right. It is an addition of 250. Provenance is Ernest Kramer. And $500 quick for it. 500, you got to be 5. Would you go 500? 2,250. 2,250 and 2,500. 2,250's bid and $2,500. Would you go 2,500? 2,250's bid and $2,500. Anybody like it for 2,500? 2,250 and 2,500. Fair warning. 2,250 and 2,500. 2,250 buys. Number 997. 139. 2 pieces of chip carved treen, a butter worker and a busk. And bidding has to start at 500 and 550. Would you go? 500 is bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500, 550. Now I've got 600. Would you go 650? 650. Would you go 650? Anybody else like it for 650? I've got $600. 650. I've got 700. Would you go 750? 700 is bidding 750. Anybody like it for 750? Fair warning. Once, twice. $700. I sold it. Number 474. I'm sorry. Lost it with the hammer. 474, the buyer. Okay, a beautiful Mohawk Valley paint decorated blanket chest, shoe feet, all original. Wonderful strap hinges, hand-wrought strap hinges on the interior. With the till, lid is with it. And how much for this lot? I've got, somebody give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? I've got 500 bid. What? I've got 500 ahead of you. Would you go 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 850, 900, 900, 900, 1000, 1100, 1100. I've got 11. Would you go 12, 12, 1300, 13? You're 12, 1300, 13, 14, 1500, 1500. 15 is here. 1600. Leah, get her back at 16. 15 is bidden. $1,600. You got 16. I'm 17. What do you go? 1800. $1,800. Got to be 18. 18. I'm 19. What do you go? 2,000. You got to be 2,000. 2,000. I'm 2,250. What do you go? 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. I'm 3,000. Would you go 3,250? 3,000's bidden. 3,250. 3,000's bidden. 3,250. Would you go 3,250? Anybody else for 3,250? I've got $3,000 offered and 3,250. Fair warning. 3,000 and 3,250. Once, last call. 3,000, 3,250. Fair warning. $3,000 buys. 474. The buyer. 474. That takes a sting out of some things. Huh? What do we got? Oil on canvas. Rene Richard, Mexico. Shown over here. Lot 141. Somebody give me about 400 for it. 400. He's one of those 20th century guys that's pretty well respected. 400. You got to be four. Would he go 400? Well, $300 then. Anybody like it? But three would got to be three. Would he go $200 to start it? 250 and 275. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bidding 275. It's got to be 275. Would he go 275? 250's bidding 275 and 300 and 300. 275 is bidding three. You got to be three. Would he go 300? 275 is bidding three. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning, 275 and 300. Once, twice, 275 buys, number 909. Thank you. 142. Country accessories, pipe box, bellows, and candle box. I think a very cool candle box or knife pipe box. I've never seen this particular model before, and this is cool. Look at the bottom of that. It's got the owner's name on the bottom of it. Rose, I think is the name. Neat as a pin. How much for that? Somebody give me about 400 for them. $200 to start them. Two and a quarter, 2.5, 275, 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,100. 1,000's been $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1,100? 1,000's been $1,100. Would he go $1,100? Anybody else like it for 11? Would he go 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300? 12 is bidding 13. Would he go $1,300? Anybody like it for 13? $1,200. Number 24, the buyer 24. 143. Country accessories, firkin, bellows, and decoy. That is the canvas back decoy, right? Yellow bellows. And a nice little firkin, a nice small size in paint. And $200 for this lot. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. 200, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 275. 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650. 650, would he go 650 now? $700, 750. 750, would he go 750? Anybody want to be in for 750? 700 and 750. $700, 24. The buyer 24. 144. Carrier in mulberry paint and a Farrier's box. Really well built, both of these. And $300 for this lot. 300. $200 for this lot. 200. Anybody want to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? Kathy Seibel's favorite color, mulberry. 200. $100 for this color. What? 150 and 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody want to be in for 175? 150 is bidding, 175. Anyone else for 175? 150 and 175. Fair warning. 150 buys. Number 915. 145. 2 game boards, including checkers and backgammon. These have nice age. And $300 for this lot. 300. 500 is bidding. 550. 500 is bidding. 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I got 500, 550. Now 600. Would you go 600? 5.5 is bidding 6. Would you go 600? 600. I was 600 ahead of you, Dave. 600, 650. Back to the phones for 650. I got 650 on the internet. Now 700. 700. One of you. $700 is going to be 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else like it for 700? 6.5 and 7. Fair warning. 700. 650 buys. Number 915. 146 is the Selby Hudson, New York, 2-gallon crock with cobalt blue floral decoration. Kind of nice. Selby and Company, Hudson. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it, quick. 500, $300 for it. My goodness, $300. Anybody want to start off the Hudson crock for 300? $200 and get it going. Two. Would it got to be 2? Would it go $200 at 200, 2.25, 2.5? 2.5. Would you go 2.5 and 275? 275. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bidding 275. Would you go 275? Anybody like it for 275? Under the money now at 275. 250 buys. Number 3, the buyer. 3. 147. 2 New York State 19th century baskets. One a swing handle, one a fast handle. Great color on these, almost the color of tobacco. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400. $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? Got to be 2 to go. $100 for them. 100 for 1.25, 1.5. I took you for 1.25. You go 1.5, 1.5, 175. Now 200, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? 2.25 is bidding 2.5. Anybody want me for 2.5? 2.25, 2.5, 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? Anybody else for 3? 275 and 3. Fair warning. Too late. 275, number 24. The buyer, 24. 148. Anton Otto Fisher. Clipper ship on the ocean, open seas. Neat as a pin. Anton Otto Fisher was an illustrator and an artist from the Woodstock area back in the day, back in the heyday of the artist colony. This one is lovely and a great frame, again, from the Bedford house. How much for this? Someone give me about 3,000 for it. 2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody? What? 750 and 800 and 850. 850, 900, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 11, 1,200, 1,200. Got to be 12. Would it go $1,200? 12 now. 1,300, 13 and 14. 14. You got to be 14. 1,400, 1,500, 15, 1,600, 16, 16, 1,700, 1,800. 1,800, average it out. Remember the carpet? 1,800, 1,900, 1,900, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250. Would you go 2,250? 2,000's bid in 2,250. That's your money? 2,000? Yes? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 2,250 is on John now. 2,250, 2,500 girls, 2,500, 25, 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 2,500's been in 2,750. Ooh. I'm sorry. I committed. 2,500 to number 12. Gentleman behind you will give you a small profit on that. He was trying to bid and I missed him. I'm sorry. Okay. Fanback Windsor with carved ears. Neat as a pin. Lovely, lovely bulbous turnings. No hurts. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Anybody like it for 225 and 250? You've got to be 250. 2.25's bidding 2.5 now. 2.5. 275 also. Thank you. And 300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 3. Got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. 275 buys. Number 3049. I like this bowl. Color, wonderful condition, rectangular wooden bowl. You don't usually see these. This is all hand drawn. This was not spun on a wheel. How much for it? Somebody give me 300 for it. $200 for it. 100's bid, 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 175, now 200. $200 got to be two. Would he go 200? 175 and two. You got to be two. Would he go $200? Anybody else like it for 200? 175 is bidding two. We got to be two. Would he go $200? And two, now 2.25, now 2.5. You've got to be 2.5, 2.25, 2.5. Anybody else like it for 2.5? 2.5, fair warning. Once, twice, 2.25 buys. Number 24, the buyer 24. 151 is a 19th century Mocha-ware pitcher with blue bands. Nice condition, beautiful plied handle, lovely handle. And how much for it? Somebody give me 300 for it, 200, $100 and go. What? 1.25 and a quarter and a half and 75. 175, you're going to be 175. Now 200, would he go 200? 200, now 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25, would he go 2.25? 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be three. Would he go 300, 275, and three? Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 buys. Number 11, 11 the buyer. 152. Pie safe covered with pierced tin panels, solid doors, pierced tin on the side, beautiful condition, wonderfully shaped backsplash, about as nice as you like to find one. And I got a little bit of interest in this, but somebody give me 500 to open. $500 going to be 500. I've got 300. Would he go 350? I've got 300 bidding 350. Would he go 350? 350 now 400. 350 is bidding four. You got to be four. Would he go $400? 350 is bidding four. Would he go $400? Anybody like it for 400? 3.5 and four. 3.5 is bidding four. Got to be four. Would he go $400? Anybody like it for 400? 350 and 400. Under the money now at 350 and 400. Once, twice, fair warning. $350 your way, number 1003. There are three whimsies. One is in paint. Before people used to spend their evenings, long winter evenings at home with a stick and a jackknife and do a little whittling. Well, there you have it. I think they're really nice. Somebody give me $300 for them. $200. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would he go? $100. 100. What? 175 and two. Would he go? 175 and two. Got to be two. Would he go? $200. Anybody like him for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 and $200. Once, twice. 175 on Dave. Number 1004. Thank you, David. 19th century Windsor hanging shelves in black paint with yellow piping. I think a rare form. I love the display. The display on the shelves are shaped. Beautiful backsplash, original surface, and how much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it. 500, 400. I've got 300 to open and 350. Would he go? 300's bidding 350. Would he go 350? 350 and I've got 400. Would he go 450? 400 and 450. Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bidding 450. Would he go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. $400 buys. Number 521. The buyer 521. 155. A large batter bowl with ochre over red paint. Kind of nice. $500 for it. 500. 400 and 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would he go 450 bidding? 450. Would he go $450? You got to be 450. I've got 400 bidding 450. Any advance? 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. $400 buys. David, you bought it? 992. Thank you. 156 is a 20th century theorem on velvet. Beautifully executed. Looks like could easily be a David Ellinger. A lovely 20th century theorem, beautifully executed. And how much for it? Society of Vermont Craftsman label. It's possibly Anne O'Brien. Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, $200 for the theorem. Anybody like to be for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 for it. $100 for that theorem. Anybody like it? Wow, $100. $50 for it. $50. Anybody want to be for 50? $50. Any interest? No interest? 50, thank you. And 60, would he go? 50, I have in 60, would he go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 is bid in 60, would he go $60? Anybody like it for 60? $50 your way, Dave. 955, 157. Two shaker four-fingered sewing boxes, one with a bail handle and one with a Mount Lebanon label, Mount Lebanon gift shop label. Shaker made, I think it says. And somebody give me about $300 for the two of them. 200's bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 275. 275 and $300 are going to be 300 and 350. 300's bid and 350. Would he go $350? You're going to be 350. 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. 350. $300. Number 3, the buyer. 3. 158. 2-door dry sink, an old grungy surface. That's the truth. A lovely old dry sink. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 and get it going. Got to be 400's bidding. 450. Would he go? 400's bidding. 450. Would he go? $450. Anybody like it for 450? 400's bidding. 450. Would he go? $450. Anybody like it to be in for 450? 400 and 450. You're bidding 450. I've got 400 and 450. Wow, I thought this was going to fly. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 your way, number 5448. Next lot. 159. N. Clark Jr., 4-gallon crock with cobalt spotted flower. Whoever this artist was, this spotted business, he did birds too. And it must have worked for N. Clark Jr. for a very short period of time because you don't find them. Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would he go 200? $100 is where? 100 and a quarter and a half. 1 1/2. Would he go 1 1/2 and 75 and $200? Got to be 2. Would he go 2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275 and 300 and 300 and 350. 350. Would he go 350? 300 and 350. Now 400. $400 going to be 4. Would he go 400? 350's bidding 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 buys. Number 3, the buyer. 3. 160. Cut frame Chippendale mirror and a nice one. Replaced backboards, but a real 18th century looking glass. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be mid 2? Got to be 2. Would he go $100 and get it going 100, 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 150, 175, 175. Would he go 175? 150's bidding 175. 150's bidding 175. Would he go 175? $150 your way, number 3003. 161 wooden horse model on stand. We don't know exactly what it was, but it's very cool sculptural object. And how much for it? Somebody give me 200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to for 100? It's going to be 100. Would he go $100? $100 going to be 100. Would he go $100? $50, 50, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90. Now 100. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, $200, 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would he go 2 1/4? Anybody like 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/2. You're going to be 2 1/2, 275, 250, 275. Now 300. $300. Would he go 300? Now 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Would you go 3 1/4? What? 350. Now 400. 400. 350's bidding 4. Going to be 4. Would you go 400? 350's bidding 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? 350 buys. Number 1008. 1008. Okay, brace back continuous arm Windsor in black paint. Kind of nice. $500. Quick for it. 500. Big hands in the air at 500. $500 going to be 5. Would he go 300? 300, thank you. And 350, would he go? 300 I have and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300's bid and 350. Would he go 350? Now 400, now 450. 400's here and 450. Would he go $450? He's going to be 450. 400 and 450. 400's bid and 450. Would he go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400. Number 3, the buyer. 3, 163. Glove maker's trade sign. This is metal would have hung outside the shop. A lot of times it would have a top hat and then the glove, a haberdashery. And somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, 200 for it. $100 for it. Hundreds bid, 1.25, 1.25, 1.5. You're going to be half and 175. 175, you're bidding 175. 150 and 175, you're bidding 175. 175, now 200. You got to be two, what do you go, 200. 175, 200, now 2.25. 200's bidding, 2.25. 2.25, you're bidding 2.25. 2.25. Anybody like to be in for 2.25? $200 to the internet number. 919 164. Oil on board, chickens and fowl in the barnyard. Signed in distinctly, maybe something like Willamette. We couldn't make it out. Somebody give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be 2.25? Would you go 2.25? Anybody like it for 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25, now 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275 now 300. 300 now 350, now 400. $400, you've got to be 400. 350 bid, 400, now 450. 450, what do you go, 450, now 500. $500 going to be 5, what do you go, 500. 450's bidding, 500. That's your money at 450. And 500, 500, now 550. 550, now 600. $600, what do you go, 600. 550's bidding, $600. Anybody else like it for 600, 5.5, and 6? $550. Your number, please. 34, the buyer. Thank you. 34. 165, country accessories, including, I like the little oval lap box, great color blue, chrome yellow bellows, and a hanging wall box. Somebody give me 400 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 for it. 100's bidding, 1.25, 1.5, 75, $200. $200 is going to be two. What do you go? 200, 200, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. 2.25 is bidding, 2.5 and 275. 275 now 300. $300. What do you go? 300. 270. 300 now 350. 300 now 350. Any advance? 300 and 350. What do you go? 350. 350 now 400. $400 going to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody like it for 400? 350 and 400. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? 450. 400's bid in 450. Any advance? 400 and 450. $400 to the internet number 1009 166. 3 shaker oval fingered boxes, 1 in blue paint, and $500 quick for these. $500, $300 for these. Anybody like 400's bidding 450? What do you go? 400's bidding 450 and 500 and 550. 600, 600, 650. 600's bidding 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else for 650? I got 600 bid and 650. 650 now 700. 700, 750. 750, you've got to be 750. Fair warning. 700 and 750. Once, twice. $700. Number 3, the buyer. 3. Next lot. 167. 19th century stairs, stair shelves over there with the ducks on them. Nice surface. And $500 for those. $500. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. What do you go? $200, $100 for them. 150 and 175. Anybody like about 175? Now 200. 200 now 2.25. 2.25, 2.5. You got to be 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. 2.25 is bidding. 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. Anybody like them for 2.5? Once, twice. 2.25 buys. Number 1012. Next lot. 168. Barrel churn in original blue paint. Nice paint on this. Terrific form. I love the barrel. Nicely banded. Original dasher. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. What do you go? 200. 150, 175. 175, 200. $200 got to be 2. You're not in, Nate. We got 1, 2, now 2.25, now 2.5. 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. 2.25 is bidding 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5 and 275? Now 300. 300 now 350. 350 now 400. 350 is bidding 4. Got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 is bidding 4. Got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody want to be in for 4? Fair warning. $350 buys, number 24, the buyer 24. A lovely box now. From a just outside of Hudson, New York residence, beautifully grain painted, original hasp, original feet, great paint decorated box in rosewood graining. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to eat it for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody want it for $100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be it for $100? $50. Thank you. And 60 and 70, 70 and 80 and 90. $90 is going to be 90, 80 and 90. Anybody want? And 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you got to be 1 1/2? Would you go 1/2 and 75? 175. Would you go 175, 150 and 175? You can put all your good stuff in it. 175. Now 200. $200 got to be two. Would you go 200, 175 and two? Would you go $200? Anybody else for two? 175 and two. Fair warning. 175 and 200. Nice buy. 175. 904 the buyer. 904. All right. What do we have? Carl Kaba, bronze Indian chief. Beautiful condition. Original shape. Nicely signed on, I believe, on his lower leg or foot. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $2,000 for the Kaba. $2,000. $1,000 is where? Give me hands in the air at $1,000. $500 and go. $500 is going to be $500. Would you go $500? Anybody like to be in for $500? $500 is going to be $500. Would you go $500? No interest? $300? No, we'll pass the lot. No interest. Okay, 171. Miniature 3-drawer chest. A beautifully shaped backsplash on this. Honest as can be. How much for it? 19th century miniature chest. Somebody give me $500 for it. $500, $300 and start it. $300, yes. $200, $200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, $275 and $300 and $350 and $400 and $450 and $500 and $550. $500 has been $550, $600 and $650. $700 and $750, $800 and $850, $850, $800 has been $850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for $850? I've got $800 offered in $850. $800 buys. Number, is it two? Yeah, number two, the buyer. 172 is the other call, Kaba bronze. Somebody give me $500 to start this one off. $500 on this collar, Kaba bronze. Anybody like it for $5? Got to be $5. Got to be $5. We go $300. Pass this lot as well. No interest in the Kabas. Albany slip glazed milk pan and a big one. There's a big stoneware milk pan shown in the back case in Albany slip glaze. And bidding starts at 100 and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? Fair 1 1/2. 175. 175 now. 150's bidding 175. You're bidding 175 now. $200 going to be 200. 175 and 200. Fair warning. Once, twice. 175 buys. Number 904. Next lot. 174 is the Dasher butter churn. Kind of nice, all original. Somebody give me about $500 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? It's going to be $100 and start it. $100 where? Anybody want to be in for $100? $50 and go. $50 is going to be $50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for $50? $25. 25 and 35. 25 and 35 are going to be $35. 25 and 35 are going to be $30. We're going to be $35. That's your money, sir, at 25. I won't let you bid against yourself. I know you're anxious. He's anxious to bid again, folks. 25 and 35. $25. Number 19, the buyer, 19. 175. I believe this could well be American. Early chip carved Bible box with snipe hinges. This is a real early box. This is 18th century or 17th, maybe. And somebody give me $500 for it, quick. $500, $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for $3? Got to be $3. Would you go $300, $200? Everybody wants 200. Somebody give me 300, 250, 300, 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be in for 3.5? Would you go 3.5? Anybody like to be in for 3.5? I've got $300 offered and 350. Fair warning. Wow, I expected this to bring like 1,500, 2,000, $300. Buys it. Number 3, the buyer. 3. Jay Harrington, Lyons, New York, 2-gallon crock with a lid. Nice to have the lid. Very serviceable. And I don't know. I don't think it's damaged, but somebody said that they thought it might have an area of restoration in the front lip. Right? It's a debatable point anyway. And somebody give me about $500 for it, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2 to go $200, $100 and start it. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Now a half. You got to be 1.5 and 75. 175. Would you go 175? 175 and $200 and 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 2.25. 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275. You're bidding 275. 250. 275. 275. 300. New fire. 350. 350. 400. One of you. $400. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? 350's bidding 4. Would you go $400? 400 now. 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? You're going to be 450. 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 530. 530. 177. 18th century ladderback armchair with 5 graduated slats. Neat as a pin. Nice early chair. These are always missing that front foot. This one still retains its original little onion-shaped feet. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about, I should think 500 for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? $100. My goodness, hundreds bidding 1.25. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like it for 1.25? Hundreds bid 1.25, 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Anybody like to be in for 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. You got to be 150. Would you go $150? Anybody else for 150? 1.25 is bidding 150. 1.25 buys. Number 24. The buyer 24. 178. 2 Hudson, New York druggist stoneware jugs. Rossman and McKinstry and C.W. Hinsdale. Both of them are in nice shape. So somebody give me about 500 for the 2 of them. 500. $200 for the 2 of them. Anybody like to be in for $200? It's going to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100 for 2 pieces of stoneware. $100 is bid. 125. You're going to be 125, 150, 175. 175 and $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bid and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 2. 175, 200 now, 2.25. 200 is bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anyone else for 2.25? 200 is bidding 2.25. $200 buys. Number 5615. 179, circa 1790, Hepplewhite inlaid sideboard with spade feet. This one has foot restoration. You buy it as you see it, but a hell of a piece of furniture, dripping in inlay. How much for it? Somebody give me about, I don't know. I should still think it'd be worth $2,000, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for $500? $500 is going to be 5. What do you go 500? Well, 300 then. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Going to be 225. Anybody like it for 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 2 is bidding 225. $200 is bid and 225. Fair warning. 200 buys. Number 5579. 180 stoneware, including a redware jug, a batter jug, a flask, and a mortar and pestle, a wooden mortar and pestle. And someone give me $200 for this lot. $200. $100 for all of it. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bid number, please. 1004. 181. 2 baskets, open weave cheese and a double handled. It looks like the Angels made these. I mean, these are just beautiful condition. And how much for them? Someone give me about $200 for them all? $200 for those baskets. Anybody like them for 200? I think they're better than that. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, half and 75. 175, what do you go 175? 150's bidding 175. 150's bidding 175, what do you go 175? Anybody like them for 175, 150, 175? 150 buys, number. Yeah. You're up to 200? Well, they're not here, we are. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Do they want to bid anymore? Okay, $200 buys, number 3443. 182. I think this is a pretty rare chair. It's a community rocker, arched panel, original canvas upholstery, archaic surface. And bidding has to start at $950 and $1,000. Where do you go? $950's bidding $1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $950's bidding $1,000. It's going to be $1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for $1,000? $1,000. I have $1,100. Would you go $12? $12. I have $13. Would you go $1,400? $1,400. Is it going to be $14? $13 is bidding $14. Going to be $14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for $1,400? I've got $1,300 bid and $1,400. $1,300 buys, 474 the buyer, 474. American Still Life Floral Bouquet, unsigned. A real quality hand though, beautifully executed. How much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100. My goodness, $100. Anybody like it for 100? $100. Got to be 100. Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for 100? $50 for it. 50, thank you, and 60. Would it go 60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 is bidding 60. Would it go $60? Anybody want to be in for 60? Genuine oil painting, $60. Fairwort, 60, now 70. $70. Would he go 70? 60 is bidding $70. Anybody like 70? Now 80. 80, now 90. 80's bidding 90, got to be 90. Would he go $90? Anybody like to be in for 90? 80 and 90. $80 buys, number 11. 11 the buyer. 184, 19th century Carrier with butter paddle collection. The Carrier is really nice, too. You can't see it with all those paddles in there. But that's a wonderful collection of butter paddles right out of the attic. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for them. $100 for them all. 100's bidding $1.25 and $1.5. 1.5, you got to be 1.5 and 75. 75 and $200. $200 got to be 2. Would you go 200 now? 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2.5. 2.5, 275. 275 now 300. 300. Would you go 3? You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys, number 9 the buyer. 9. 185. 3 working duck decoys, the longest 18 inches long. And how much for that lot? Someone give me 500 for those. They're shown over there on the stairs next to Garrett. $300 for them. $100 for them all. $250. 150, 175, now 200. $200 got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else? 2 1/4, 2.5. Would you go 2.5 and 75? 275. Would you go 275, 250 and 270? Now 300. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? 275 is offered and 300. Fair warning. Down it goes. $275. The number 3295. 186 are 3 round pantry boxes, the largest 11.5 inches in diameter, and $200 for this lot. $100 for this lot. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else? Now I have 1 1/4, 1.5. Anybody like them for 1.5? 1 1/4's bidding 1.5. Anybody like to be in for 1.5? 1 1/4, 1.5. A 1 1/4 buys. Number 5567. 187 is a primitive 4-door covered in red paint. Kind of nice. And $300 down low for it. Should be hands in the air at 300. Got to be three. Would he go 300? Could be asking for 1,000 and then backing down, but I'm trying to save some time. $300. Anybody want to be at the three? Would he go $200 to start it? $200. Anybody like this covered even remotely? $200. $100 is where? 150. Thank you. And 175. 150's bid 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 150's bid 175. Now 200. $200 going to be two. Would he go 200? 175 is bid 200. Now 2.25. 200 is bid 2.25. Would he go 2.25? Anybody want to be in for 2.25? Now a half. 2.5 and 75. 275. 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be three. 300 now 350. 300 is bid 350. Would he go $350? Anybody like it at 350? 300, 300, 350. I have $300 offered and 350 once, twice. $300 buys number 1019, 188. The country accessories, including the Iron Cow boot scraper, tin lantern, which is really a nice one, the spice box, which has all the interior little spice containers, Bennington bird jug, which is as is. So that whole lot, and bidding opens at $100 and 1.25. Okay, 150, 175. 150's been 175. Would he go 175? Anybody else for 175? 150's been 175. We got to be 175. Would he go 175? Now 200. $200 going to be 200. Fair warning. Now 2.25. 200's been 2.25. Would he go 2.25? Two is bidden 225. $200. Your weight number 5567. Running Horse weather vane. It has some repairs, but it's a nice, honest one. And bidding, it's up on directionals. And let's see, somebody give me 500 for it. 500, 400, 300, 200. 200 is bidding 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, and 275. 275. 275 is me. 300, 300, 350, 400. $400. Would he go 400? 350 is bidding 4. Would he go 375 if that helps? 375. Would he go 375? 350, 375. Anyone else for 375? $350 to bid card 521. The buyer 521. Hedgehog. This is what everybody needs. A stuffed hedgehog. How much for it? Somebody give me about $100 for it. Anybody like what? 125 and 150. 125 has been 150. Would he go $150? Anybody like it for 150? 1.25 has been in 1.5. Would he go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5. 1.25 buys. Nate? 1022. 191. 2 cobalt decorated Crocs. Kind of nice. Bennington 6-gallon Ovoid and a 5-gallon Port Edward shown in the back. And $300 for this lot. $300. $200 for these guys. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would he go 200? 100's bidding 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would he go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would he go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. I'll tell you that Ovoid is pretty nice. 100's bidding 1.25. Would he go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? $100 buys them. Number 5567. Thank you. Labeled J.C. Ibbotson, R.A., Vista landscape with peasants resting in the castle yard. Oil on panel. This is on a nice wooden panel now, as I recall. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200 for it. 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? Going to be? Would he go $100? 100's been 1.25. 100's been 1.25. Would he go 1.25? Anybody want to be in for 125? 100's been 1.25. Would he go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? $100 your way, girls. Number, please. Your number, is it number 4? Number 4. Thank you very much. Carved Oriental teakwood altar table with drawers. Beautiful size, terrific size, shown over there next to Jake. And $500 for it. 500. Anybody like to be for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? 300. $200 for it. 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. 2.5. You got to be 2.5. 275. Now 300. 300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Got to be 300. 275 and 3. 300 now 350. 350 now, 400. $400 going to be 4. Would he go 400? 3.5 and 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else for 4? Now 450. 450. Would he go 450? 400 and 450 should be 450. Would he go $450? I think it's worth it. 450. Would he go 450? You'll be kicking yourself tomorrow. $400. Down it goes. Number 1023. And I thank both of you. 194 is the gilt frame mirror, kind of nice, shown right above the ladders over here. And it's $500 quick for it. 500. First gilt on that. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would he go 300? 200? $200. Anybody like it for 200? $100 and go. $100. Anybody like that mirror for 50? Thank you. And 60. Would he go $60? Anybody like it for 60, 70, 80? $80. One of you. 80, 90. $90. You've got to be 90. Would he go $90? You've got to be 90. Now 100. 100 bid. 1.25. 1.25. Would you go 1.25? 1.5 now. 1.5. 1.5 and 175. One of you. 175. Now 200. 200. 200. Now 2.25. 2.25. Now 2.5. Would you go 2.5? You got to be 2.5. 2.5. Would you go 2.5 and 275? 275. You're bidding 275. 250 and 275. Now 300. $300. Going to be 3. Would you go 300? 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. You're bidding $350. You're going to be 350. 300. 350. 300 and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. 350 with the hammer. I'll take it. 400. You've got to be 400. Sarah, would you go 400? 350's bidding 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? $350. Nate, you bought it? Number, please. 978. 195 is a Chinese stone-carved figure of a priestess, 16 inches tall, and I've got 150 to open and 175. Would you go? 150's bidding 175. 175 now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 has been 2. Would you go to $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 2. 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 2? Fair warning. 175 and 200. $175 to number 527, the buyer. 527. 3 hand-colored engravings by Luigi Casimir, pencil signed. And the editions are, one is 78 out of 100. Varying sizes. All they need is frames. And someone give me $200 for this lot. $100 for these. $100 for all 3 of them. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 for them. 50 and 60 and 70. 70 and 8. You got to be 70. Would you go 70? I've got 60 on the floor behind you and $70. 60's bidding $70. You got to be 70. Would you go $70? Anybody else for 70? $60. Buys number 31. The buyer 31. 197. Seth Thomas double dial calendar clock, patented 1876, in working order. And how much for it? Again, from the New Hampshire house. And I should think 500 for it. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? 300. 300. $200 is going to be 200. 2.25. So you're in 2.5. You're going to be half and 275. 250's bidding 275. You're going to be 275. Anybody like it? But now 300. 300 now 350. 300 and 350. 350 now 408. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go 450 now 500? $500. Would you go 5? You got to be 5. Would you go $500? It's going to be 500. $500. You're bidding 500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 475. 500 now 550. 500 and 550 now 600. Back to you for 600. Nate, would you go 600? 550's bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550 and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550, Sarah. No, nice buy. 3932? 3932. Thank you. Mahogany Hepplewhite Pembroke table with a draw. A nice country rendition. Beautiful early mahogany, probably 1820-ish, 1810. A lovely little tapered leg table. And how much for it? It's the one that we had the Windsor chairs around. Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go to $100 is where? $100 on that table. Anybody want to be in for $100? You were going to offer some little old lady $100 for a table that belonged to her great-grandmother, you'd probably be shown the door. Somebody give me $50 for it. $50 for that table. 50, thank you. And 60, what do you go? 50 and 60. 100, thank you. 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. Anybody else for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Fair warning. $100 buys it, Nate. 909, thank you. 199 is an oil on panel by Asa Twitchell. Asa Weston Twitchell lived from 1820 to 1904. He was an Albany artist, and this one also says, it says A. Twitchell, Albany, I think. A beautiful little portrait of a rather smart-looking child. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $1,000 for it? $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $5? You got to be $5. Would you go for $300 to start it? $300. Anybody like to be in for $3? You got to be $3. Would you go $200 for it? $200. Anybody like that painting for $200? My goodness, $100 is where? $100 for the probably 1830s, 1835 portrait of a child. $200. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50. $50. 50, thank you. And 75, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60? 60? $50, way back, number 6, thank you. 6, the buyer. Lot 200 is the solid Carrera marble holy water fountains. These are customarily, in present day world, not used so much for holy water anymore, but as garden fixtures. And how much for those? Someone give me about, I should think 500 for them. 500, $200 for them. I'm sorry? 200, I have 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2, you got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Would you got to be 2 1/2? Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like them for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Fair warning, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys, number 527, the buyer, 527. 36-inch tiger maple 4-drawer chest with flat bracket feet, a beauty. 36 inches wide, a sweet, sweet size. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. 500, we got to be 500 now, 550. 550 now, 600. 600, what do you go, 600? 550, 600 now, 650. 650 now, 700. $700, what do you go, 700? 700 now, 750. 750, what do you go, 750? 750 now, 800. Back to you for 800. 750, 800 now, 850. 850, what do you go, $850? 850 now, 900. $900 is going to be 9, what do you go, 900, 950. 950, got to be 950, what do you go, 950 now, $1,000. $1,000, what do you go, 1,000? 1,000, now 1,100, Dan. $1,100, what do you go, 1,100, now 12. $1,200, what do you go, 12, got to be 12, now $1,300, got to be 13. 13, what do you go, lucky 13, now 1,400. $1,400, what do you go, 14. 13 is bidding $1,400, you're bidding 14, now 1,500. $1,500, got to be 15, what do you go, 1,500. 1,500, now 1,600. 16, you've got to be 16, now 1,700. $1,700, got to be 17, what do you go, 1,700, what do you go, 17. 1,600 is bid in 17. Fair warning, 1,700. Fair warning, Dan. 1,700. $1,600 buys, number 537, the buyer, 537. Crazy quilt in immaculate condition. I don't think this thing has ever seen a bed. Beautiful, beautiful condition. All kinds of crazy embroidery on it. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175, and 200, one of you. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275, and 300. $300, would you go 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? Now 350. 350, would you go $350? Now 400. Back to them for 400. I've got 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? It's a beauty. I'm sorry. 450, we got to be 450. What do you go, $450? You got to be 450, 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, $400 to the internet number 1028. 203, miniature portrait on board of a woman in a gilded frame. Kind of nice. And someone to give me about $300 for it, $200, $100 for it, $100. Anybody want to be in for $100? $50 and start it. Anybody like to be in for 50? We got to be 50. Would you go 50 and 60? 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60 now? 70. $70 now. 80. 80. Would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? 70 and 80. Anybody want to be in for 80? $70. Your way, Nate. Number 1029. 204. Bronze Buddha in meditation. This is a beautiful nut brown patina. And $300 for it. $300, $200, $100 for the Buddha. Meditating Buddha for $100. Well, $50 then. 50, would you go 50 and 60? Would it got to be 60? 60 now, 70, 70 now, 80. $80, would you go 80? $80. Anybody else for 80? Anybody want to be for 80? $70 buys. Number 31, the buyer 31. 205, horse pull toy with iron wheels. Kind of nice. And $300 for it. $300 on the early toy. 19th century a pull toy. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? Got to be $100. Would you go $100? Any interest at $100? $100. Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $100? 50 is bid and 60. We got to be 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 60 now, 70. Would you go $70? Would you go $70? 70 now, 80. $80. You got to be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like to be for 80 now? 90. $90. You got to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody like it for 90? 80 is bid at $90. Anybody want to be for 90? 80 and 90. Fair warning. $80 and $90. $80 away it goes. Number 904. What do you got? Oh, yeah. Okay. 206 is the Pembroke table. Turned leg and plumb bob feet. Original brass. Nice size. And how much for it? It's 33 and a quarter inches long. A sweet size. And let's see. I should think 300 to open. Should be easy money. 300 where? Been a tough day for furniture. $300. Anybody want to be in for three? Got to be three. What do you go? $200 for it. $200. Anybody like it for 200? John, $100. $100. Anybody like it for 100? It's a nice New York table. $100. And 100's bid 1 1/4. Thank you, sir. 100's bid 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. 1 1/4. $100 buys. Number one, the buyer. 207. 2 amber glass whiskey decanters with silver collars. Nicely stoppered. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $500 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100. My goodness. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175. 200. 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2. The book is out. Thank you. Thank you for that, Abby. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody want to be? I have. You're 250. I need 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250's bid and 275. Fair warning. 275 with the hammer. Would you go 300? 300? I don't blame you. 300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 buys. Number 917. 208. Oil on canvas. Catterskill Clove. Signed AR. Just initialed AR 83. This is the same background scenery as you see in Kindred Spirit. But Sanford Gifford isn't in it. So somebody give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take $500 to open. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. What got to be 500? 300's bidding 350. What do you go? 300 and 350. Got to be 350 and 400. 400 and 450. 450 and 500. 500 and 550. 550, $600 now. 600, 650. 650, you've got to be $650. Anybody else for 650? I've got 600 bidding 650. Would you go 600, 650? Now 700. Yep. $700. You got to be 7. Would you go $700? Anybody like it for 700? 650's bid at 700. $650. Buys number 510, the buyer, 510. 209, the two-door hanging cupboard in red paint, kind of nice, and I've got 100 to open and 1.25. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like a quarter? Now a half. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Would you go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25 buys. Number 5843. 210 English or Irish tilt-top tea table, and a nice one. Beautifully carved legs and border around the top. Bird cage. Tip that up and let them see the top. It's a lovely table. And someone should be asking $1,500, but I'll take $500 to open. $500 is going to be $5. Would you go $500? 300's bidding $350. Would you go? 300's bidding $350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for $350? 300's bidding $350. Would you go $350? Anybody want to be in for $350? 300 and $350. $300 buys. Number 5843. 211. Bronze Hindu goddess Saraswati, goddess of learning, education, music, and poetry. She is gilded bronze, kind of nice, and I've got $100 to open and 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like it for 1.25? Now a half. 1.5 is here, and you've got to be 175. Would you go 175? 150's with me. 175. Now 200's with me. Would you go 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. We've got to be 225. Anybody else for 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. $200 buys. Number 527, the buyer. 527. 212. 212 is a 800 fine silver tray, approximately 20 ounces of silver. 800 fine, and I've got it opens at 300 and 350. What do you go? 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got $300 off. Opening bid of 300 and 350. Fair warning, 350. $300 buys. Number 527, the buyer. 527. 213 Lyreback chair, possibly the workshop of Duncan Fife, New York. Kind of nice. And I should think $500 down low for it. 500. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start it. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and go. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? Thank you. 2.25. 2.25. 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.25 is bidding 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody want to be in for 2.5? Fair warning. 2.5. 2.25 buys. Number 1031. 214 bronze tankard, signed Paul Riker. 1849 to 1923. Women washing at a stream. And a little bit of a bid on this. It opens at $100 and 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? I've got 175. Would you go 200? Once 200, now 2.25. The book is out. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody else for 2.25? I've got $200 offered and 2.25. $200. Nate, your way number 921. 215. Italian 20th century Chinese Chippendale style mirror, and a beauty. A beauty. And somebody give me about $3,000 for it. $3,000. Anybody? This has real wonderful scale, wonderful condition. It is all carved wood. There's no gesso on this. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. How many? 800. Thank you. And 850. Would you go? 800's bidding 850. 850 now 900. 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000. $1,000 is going to be 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody else for 1,000? 950's bidding 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 950's bidding 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 10? 950 and 1,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. $950. Number 5. 5 the buyer. 216. Pair of silvered Sonumbra lamps. Kind of nice. And I have 100 to open and 1.25. Would you go? 100's bidding 1.25. Now a half. Got to be 1.5. 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? The Sonumbra lamp pool seems to be working. 1.25. 1.5. 125. Number 26. The buyer. 26. 28. 28. The buyer. 28. Sorry. A very fine walnut 18th century Chippendale four-drawer chest with OG feet and original brass. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 500 for it. 500, $200 for it. 200's bidding 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. Now a half. You got to be 2.5 and 75. 275. You got to be 275. 250's bidding 275. Would you go 275? Fair warning. 275. $250 owns it. Number 1034. 218 is a pair of double lemon andirons with a wire and brass fender. And John, do you have anything coming up soon? Okay. Want to come on up and hang out with me for a little while? Double lemon top andirons and a wire brass fender. Kind of nice. Beautiful, early. These are probably 1830, and the andirons are earlier. So I'm going to give me about 500 for them, 500, $200 for them, 200, 100's bidding, 1.25, 1.5. You got to be 1.5, 1.25's bidding, 1.5, 1.5, 175, and 200 now. 200 now, 2.25, 2.25. John, get them back at 2.25, 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? I've got only $200, 2.25. Fair warning, 2.25. Wow, $200. 531 the buyer, 531. Folks, you can only listen to one little voice for so long without taking a break. I'm going to take a break and turn it over to Mr. John Wilt. Great guy.
Thanks, Russ. Let's hear it for Russ. He deserves a break. Okay, so we are now currently on lot 219, the Sir Jacob Epstein first portrait of Lillian Shelley. It's a bronze on granite base, 1880 to 1959, and a couple of thousand for it. $1,000 is where? 500 is where? 500 on the bronze. Anybody interested at 500? We'll open it up for 500. $300 to go on the bronze. Anybody want to go 300? Looking for 300 on the bronze. Anybody want to open it up for 300? $200. $100 is where? Just because I'm the new guy. $100. Anybody interested in $100? Looking for $100? Open it up. Certainly should be. We're selling lot. Oh, wait a minute. Am I correct on this? It's 219. I read the wrong intro. It's a bronze signed Henry Godet. And a couple of $100 for it. $100 is where? Anybody interested in $100? I think we'll pass that by then. Lot 220, a pair of Alexander Wilson hand-colored bird prints. And a couple of $100 down low for the pair of prints. $200 is where. Anybody want to go 200? $200 and go. 200 I have and 2.25. 200 and 2.25. Anybody want to go 2.25? Need advance to 225. Looking for 225. Anybody want to go 225? I need 225 and 250 now and 250 and 275. 275 now. Looking for 275. I have 250 on the floor. Looking for 275. $275. Any advance to 275 now and $300 and 3.25. 3.25, is that correct? Should I do that? Or should I be going 350? 350, I should be going 350. It's 350 and 400 now and 450. Right. Am I 400 now? 400, would you go 400? Yes. I have you at 400. I'm looking for 450 in front. 450, anybody want to go 450? Fair warning at 450. $400 buys on the aisle number 22. 22. Bear with me for a moment. I'll get the rhythm going. 221 Empire Revival 3-panel over mantle mirror. And how much for it? A couple of first guild on that, and it's a lovely mirror hanging back here on the wall. And 500 for it to open it up. 500. 500 is where? $300 to start the bidding. Anybody want to go 300? 300 to get it on the road. 300. $200 to get the bidding going. Anybody interested at 200? Looking for 200 on the guild mirror. Anybody want to go 200? $200 on the guild mirror. Anybody want to go 200? $100 is where. Certainly under the money at $100. Anybody want to go $100? I have 100 and 1.25 now. 1.25, 100 and 1.25 and 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 150? I have 150 now. Would you go 150? 1.5. Anybody want to go 1.5? I have 1.25 over here and 1.5, 1.5 and 175. 175 to you now. Would you go 175? 175. 175. Anybody want to go 175? I have 150 looking for $175. Fair warning at 175 once, twice. $150 buys number 508. 508. 222 18th century English oak paneled coffer, circa 1770. And $500 for it. $500 is where. $500 to get it going. Anybody want to go $500? Open it up looking for 500. Anybody want to go 500? $300 to start the bidding then. 300. $200. Anybody want to go 200? 200 and two and a quarter now. 200 and two and a quarter. Two and a quarter. Would you go two and a quarter? I have 200 looking for 225. Anybody want to go 225? Any advances at 225? Looking for 225. Anybody want to go 225? 225. Fair warning at 225. $200 buys down in front. 925. 925. Selling lot 223. This is the description I read earlier of Sir Jacob Epstein's first portrait of Lillian Shelley. This bronze on a granite base and $5,000, couple of $3,000 to start it off. $1,000 is where $1,000 I have and 1,100. 1,000 bidding 1,100, 11, 1,200, 1,200 now. Anybody want to go 12? Looking for 1,200. Anybody want to go 12? 11 and $1,200. Anybody want to go $1,200? 11 and 12. 12 and 13 now. $1,300. Would you go 13? Anybody want to go 13? Looking for 13. Anybody want to go 1,300? $1,300. Anybody want to go 13? 12 bidding 13. 12 and $1,300. Any advances to $1,300? $1,300. Fair warning 13. $1,200 buys and the buyer. Which number is 5? I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought that was an 8. 224. 1791 sampler. Zilphius Stetson. When this is you. Remember me and how much for it? $500 to start the bidding. $500 is where. Anybody want to go 500? 300? I have 350 and 400. 400 and 450. 450 and 500 now. 500, would you go 500? I have 450 and 500. Anybody want to go 500? $500. Anybody want to go 500? I have 450 and 500. Anybody want to go 500? Looking for 500. Fair warning at 500. Anybody want to go 500? 450 buys. And the number? 4238, selling lot 225, the early deco bronze bas relief plaque signed Jusco, and $500 for it. $500 is where? $300 to get it going. $300 is $300. Anybody to go 300? Anybody to go 300? 300? Anybody to go 300? 300? $200 to get it out on the road. Yeah. 200 and two and a quarter and 2.5, 2.5 and 275 and 275 and $300 now. Anybody want to go $300? 300 now. Anybody want to go 300? 275 bidding 3. Anybody want to go $300? 275 and 300. Anybody want to go $300? $300. 275 and the bid card is 510. 510. Selling lot 226, 19th century oil on canvas, a rural landscape signed Wayland, and an English landscape artist, and $300 for it, $300 and go, $100 down low to start the bidding. I have 100 and one and a quarter down, 100 and one and a quarter, one and a quarter, one and a quarter. Anybody want to go one and a quarter? Any advances over $100 to one and a quarter, one and a quarter? Anybody want to go 125? Looking for 125, 100 bidding 125, 125. Fair warning, 125, $100 down in front, 904. Selling lot 227, case ship model, the HMS Bounty. And $500 for it, $500 and go. Anybody want to go $500? Open it up. $200 to start the bidding on the model. Anybody want to go $200 to start the bidding? $200, $100 is where. $100 is where. Anybody interested in $100? 100 and one and a quarter now. One and a quarter. Anybody want to go one and a quarter? One and a quarter. Anybody want to go 125? Looking for 125. Any advance from 100 to one and a quarter? One and a quarter. Fair warning. $100 buys. Buyer number 8. Buyer 8. 228, an assembled set of 4 Klesmos chairs, 1815, nicely carved, New York, and all 4 of them together go.
One of them shows a little loss of carving on the back.
One has a bit of loss of carving on the back, or so I'm told, and all 4 together to go one money, and $500 for them. $500 is where. Anybody want to go 500? 500 is where. $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody want to go $300? $200 to start the bidding. $200 is where. Anybody want to go $200? $200, fair warning at $200. $100 and get it out on the road. $100 to start it off. Anybody interested in $100? $100? $100? $50 on all the chairs. $50 and $60 and $60 and $70, $70, $80 now, and $100 and one and a quarter now. One and a quarter. Would you go one and a quarter? Anybody want to go one and a quarter? I have 100 and one and a quarter. 100 bidding 125. Anybody like to go 125? $100 buys. Number one, buyer number one. Selling lot 229. Charles Grant Davidson, sheep in summer in the kitchen. And a couple of $300 to start it off. $300 is where? 303 and a half now. 303 and a half, 303 and a half, and 3.5, and $400 now. And 400, would you go 400? $400, I have 3.5 bidding for. Anybody want to go for? 400 and 450 and 500 now. 500 and 550, 550, would you go 550? Would you go 550, 550 and 600 and 650? Calls you right back. 650 now, would you go 650? Would you go 650? I have 600 and 650, 650 and 700 and 750. 750, would you go $750? $750. Anybody like to go $750? I have $700 on the floor. Looking for 750. Fair warning at 750 once, twice. $700 buys your way, sir. Your number? 32. The buyer is 32 on that. 230 is the lot number. It's a 35-inch bronze round pan with handles. Kind of large thing, and $800 for it. $500 and get it going. $500 is where? Anybody want to go 500? 300, $200 and go. 200 and 2.5 and 275. Would you go 275? 275 and 300 now, and 300. 275 and 300 and 3.5, 3.5 and 400, 400 and 4.5, 4.5 now, and 500. 500 now, 500 and 5.5 and 600. Calls you back. $600. Looking for 600 now, and 6.5, 6.5, 650 now. Would you go 650? Anybody want to go 650? I have 600. Looking for 650. Would you like to go 650? Anybody want to go 650? Fair warning at $650. I have 600 on the floor. Looking for 650. I'm going to drop the hammer. And I just did. And the number is 486. 486. Selling lot 231. 2 pair of cast iron urns. So we're going to sell both pairs together to go for one money. And kind of nice. And $500 for all 4 of those urns. $500 is where? Anybody want to go $500? He's holding them up on the shoulder over there. A couple of $200 on all of them. 200 and 2.25 and 2.5 and 275 and 300. 300 now, 300 and 350 now, 350 in the back, and 400, 400 and 450, either one of you. 450, 450 and 500, 550 now. 550, would you go 550, 550 and 600? 600 now, would you go $600? Looking for 600 on 600 over here, and 600 and 650, 650, 650 and 700. 700 now, 700 and 750, 750 and 800. 800 now, would you go $800? Looking for $800? Anybody want to go $800? I have 750 bidding $800. 750 looking for $800. Fair warning at $800. I'm going to drop the hammer at 750 once, twice. 750 buys, and the number is 19. Buyer number 19. Selling lot 232, 19th century oil on canvas. An afternoon nap. And how much for it? $500 to start it off. Certainly should be 500. 500 is where? 500. $300. 300 and 350 and 400 and 450 now, and 500 and 550, 550 and 600 and 650 now, 650. Anybody want to go 650? 650. Anybody want to go 650? 600 and 650? 650. Are there any advances to 650? $600 buys. Number 474. 474. Selling lot 233. The cold painted casting of a Native American chief on horseback. Shown right in the center of the room. Shown right in the center of the room here. Kind of nice. And how much for it? $500 is where? $500. $500. $300. $200. 200 and 2.25 now. 200 and 2.25, 2.25, 2.25. Anybody want to go 2.25? 200 and 2.25. Looking for 225. Looking for an advance from 200 to 2.25. Anybody like to go 2.25? Fair warning at 225. I'm going to let it go for $200. One bid, 2.25. Once, twice. $200 down in front. 918. Selling lot 234. The Boston Emmons and Archibald 1920s Mahogany Bureau. Kind of nice piece of furniture here. And how much for it? $1,000 and go? $1,000 to open it up. $500 to start the bidding. Anybody interested at $500 to get it going? $500 to put it on the road. $300 on the Boston Edmonds Archibald Mahogany Bureau. Looking for 300 and 350 now. 300 and 350. Would you go 350, 350? Anybody want to go 350, 300 and 350? Looking for 350. Anybody want to go 350? And he advances to 350. Fair warning at 350. Anybody want to go 350? 350 with the hammer and $400. $400 still under the money and 450. 450 now. Would you go 450? 450. Would you go 450? Looking for 450. I have 400 and 450. 400 and 450. 400 bidding 450. Anybody like to go 450 once? 450 twice? $400 buys on the aisle there, and the number 486. 486 is the buyer. Selling lot 235, a 1670 engraving by Israel Silvestri. A view of the College of Four Nations, and how much for it? $400 to start the bidding. Anybody want to go 400? $200 and get it on the road. Anybody interested at $200? Certainly on the money at 200. Anybody interested at 200? $100 to get it going. Anybody want to go $100? Start the bidding at $100. Down $100. I have them 1.25. 100 and 1.25 now. 1.25 looking for 125. Looking to advance to 125. Anybody want to go 125? I have 100 bidding 125. 125. Fair warning. Looking for $125 once. $125 twice. $100 buys down in front. 917 is the buyer. 917. Selling lot 236. This is an 1847 sampler. This is Solomon's Temple by Sarah Bancroft. And $100 down low to start the bidding on this. $100 on the sampler. Anybody interested? $100. $50 to get it going. If you didn't buy something, here's your opportunity. $50 and go. Anybody want to start the bidding at $50? $50 opening up. $50 and $60. $50 and $60. 50 bidding $60. Anybody want to go $60? Looking for an advance from $50 to $60. Anybody like to go $60? Fair warning at $60. My goodness, $50 buys it in one bid, and the number 962. Selling lot 237. A pair of hand-colored engravings, decorative panels designed. Nice, both of those panels together, one money. And how much for them? $200 to start the bidding. $200 is where. Anybody interested at $200? $100 to get it going. $100 to start the bidding. Anybody interested at $100? Looking for $100? Open it up on the panels. Anybody interested at $100? $100? $50. And anybody want to go $50? Open it up at $50. $50, 50, and 75. 75, would you go? I have 75. Would you go $100? So $100, 100, 100, 100, and 1.25, and 1.5 now. You have to be 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. I have 100 bidding 1.5. 1.5. Anybody want to go 1.5? 100 bidding 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. Fair warning. Looking for $150. I have 100 bidding 150 once. 150 twice. $100 buys to number 525. 525 is the buyer. Selling a lot. 238. 238. The English Sheffield silver-plated goose dome tray. Kind of nice. And how much for it? $200. $100 is where. $100 is where. $100 and a 1.25. 1.25 now. 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody would go 125? 1.25 and 1.5. 1.5 now. 1.5. Anybody want to go 150? I have 125 bidding 150. Anybody like to go 150? Looking for $150? 150. Anybody want to go 150? 1.25 buys down in front. And the number 1040. 1040 is the buyer. Selling lot 239. This is a New York classical paw-footed sofa with sunflower carvings on it. Kind of nice. A couple of thousand for it. It's $1820 New York sofa. $2,000. $1,000 is where. $1,000 to open it up on the sofa. $500 then. $500 is $500. $500 and 5.5. 5.5. 5.5. $500 and 5.5. Looking for 5.5. Anybody want to go 5.5? I have $500 down in front looking for $550 and he advances to $550. Anybody want to go $550? $550. Fair warning at $550. $500. Bidding $550 on the sofa. Anybody want to advance to $550? $500 buys it. And the number 1041. 1041. Selling lot 240. The antique Chinese glazed earthenware storage jar. And $800 to start it off. $300 to get it going. $300 and $350 and $400 and $450 now. $450. Would you go $450? Anybody want to go $450? $400 and $450? $450. Anybody want to go $450? I'm looking for $450. $400 and $450. 450, 450, and 500, and 550. 550 now. Anybody want to go 550, 550, 500, and 550? 550. Anybody want to go 550, 500, and 550? 500 and 550. Looking for 550. Any advances from 500 to 550? $500 buys the number 447. 447. Selling lot 241. The oil on board. It's an industrial landscape signed Harrington, Abraham Harrington to be exact. And 500 for it. Anybody interested at 500? 300? $200 to start the bidding. Anybody want to go $200? Anybody got $100 to get it on the road? 101 and a quarter now. 1 and a quarter, 100 bidding 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, and 1.5. 1.5 now. 1.5 looking for 150, 150, and 175. 175 now. 175. Anybody want to go 175? $175. Anybody want to go 175? Looking for 175. 150 bidding 175. 150 buys down in front. Excuse me. 1042. Selling lot 242. 2 pieces of antique Celadon glazed oriental earthenware. And kind of nice. And how much for the earthenware? A footed bowl and a vase, 11 inches. And $300 for the 2 pieces. $300 and go. Anybody interested at 300? 200. $100 is where. $100 on the earthenware. Anybody interested at $100? 101 and a quarter now. 101 and a quarter. Anybody want to go 1 and a quarter? 1 and a quarter. Anybody want 1 and a quarter? 1.5. 1.5 now. 150. Would you go 150? 175. 175. Anybody want to go 175? Looking for 175. Anybody want to go 175? 150 bidding 175. Fair warning at 175. $150 buys down in front. 999. Selling lot 243. 2 pieces of antique oriental Celadon earthenware again, and the compote and the bowl together. Compote is really nice, so I'm told, and $500 for them. $500 and go. $500. Anybody want to go 500? 300? $200 to start the bidding. 200 and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a quarter now. 200 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Anybody want to go 2 and a quarter? Looking for 2 and a quarter. Anybody want to go $225? Looking for 225. I have 200 bidding 2 and a quarter. Anybody like to go 225? 225. Any advances to 225? 200 bidding 2 and a quarter once. 2 and a quarter is twice. $200 buys the number. 999. Selling lot 244. 3 pieces of antique oriental Celadon. It's just more Celadon, the steaming dish, the bowl, and the vase. All 3 of these pieces to go one money. $500. Are these the ones you're waiting for? 500, 300, $200 and get them going. $100 is where. Anybody want to go? 100, 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter now. 1 and a quarter, 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 1.5 and 175? 175 now. 175, 1.5 and 175 and 200. And 200 now. Would you go 200? Anybody want to go 200? $200. Anybody want to go 200? 175 bidding 2. 175 bidding $200. Anybody like to go $200? I have 175 bidding 2. 175 bidding 2. 175 buys. Buyer number 5. Buyer number 5. Selling lot 245. The Maige. Is that how you'd say that? The Maige bronze. And with a Foo Dog finial on top. Kind of nice, interesting piece, and $300 for it. $200 is where. $100 to start the bidding. Anybody interested in $100? We'll get the bidding at $100. $50 and get it going. Anybody interested at $50? $50 and $60, $60 and $70 now. $60 and $70. Anybody want to go $70? $80 now. 80 looking for 80. Anybody want to go $80? 70 bidding $80. $80, 90 now. 90 now. Anybody want to go $90? $90, 90 and $100 even money. 100. Anybody want to go $100? Looking for $100? $90 bought it down in front. And the number 1044. Selling lot 246. It's just an oil on canvas. It's a Dutch style portrait. It is unsigned, but nicely executed. And how much for it? $200 to start the bidding. $200 and go. Anybody interested at $200? $100 under the money. 100 and 1 and a quarter now. 100 and 1 and a quarter and 1.5 and 175 now. Would you go 175 and $200? 200 now. Would you go 200? 200. Anybody want to go 200? I have 175 bidding 2. 175 bidding 2. 2.5 now. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Anybody want to go 2 and a quarter? $200 buys. Number 978. Selling lot 247. This is a fine classical carved New York 2-drawer stand It's a beauty, so I'm told, and $500 for it. $500 should be 500. $300 to start the bidding on this stand. 300 and 3.5. 300 and 3.5. Anybody want to go 3.5? 3.5 and 400. 3.5 and 400 now. 400. Anybody want to go 400? 400 and 4.5. 4.5 and 500. 500 now. Would you go 500 and 550? 550. And we go 550, 550 and 600. 600 and 650. 650 now and 700. 700 now and 700 and 750. 750 now. 750. Would you go 750? Anybody want to go 750? 750 and 800. Calls you back at 800. 850 now. 850. Would you go 850? Looking for 850? Would you go 850? Anybody want to go 850? Looking for $850? Anybody? 850, 900, 900, 950, 950 now. 950. Would you go 950? 950. Anybody would like to go 950 and $1,000 even money? 1,000, 1,100, 1,100 calls you at 1,100, 1,100 and 1,200, 1,200 now. Would you go 1,200 and 13? 13 now. 13. Would you go 13? Looking for 13. Anybody want to go 13? Looking for $1,300. I have 1,200 bidding $1,300. Anybody like to go 1,300 up? 13 and 1,400. 1,400 calls you back at 15 now. 15. It has to be 15. You have to be 15 if you want to be in it. $1,500. Looking for $1,500. Anybody want to be 15? I have 14 bidding 15. 14 and $1,500 once. $1,500 twice. $1,500 three times, and $1,400 buys it in the back of the room. Number 531, 531. Selling lot 249, a salmon red painted comeback Windsor rocker. No. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped an item. 248, my apologies. 19th century Saratoga trunk with a fully developed interior. And all you see there, it's in wonderful shape, and couple of $200 download to start it off. $200 on the Saratoga trunk. $200 and go. $100 is where. 101 and a quarter now. 1 and a quarter. 101 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. Anybody want to go 1 and a quarter? 100. 1 and a quarter. 1.5. 1.5 now. 1.5. 150. Would you go 150? Looking for 150. I have 150 and 175. 175 now, looking for $175. Anybody want to go $175? Looking for $175. Anybody want to go 175? 150 bidding 175 once, twice. $150 buys down the front. 1047 now selling the comeback Windsor. Beautiful red paint on that. Nice comeback Windsor, as you see here. And $500 for it. $500 is where. $300 to start the bidding. $300 and get it going at $300. $200 and get it on the road. Anybody interested at $100? $100 to start it off from 1 and a quarter now. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. 100 and 1 and a quarter now. 100 and 125. 125. Anybody go 125? 125 looking for $125. I have 100 bidding 1 and a quarter once. 1 and a quarter twice. $100 buys in the number 909. 250. Leon Danchin. This is Three Dogs, Trace Chains. That's Three Dogs in French. See, I just learned. Trois. See, I'm learning something here. And a couple $100 for the Three Dogs, like a 3-dog night. That's when it's very cold. Couple $100, $100 to get it on the road, $100 to get it started. Anybody interested in $100? Certainly should be. $50 to get it going, $50, 50 and 60 and 70 and 80, $80 now. Would you go 80 and 90 and $100, 100 and 1 and a quarter and 1.5, 1.5 now. Would you go 1.5, 1.5 once, 1.5 twice, 1 and a quarter buys in the back of the room with a big smile. Number 29, 29. Selling lot 251. This is 80 pieces. The Portuguese dinnerware. I'm not even going to attempt that. Should we bring $2,000 or $3,000? I'd like to start the bidding at $1,000 if possible. $1,000 I have, and it's $1,250 now. No, it's $1,100. $1,000 and $1,100. $1,100. $1,000 and $1,100. I have $1,000 looking for $1,100. 11. Anyone who go $1,100. 11 and 12. 12 now. 12. Would you go 12? 12 and 13. 12 and 13 now. Looking for 13. Anybody want to go 13? $1,300. Looking for 13. I have 12 bidding $1,300. Anybody like to go $1,300? Looking for $1,300. 12 bidding 13. Certainly under the money. $1,300. Anybody want to go $1,300? Any advances to 13? 13 and 14 now. And 14 and 15 and 15 and 15 and 16 and $1,600 and 16 now. Looking for $1,600. I have 15 bidding $1,600. Anybody want to go $1,600? 15 bidding $1,600, looking for $1,600. $1,600, fair warning, 15 bidding $1,600. $1,600 once, twice. $1,500 buys. The number 539. 539 is the buyer. 252 is the next item, and it's two cast iron door stops, a clipper ship and a horse-drawn carriage. Both of them together to go one money. Kind of nice decorations, nice early door stops, quite collectible, and a couple $100 for them. $200, $100 is where. 100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. $200, 200. Would you go 200 and 2 1/4? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Looking for 2 1/2. Anybody want to go 250? I have 225 on the floor. Looking for 200, 250 and 275. 275 now. Either one of you 275. I have 250 on the phone. Looking for 275. Anybody want to go 275? 275 once. 275 twice. $250 buys in the back of the room. Number 531. 531. Selling lot 253. This is the New England blanket chest over 3 draws. And it looks like a 5-draw chest. That's how it's designed, but it's a blanket chest at the top. Yeah, but the top lifts up. It has been refinished, but it's a nice early piece of furniture, and $500 for it. $500 is where? $200 to get it going. Anybody interested in $200? We'll get it going at 200. I have 150 and 175 and 200 now. 200, would you go 200? Once, don't give them that look. $200 now. $200, I have 175 bidding 2. 175 bidding 2. Anybody want to go $200? Looking for 200, 200 and 2 1/4 now. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now. Would you go 275? 275. Anybody want to go 275? 250 and 275. 250 buys, and the number is 24. 24 is the buyer. Selling lot 254. This is a small oil-on panel with the label attributed to Gabriel Metzu. But that is what the label says. Wonderfully executed in detail, and hopefully you had a chance to preview it. And how much for it? $500? $500, $300 to start it. $300 is where? Anybody want to go 300? $200 to get the bidding. $200, $100 to get the bidding. I have 150 and 175 and $200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/2 and 275 and $300 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/2. Would you go 3 1/2? Looking for 350. Anybody want to go 350? I have $300 looking for $350 in advance from 300 to 350. Anybody like to go 350? Fair warning at 350 once, 350 twice, $300 buys, and the number? You're welcome. What is it? 3443. 255. For whatever reason, I really like these. These 3-beaded Mexican wood carvings and covered in very ornate beadwork. And a couple of $300 for it, $200. $100. I have 100 and 1 1/4. 100 and 1 1/4, 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4. Anybody want to go 125, 125? And 150. 150 and 175. 175 now. 175. Anybody want to go 175, 150 and 175? 175 once? Twice? $150 buys. Yeah. I could do a few more whenever you're ready. And 230 was the buyer on that. Or 1030, I'm sorry, you're correct. 1030. All right, moving right along. The Edwardian stretcher-based center table with inlay, with the music box on it right over here to the side of the building. A wonderful piece of furniture, and $500 for it. $500, anybody go 500? $300 and go 300. I had 300. 300, anyone to go 300? 250, 250 and 300 and 350 and 400. 400 now, 400, anyone to go 400? 400 and 450. 450 now, 450, 400 and 450, 450. 450, would you go 450? Anybody want to go 450 and 500? And 500 now, and 500, would you go 500? Anybody want to go 500? 450 and 500, 500 and 550. 550, would you go 550, 550, 500 and 550, 550 and 600 now. 600, would you go 600, looking for 600, 600 and 650 now. 650, anybody want to go 650? I have 600 and 650 and $700. $700 now, looking for 700 and 750. 750 now, anybody want to go 750, looking for 750 and $800. 800 now, looking for 800, anybody go 800, looking for 800, 800 and 850. 850 now, 850, 850, looking for 850, anybody want to go 850? 850, anybody want any advances to 850 and $900. 900 now, would you go 900, looking for 900, anybody go 900? $900, anybody go 900 and 950, 950, excuse me, 950, would you go 950? I have 900, I'm looking for $950. 900 and 950, 900 and 950, anybody want to go 950? Fair warning at 950, anybody like to go 950? Looks like $900 bought it, and the number is 935, 935. These are three Indonesian bronze figures, Rama and Sita and Lord Shiva. She's the bringer of death. I saw Oppenheimer. Couple of $200 for it. $100 I can go, 101 and a quarter, and 1.5, 175, 175, 175, and 200, and 200 now. 200, would you go 200? Anybody go 200? I have 175, bidding 2, 175, and 2. 175, bidding $200. Anybody like to go $200? Looking for $200? Anybody want to go $200? I have 175, bidding $200. Anybody like to jump in at $200? 200, fair warning, 200. 175, the buyer is 527, 527. 258. Actually, I'm going to let Russ jump back in again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. And once again, here's Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, John. All right. Carl Bodmer, this is an aquatint. It is a genuine original, and it is of a Native American, Abdi Hiddish. It has the Bodmer blind stamp on it, and it is published by Ackerman. Somebody give me about $3,000 for it. $3,000. Anybody want to be up at $3,000? Would you go $3,000? $2,000. Anybody like it at $2,000? $1,000 is bid, and $1,200. Would you go $1,000? $1,200. $1,300. $1,400. $1,400. $1,500. $1,600. $1,700. $1,800 now. $1,900. $2,000. $2,250 and $2,500, $2,500, $2,750, $3,000, $3,000 and $3,250. $3,000 bid and $3,250. Would you go $3,250? Anybody else for $3,250? I've got $3,000 on the internet and $3,250. Anybody bidding $3,250? $3,250. Would you go $3,250 and $3,500 now? $3,500. Would you go $3,500? $3,250's bidding $3,500. Anybody like to be in $3,500? $3,750. $3,500's bidding $3,750. You're bidding $3,750. Anybody else for $3,750? I've got $3,500 offered and $3,750. Are you in or out? $3,750, yes. $3,750, $4,000. $4,000, you've got to be $4,000. $3,750 is bidding $4,000. We've got to be $4,000. What do you go $4,000? You're going to be $4,000. $4,250. $4,250, would you go $4,250? $4,250, would you go $4,250? Anybody else for $4,250? 4,000's bidding $4,250. Anybody like it for $4,250? $4,000 to the internet number 5605. Next lot. Carl Bodmer, Native American aquatint engravings. There are a pair of them. These also with the blind stamps. There is the Dakota woman and the Parishka Rupa, who was a chief. And how much for these? Someone give me about $3,000 for these. $2,000 for both of them. Anybody want to be even $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody like them for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? My goodness, $500 and go. $550 and $600. $550's bidding $600. What do you go $600? $650 now. Back to you for $650. $600's bidding $650. $650 now $700. $700. You got to be $7. What do you go $700? Anybody like to be in for $700? $650's bidding $7. What do you go $700? Anybody like to be in for $700? $650's bidding $700. Fair warning. $650 your way, number
5605, 259, Country Sheraton dressing table, step-back drawers in nice old surface, and $500 quick for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Hundreds bidding 1.25, 1.5, and 75, 175. He bidding 175. Now $200, 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Two is bidding 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, and 275. 275 and $300 now. $300, you're bidding 3, would he go 300, 275 and 3, would he go 300, now 350. 350, would he go 350, you've got to be 350, now 400. $400 got to be 4, would he go $400, 350 is bidding 400. 350 buys number 758, is it, or something? 486? 486, okay. Oil and canvas sign Shearer, World War II Japanese Zero attacking an American merchant ship. Kind of nice up there, shown right up there. And $500 quick for it. 500, $200 and go 2 and 2.25. 2.25 got to be 2.25. Anybody like it for 2.25? 200 is bidding 2.25. Got to be 225. Anybody want to be in for 2.25? 2 is bidding 2.25. 200 and 2.25. Fair warning, 2.25. $200 your weight number. 1002, 261. Pacific Theater. Okay, now this is the beginning of the Queensberry estate. This was basically all one man's collection. There are a couple of additions, but it's basically one man's collection. He was in Queensberry, New York. He must have been passionate about military-related material, and I think that he actually made these dioramas. There are 3 of them here to be sold today. This is a tropical island one. Pacific Theater, World War II. And how much for? Somebody give me about $300 for the diorama. Anybody want to be in for 3? Would he go 300, 200? $100 is bidding 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 1.25. Would he go 1.25? $100 buys number 1049, 262. Collection of Grand Army of the Republic badges and pins. Almost all of them are identified. There are 31 pieces in the lot, and $2,000 for this lot. $1,000 for it. Anybody want to be in for $1,000? Would he go $1,000? Anybody like him for $1,000? $500 for him. Anybody want to be for 5? Going to be 500 and 550. 500 and 550. Would he go $550? Anybody like him for 550? 550 now 600. $600. Would he go 600? 500, 600 now 650. Now 700. $700. You're bidding $700. You're going to be 7. Would he go $700? Anybody like to be in for 7? 6.5 is bidding 7. Would he go $700? Anybody want to be in for 700? 700 and 750. 700 is bidding 750. Would he go $750? Anybody like him for 750? 700 is bidding 750. Sarah, you're not doing well. 750. 700 and 750. Would he go $750? Anyone else for 750? $700 away, Nate, number 1051. 263. Framed testimonial of honor signed by Burnside. He was a Civil War hero, and he became governor of Rhode Island. So this is by A.E. Burnside. And I should think a couple of $100, but I'll take $50 to open. Anybody want to be for 50? Would he go $50? Anybody like for 30? Thank you. And 40, 30 and 40 and 50, 50 and 60, 60 and 70, 70 and 80, 80 and 90. $90 is going to be 90, 80 and 90. Anybody else for 90? $80 is bid, and $90 now 100. $100, you've got to be 190 and 100 where? Anybody want to be in for 100? 90 is bid, and 100. Would he go $100? Anybody like it for 100? $90, Nate? No. 1052, 101052. Yet another great collection of Grand Army of the Republic badges and a framed honorable discharge from the GAR. The GAR was an outfit that did all the reenactments. These were all veterans of the Civil War, and they would all get together and tie one on every year. Somebody give me about, I don't know, 500 for this lot. 500, what? 700 and 750. 700 is bidding 750. Would he go $750? Anybody want to be for 750 and 800 now? $800. Would he go 800? 800 now 850. 800 is bidding 850. Would he go $850? Anybody like it for 850? 800 is bidding 850. Would he go $850? Anybody want to be in for 850? 800 and 850. $800, Nate, number please. 1051, 265. Hand-carved wooden eagle by Terry Wolfe. He was a 20th century folk art sculptor. I think it's in the back of the room, beautifully rendered. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 quick for it. $500, got to be five. What do you go, 500? $300 for the eagle. $300, $200 and set it in. Anybody want to be for two? Got to be two. What do you go, 200? $100 for that eagle. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go, $100? Anybody want to be in for 100? Where are my Patriots? $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? Pass it by. Okay. 266. The framed facsimile of Abraham Lincoln wanting to work letter to Major Ramsey. This was published by the Lakeside Press in 1943, and they are quite collectible. Someone give me 500 for it. $200 for the Lincoln letter. Anybody want to be in for 200? $100 is where? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? Wow, nice buy. $100, like falling off a log. Number 12, the buyer, 12. 267, sepia tone photograph of dignitaries and soldiers. And somebody give me about $300 for this lot, $100 for it. This is actually from the Bill Lorman collection, which we sold last September. $100, $50 for it. $50, anybody want to be for 50? Got to be 50. Would you go $20? 20 and 30 and 40 and 50, $50, sir. 50, would you go 50? I took you for 40, is that all right? You all had your hands up at the same time. 50, way back, 60 now. 60, would you go 60? 50's on the phone, 60 now, 70. $70 back to the phones for 70, now 80. $80, you're going to be 80, 70 and 80, now 90. $90 is going to be 90, now $100. Would you go 100, 90 and 100? Would you go 100 and 110? 110, would you go 110? 100's bid 110 and 120. I'm sorry, I got off cadence. 120, would you go 120? 110 is bid 125, 150. 150, would you go 150? Dan, you got to be 150, 125, and 150, 175. 175 now, 150, 175, now 200. $200, would you go two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? 175 and two. 175. Your away, Nate, number 1051. 268 is the first of the weapons, and we've got a great selection of weapons. Some of these are very rare. This is a Star Arms 1858 rolling block saddle carbine. It is complete and operable. It says Yonkers, New York on the side of it, and I should think $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? I've got 500 to open at 550, now 600, now 650. Back to you for 650, now 700. $700, would you go 7? Anybody want to be in for 700? 6.5 and 7. 700, now 750. 750, back to you, Nate, for 750. I got 700 bidding 750. Anybody want to be in for 750? 700 is bidding 750. Would you go $750? Anybody? 750, now 800. 800, now 850. 800 and 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. $900. Would you go 900? 8.5 is bidding 9. You got to be 9. Would you go 900? Now 950. 900 is bidding 950. Would you go $950? Anybody else for 950? I have 900 bid and 950 once. 950 now 1,000. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? I've got 950 bidding 1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like to for 1,000? 950 is bidding 1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody want to be in for 1,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. 950 buys. Number 5756. Next lot. 269 is the Harper's Ferry. 1823 flintlock rifle. This is the gun that they went off to war with. Springfield got the contract to produce percussion cap rifles, and that was shortly filled. But this is the gun that the regular enlisted man had at the outbreak of the Civil War. Harper's Ferry, flintlock rifle, full stock, operable. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for this one. $500. Anybody like to be in 400? Thank you. And 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? 450 and 500. 450 is bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like to be in for 500? 450 is bidding 5. We got to be 500 now 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? I've only $500 offered on this fine specimen. 500 and 550.
Fair warning, 500 and 550, once, twice, down it goes. $500 number, 1056, nice buy there. 270 is a 1902 officer's uniform field shirt with field gear. Somebody give me about $500 for it. $500, going to be five. Would it go 500? $300 to start it. 300, 200's bidden. I have 250. I have 250. Would you go 300? I have 275. Would you go 300? 275 is bidden. Three, you got to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody? 300 now 350. 300's bidden. 350. Would you go 350 now 400, sir? Yes, 400 and 450. 450, would you go $450? You're going to be 450, 400 and 450, you're bidding 450. I've got 400 bidding, 450. Any advance on 400 and 450? Fair warning, 400 and 450. Nice buy. $400, number 33, the buyer, 33. 271 is a Springfield 1878 Allen conversion to the 4570. Rifle and bayonet. This would be Indian Wars, okay? So somebody give me about $500 down low for it. 500, should be hands in the air at 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? $300, going to be three. Would you go 300, $200 for it? $200, any? 200, thank you, and 2.5. 2.25, would you go? 200's bidding 2.25, going to be 2.25. Would you go 225? 200's bidding 2.25, got to be 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? I've got $200 offered and 2.25. 200, yes, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 275. 270, I didn't see you, I'm sorry. 275, now 300. $300, got to be three. Would you go 300, 275 and three? Anybody else for 300? 275 buys, number, was it 20? 12, that's it, 12. 272, attic found contents. This came out of a buddy of mine in Bennington, Vermont. Got into an attic and he found this and he left it just as it is. It's like a little time capsule. Lincoln Moss, he was master of arms of the USS Yankee. This is Pan Am War, I think. And $300 for it. 300, thank you, and 350. Would you go? 300 and 350 and 400. 400 and 450 and 500. 500 and 550 and 600, 600 and 650 and 700, 750, 800. You've got to be 800 now. $800 got to be eight. Would you go 800? I got 750. Yes, 800 now 850. 850 now 900 now 950. 900 is bid 950 now 1000 now 1100. $1,100. Would you go 1100? 1000 is bid 1100. Anybody else for 1100? 1000 is bid 1100 way back. Now 1200. Now 1300, sir. 1400 here. 14. Would you go 14? Now 15. 1600. $1,600. You're bidding 16. Would you go $1,600? Anybody like it for 16? 16 and 17. 17 and 1800. $1,800. You're bidding 18. 17 is bid and 18. Fair warning. 1,700 and 1,800 once, twice. $1,700 buys, number 33, the buyer, 33. Indian War Kepi from the 4th Infantry Company E. So this is Indian Wars, about 1870. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. Should be hands in the air at 500. $500, got to be five. Would you go 500? 300 for it. 300, thank you, and 350. Would you go? 300 I have, and 350 and 400. 400 and 450. 500, 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like it for 450? 400 and 450. $400 to the internet, number 1063. 274 is a Civil War cavalry saber marked PDL. That is for Peter D. Luneschloss. These were imported early in the war, used, I think, really, might have been used on both sides. But a terrific saber. And how much for it? Somebody give me $500 quick for it. 500. 300's bid and 350. Would you go? 300 I have and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350 now 400. $400 got to be four. Would you go $400? 400 now 450. 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 and 450.
$400 buys, number 461. Yeah, I had them in. That's all right. Appreciate it. I've missed enough in my life to know. Okay, 1863 percussion cap muzzle loading rifle by Springfield Arms. This appears to be in pretty good operable condition, and $300 quick for it. 1863, Civil War period, $200 for it. Anybody want to be for two? Would you go 200? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? And now 275, 275 now 300. $300. You're going to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody else? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350 now 400? $400. You're going to be four. Would you go 400? 3.5 and 4 now 450. 450. Would you go $450? You're going to be 450. 400 and 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like it for 450? $400. Your way number 904. 904. 276 is Civil War cartridge box. Oh, this is the cartridge box plate and a buckle. These are both artillery insignia die plate. So the die plate that they made the insignias of, and the ladder badge. Ladder badge goes with it. Ladder badge is really a good thing. Civil War ladder badge, and I think it's artillery, New York artillery. Somebody give me 300 for it, $200 for it. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 275 now 300. $300 got to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 is bidding three. Got to be three. Would you go 300 now 350? 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got $400 offered and 450 now 500. $500 got to be five. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450's bidding five. You got to be five. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? Fair warning, 500. 450 buys. Number 5681. 277 Civil War belt buckle and pouch. That's a cartridge pouch, buckle, and the belt. And I should think 500, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody want to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want it for 1 1/4? Now a half. Half is here. 1 1/2. 175. Now 200. Now you've got to be 2 1/4. 200's in the book and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? The book is out. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 275, 250's bidding 275. Would you go 275? Anybody like it for 275? 250's bidding 275. Fair warning, 275. $250 goes, number 5058. 278, 2 Carter Visites. One is of a Civil War amputee and a Vermont cavalry soldier with saber, back stamp marked Vermont. And some would be about $300 for these two. 300's bidding, 350. Would you go? 300's bidding, 350. Now 400. You've got to be 400. 350, 400, 450, 450. Dan, 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go five? You got to be five. Would you go 500? 500. Now 550. Back to you, Dan, for 550 and $600. 600. 550's bidding six. Would you go $600? Anybody else for six? 5.5 is bidding six. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600. $550. Dan, you win the race. Number 517, the buyer. 517. Lot 279 is a ship of the United States, Massachusetts, which was in the Pan Am War. And this is a picture of the crew and ship and mascot. They had a ram on board as a mascot. And the bugle is inscribed to Massachusetts and with the dates of service and how much for it. Somebody give me about $400 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 and go. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Now a half. You got to be 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody else for 1 1/2? Fair warning. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 1069. 280. This is a Civil War kepi. 1st U.S. Cavalry, Army of the Potomac. 1st U.S. Cavalry, Army of the Potomac. Can somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 for it. And anybody like to be in for five? Got to be 500 and 550. What do you go? 500, 550, 600 now. 600 and 650, sir, and 700. 700 and 750 and 800. 800 and 850 and 900. $900. What do you go? 900, 800. 850's bid. $900. You got to be nine. What do you go? $900. Anybody else for nine? 900, 950. Now 1,000. 1,000, where we should have started. $1,000. What do you go? 1,000. 950's bid and $1,000. Anyone else for 1,000? 950's bid and 1,000. Fair 1,000. Now 1,100, sir. 1,100. 1,100. 1,200. 11 is bid and $1,200. What do you go? 12. 11's bid and 12. Hammers up. 1,100 and 1,200. Fair warning. $1,100 buys. Nice object. Number 16, the buyer. 16. 281, cavalry sword with a chagrin hand grip, probably by W. Washield, circa 1840. They call these wrist breakers. But you can imagine on horseback. This is a formidable weapon when you're riding at a speed on horseback, reaching down with that. You could certainly behead a man pretty easily. How much for it? Somebody give me $500 for it. 500, $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 300? 250, thank you, and 275. 250's been 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's been 275. 250's been 275. But to go 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? Under the money now at 250 and 275. $250 away it goes. Number 5058. 282. Tower percussion cap Enfield muzzle loading rifle with bayonet and full stock. These were used on sides. The Confederacy had these as well as the Union soldiers. This is a complete, as complete as you'll ever find one, and in very, very good condition. Somebody give me 500 for it. 600, thank you, and 650. What do you go? 600's bid and 650. What do you go? 650 now. 700. $700. Going to be seven. What do you go? $700. Anybody else for 700? 650's bidding $700. Anybody want to be in for 700? 6.5 is bidding 7. What do you go? Fair warning. 700. Once, twice. $650. And your number, please. 512. Thank you. 512. The buyer. Civil War cavalry trooper full field gear shell jacket, regulation issue. This was issued in Schuylkill Arsenal, I think in Schuylerville, New York. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. 2,500. Well, thank you. Shows you what I know. 2,500's bid in 2,750. Where do you go? 2,500's bid in 2,750. Anybody else for 2,750? 25 is 2,750. Yes. 2,750. 3,000. $3,000. What do you go? 3,000. You got to be three. What do you go? $3,000. Anybody like it for 3,000? 2,750 is bid in three. What do you go? $3,000. Anybody else for 3,000? Fair warning. 2,750 and 3,000. Once, twice. 2,750 buys. Number 5864. Civil War tinware, including cartridge boxes, shaving cups, match safe. The match safe is actually brass. Cups, razor strap. There's a razor in there. Kind of a neat bunch. And somebody give me $200 for the lot. $200 for all the tinware. 200's been 2.25. 2.25, 2.5, 275. 275, 250 on the floor, and 275. We've got to be 275. Anybody else for 275? 250's bidden 275. Fair warning, 275. 250 buys. Number, sorry, I'll remember it eventually. 16, the buyer. Thank you, 16. 285, a Civil War cavalry saber and scabbard, model 1840, 42 inches long. And someone give me $500 for it. 500. $300 for that saber. Anybody want to be in for three? Got to be three. What do you go? 300, $200 to start it. 200's bidding 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, you got to be 2.5. Would it go 2.5? 2.25 has been 2.5. Anybody else like it for 2.5? 2.5 and 275. 275, would it be 275? You got to be $275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's been 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? $250. Buys number 5058. Thank you. 286. Two signed document. One is a note from Nelson Miles. He was a Medal of Honor winner and a Union general. And one is signed by Joshua Chamberlain. He was the hero of Gettysburg and later became governor of Maine. And that's as governor of Maine, that's signature. And somebody give me $100 for the two documents. Anybody like them for 100? 90's bid, 100. Would he go 100 and one a quarter? 150, 175. 150's bidding 175, now 200. $200, got to be two. Would he go $200, 170, 200, now 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25, now 2.5. 2.5, would he go 2.5, 2.5 and 275. 250's bidding 275, yes. 275, now 300. $300 is going to be three. Would he go 300, 275 and 300, now 350. 300 and 350, now 400. 350's bidding four, got to be four. Would he go 400, now 450. 400 and 450, would he go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. $400 away it goes. Number 1056. 287. These are Revolutionary War objects found at Burgoyne's camp in Fort Edward, New York. Out there with a metal detector. I can see them now. Somebody give me about $100 for this lot. 100's bidding 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like it for 1.25? 1.25, now 1.5. Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25's bidding 1.5 and 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150, 175. 150, 175. 150 buys number 1075. 288 is a 1881 U.S. Army dress helmet for an artillery enlisted man. So post-Civil War again, but kind of an unusual kepi. And somebody give me about, I don't know, 300 for it, 300, 200, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200, $100? Hunt, 125, 150. Would it go $150? Anybody like it for 150? 1.25 is bid in 1.5. Would he go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5. 1.25 is bid in 1.5. Would it go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25 buys. Number 5058. 289, 1870 to 1880 Indian War field blouse, belt, cartridge box, bayonet, and scabbard, canteen, all of it on a stand. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know. I should think $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? $500 to go. 500's bidding 550. Would he go 500's bidding 550? Would he go 550? Anybody want to be in for 550? 500's bidding 550. Would he go 5.5? Anybody want to be in for 5.5? 5.5. Would he go 5.5? 500's bidding 550. 500 and 550. Fair warning. It's up the flagpole. 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500. Buyer number 1063. 289. 290. Civil War Sharps rolling block carbine, 39 inches long, complete and original. A beauty. And $1,000 where for it? 1,000 where? Anybody want to meet for 1,000? 500's bidding 550. Would he go? 550 and 600 and 650. 650 and 700. I've got 750. Would he go 800 and 850? 800's bidding 850. Would he go $850? Anybody like it for 850? 850, 900. $900, 900, 950. 900's bidding 950. Would he go $950? Anybody like it for 950? 900's bidding 950. Would he go $950? Anybody want to be in for 950? 900 and 950. Civil War period carbine 900 and 950. Once, twice, 1050, 950, 1000, 1000, 1100. Back to you for 1100, Sarah. 1100. Scare me again. $1,100. Would he go 11? $1,100. You've got to be 11. $1,000 is bid, and $1,100. Anybody like it for 11? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 owns it. Number, please. 10 what? 7, 8. 1078. Indian Wars or possible Civil War kepi. This is First Army. And $500 for it. $500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? 150 and 175. 175 and $200 is going to be two. Would you go 200? $200 is going to be two. Would you go 200? Now 225. 225. Would you go 225? Anybody else for 225? 225, 2.5. Anybody want it for 2.5? 225 is bid in 2.5, 2.5 and 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. Anybody like it for 275? Now 300. $300 is going to be 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody want to be in for 350? 300 and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys number 1071. 292. 2 trays of U.S. Cavalry and Army Indian War insignias for uniforms. 2 trays for one money and $200 for this lot. $200, $100 for this. 100 has been 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 1.25, 1.5. Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5. 1.5. Anybody would like for 1.5 and 75? 175 now. And now 200, 200 and 2.25. 200's bidden 2.25. Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 2 is bidden 2.25. Anybody want to be in for 2.25? And 2.5. And 2.5. Would you go 2.5, 2.25, 2.5? Anybody else for 2.5? Fair warning. 2.25 and 2.5. 2.25 buys number 904. Thank you, sir. 904. U.S. cartridge box. This is Fazier's patent. Indian Wars, 1872. But lovely oval buckle with the U.S. And this is the type Custer's boys were wearing. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me a couple of $100 for it. $100 is where? I have 100 ahead of you. Would you go 1.25? 1.25. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Fair warning. 1.25. $100 buys number 441. 441 the buyer. 294, 6 Cardivazites, including a major for the New York Infantry, a cavalryman with a Tennessee backstamp, and other officers. 6 to go is a lot. And how much for these? Someone give me $500 for them? $200 to start them. Anybody want 400? Thank you, and 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for $450? 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys number 1064. 295. Spanish-American War cartridge box, dog tags, insignia, and cool thing. Talk about ephemera. A Rough Riders reunion dinner ticket to the dinner with Uncle Teddy. Somebody give me about $300 for this lot. $100 for it. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25, 1.5, half and 175. Now 200, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5. Would you go 2.5, 2.25 in the back of the room, and 2.5, 2.5 on the phones now. 275, sir. 275. Now 300. Back to you for $300. It's got to be 300 now. 350. 350 now. 400. $400. Would you go 400? 400 now. 450. 450 now. 500. $500 got to be 5. Would you go 500 now? 550. 550 now. 600. $600. You're bidding 600. 600 now. 650. 650 now. 700. $700. Would you go 700 now? 750. 750 now. 800. $800. Would you go 800? 7.5 is bidding 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? $750 buys number 33. The buyer 33. Thank you, sir. Thank both of them. Framed 4 Civil War generals CDV images, including Buford, Kilpatrick, General Grierson, and I don't know who the other one is. Who's the other one? Buford. There were two of Buford, one in civvies and one in uniform, two of John Buford. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me a couple of $100 for it? 300's bid and 3.25, 3.5, would he go? 300's bid and 3.5, would he go? 350, 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 450, now 500. 500, now 550. 550, now 600. 550's bid and 600, now 650. $650 is going to be $650 in the back, and $700 is going to be $700. 700, now 750. 750, now 800. $800, would he go 800? 800, now 850. 850, now 900. $900, would he go 9? 900, now 950. 950, you've got to be 950, 900, 950, now 1,000. $1,000, $1,000, would he go 1,000? Now 1,100. $1,100, would he go 11? And now 1,200. $1,200 is going to be 12, would he go $1,200? Anybody else for 12? 11 is bid in $1,200. Anybody else for 12? $1,100 buys, number 517. Well, I'm getting an education. I don't know about you folks, but I'm finding out what this stuff is worth. Okay, Colt, single action, 1860, single action revolver, serial number 35736. Bidding starts at 800 and 850. You're going to be 850, now 900, 900, now 950, 950, now $1,000. $1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, would he go 1,100? 1,000's bid, $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 1,000's bid, $1,100. Would he go $1,100? Anybody like it for 11? 1,000's bid, $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 1,100. 1,200. You've got to be 1,208. Would he go 1,200? 11's bidding 12. Got to be 12. Would he go $1,200? Anybody else for 1,200? I've got $1,100 and $1,200. Anybody else like it for 1,200? 11's bid and 12. $1,100 is bid and 1,200. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 5, the buyer 5. 298. 298. 4 Cardiff including Major General Proyne, New York. And I think that one might be, that's autographed. The Major Proyne. Wesley Merritt, who if you Google him, he had quite an illustrious career. General McClellan and David Paynes. David Payne. Somebody give me $500 for this lot. $200 for this lot. $200. $100 is where? Hundreds bid, 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? Hundreds bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody want to be for a quarter? Now a half. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. Would you go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5, and 175. 175 now. 150 and 175. Any advance? 175 now. 200. You've got to be 200, Sarah. Get it back at 200. 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 and 200. Once, twice. 175 buys. Number 1087. Thank you. 299. 2 trays of Civil War hat insignias, including musicians, artillery, army, and cavalry, I believe. And $200 for this lot. 200 where? 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Anybody like them for 2.25? 2 is bidding 2.25. Now a half. 2.5 and 275. 275. Would you go 275? 2.25. 2.5. It's got to be 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? $250 your way, Nate. Number 1066. Famous battle happened, 1066. All right, Civil War newspaper and the non-commissioned officer's belt plate with belt. Nice buckle on that. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me about 300 for it. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? Now a half. You got to be 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? 1.5 and 175. 175. Now 200. 200. 2.25. 2.5. 2.5. 275. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. You're on the right end of that one. 300, number 33, the buyer. Thank you. 33. Next, 4 Cardiff images of uniformed soldiers, including a Saratoga officer, a Fort Edward infantryman, and a Union cavalryman, etc. And somebody give me about $200 for this lot. 200, anybody want to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? 100's bidding, 1.25. Anybody like them for 1.25? 100's bidding, 1.25. Would you go 125? 100's bidding, 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100, 1.25. Thank you. And 1.5. Back to you for 1.5. 1.25's bidding, 1.5. Would you go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? Nice buy. 1.25 buys number 16, the buyer, 16. 302, percussion cap single shot pistol. It's probably like a boot pistol or a sash pistol, they used to call them. And somebody give me $100 quick for it. 100 where? $50, thank you. It's 100's bidding, 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bidding, 125. 100's bidding, 1.25. Would you go 1.25, 1.25, 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5 and 75? 175 now. Anybody want to be in for 175? 150's bidding, 175. 150's bidding, 175. Would you go 175? $150 your way number. 5788. 303, Indian War, Kepi, 4th Infantry, Company E. And $500 for it. $200 for this one. Anybody want to be in for 200? $100. 200, thank you, and 2.25. Anybody want to be in for 2.25? 200's bidding, 2.25, now a half. 2.5, we got to be 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody want to be in for 2.5? 2.25's bidding, 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? 2.5 under the money, 225 and 250. $225. Buys number 1091, thank you. 304. Card of Receipts, including Tom Thumb's Wedding by Brady, and a later one, Tom Thumb and his wife with child. So you know it had to be at least 9 months later, right? Somebody give me about $100 for the three of them. 3 rare images. Anybody want to be $100? Anybody like for $150 from all? 50 and 60 and 70. 70, would you go $70? You got to be 70. Anybody else for 70? 70 now, 80. 80, yes. 80 now, 90. $90, you've got to be 90. 80 and 90. Anybody else for 90? 80, 90, now 100. $100, would you go 100? 100, 1.25. 1.25, would you go 1.25? 100's bidding, 1.25. Anybody else for 1.25? 100's bidding, 1.25. Now 1.5. 1.5, would you go 1.5? 1.25's bidding, 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 buys number 5864. 305, 3 framed Civil War documents, including a promotion certificate and 2 honorable discharges. And somebody give me $100 for all 3. $100 for the 3 of them. Anybody like for 100? 100's bid. 50. 50. I have 60. Would you go 70? $70. You got to be 70. Would you go 70? Yes. 70 now. 80. $80. Anybody like them for 80? 80 now. 90. $90. You got to be 90. 90 now. 100. $100. Would you go 100? 90 and 100. Where? 100 now. 110. 1.25 rather. 1.25. Would you go 1.25 now? 1.5. Anybody like them for 1.5? 1.25's bidding, 1.5. You got to be 1.5. Would you go 1.5? And 1.25's bidding, 1.5. 1.25 buys number 1093. Late 19th century 35 caliber Belgian Colt pocket pistol. It's a knockoff. Okay, so it's late 19th century. It's out of period, and it's like a replica, but it's an early replica made in Belgium. Somebody give me $100 for it. 150 and 175. Anybody like it for 175, 150, 175, now 200. 200 now, 2.25. 2.25, got to be 2.25, 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.25, 2.5. Fair warning, 2.5, 275 now. 275, 275 now, 300. 300, you've got to be 300. Nate, we haven't heard from you in a while. 300, 275 and 300. Fair warning, once, twice. 275, Sarah. 300, we'll take it. 350. 350, would you go $350? Would you go 350? Fair warning, 350. And now 400. $400, would you go 400? 350's bid and 4, got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. 350 buys number 5749. Okay. 307, 5 card of receipts of General Ulysses S. Grant. And there's a couple of rare ones in there. There's one that is actually like it probably came in a pouch of chewing tobacco, smoking and chewing tobacco. It's an advertisement. So somebody give me $100 for all of them. $100 for the 5 cartabilites of Grant. 100 where? Anybody like them for $100? $50, 50 and 60. Would it go $60? 60 now, 70 now. I have 70 seated. You're both out. 80, 90, now 100. $100, 1 quarter, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. I have 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/2? You got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Thank you. 1 1/2 and 175 now. 175. Anybody else for 175? 1 1/4's bidding 150's bidding 175. Yes. 175 now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. $250. Nate, your way number 1097. Thank you, sir. 308 Civil War artillery shell jacket. This is an enlisted man. I think this is the one with the red piping. That's artillery with the red piping. Enlisted man model. Those are all period buttons. It is a period jacket. It is probably saw action. How much for it? Somebody give me a 500 for it. 500. What? 750, 800, 750, 800, 850. 850, would you go $850? You've got to be 850. I've got 800 bidding 850. 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? I've got 800 and 850. 800 and 850. Once, twice, fair warning. Nice buy. $800. Number 16, is it? 16, right? 16. Thank you, sir. 309 is an artillery short sword. This is a gladiator-style hand grip. The artilleryman would wear these. So when your cannon was getting overrun, you had something to protect yourself with. Someone give me about 500 for it, 200. $100 is where? 150 and 175 I have. Now, would you go 200? 200, now 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2 and 75? 275 now. 275 and 300. $300 got to be 3. Would you go 300 out? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350? Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 5856. 310 McClellan cavalry saddle on stand with equipment. Shown right over there. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, 200, $100? 100. I have 100 bid. Would you go 1 1/4, sir? Would you go 125? 125 and 150, 150, 175. Now 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, now 300, now 350, now 400, now 450, now 500, now 550, now 600, now 650, now 700, now 750, now 800, now 850, now 900, 950, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, $1,200. Would you go 12? 11 is bidding 12. We got to be 12. Would you go 12? Now 1,300. 1,300, would he go 13? 1,300, 1,400, 1,400, 1,300's bidding 1,400, 1,500, 1,400's bidding 15. You got to be $1,500. Anybody else for 1,500? I have 14 bid and 15. $1,400 to the internet number 1099. 311, 4 Civil War belt plates and officers and enlisted men's insignias. The belt plates are really nice. It's an assortment. 1851, 1863, 1863. Somebody give me about 500 for all of them. 500 for the whole lot. Anybody want to be for $200? 200, 500's bidding 550. 550 and 600. $600. Would he go 600? Now 650. Now 700. Back 700, 750, 800. 800, what do you go, 800, 750's bidding, $800, you've got to be $800 now. 750's bidding 8, what do you go, $800, anybody else for 800? Fair warning, 800, 750 buys, number 16, the buyer is 16. 312, it's Indian Wars now, enlisted man Kepi, plus a tray of 7th Cavalry, the ill-fated 7th Cavalry, 7th Cavalry insignias. And how much for this lot? Someone give me 400 for it? $200 for it. 200 bidding, 2 1/4, would you go? 200 bidding, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 75. 275, would you go 275, 275, now 300. $300 is going to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 is bidding, 3, got to be 3, would you go 300, now 350. 300 and 350, would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? Now 400. $400, you're bidding 4, got to be 4, would you go $400? 3 1/2 is bidding 4. 400, I hear you. 400? 3 1/2 and 4, got to be 4, would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350 buys, number 1062, 1062. Handwritten Civil War pass. This was a pass to Richmond, and I bet you whoever got this was happy to have it. And an 1864 receipt for rifles. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $200 for it. $200, $100 for them. Anybody want to be in for $150 for them? 50, thank you. And 60, would it go to be 60? Would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50's bidding 60, would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for $60? 50 and 60? Nice buy. $50, number 14, the buyer 14. 314. 5 bayonets, 2 Civil War, 2 Indian War, 1 Span Am War, 2 of them with scabbards. Kind of nice. And $400 for this lot. 400, 300. 200's bidding, 2 1/4. I've got 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is with me, and 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. Got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. The book is out. 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? 250's bidding 275. Anybody like them for 275? 275. Now 300. $300. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like them for 3? 275 buys, number 12. Thank you. 315. This is, again, hat and collar insignias from servicemen who served 1897 to 1904. 1897 to 1904. Somebody give me $200 for the lot. $200 for all of them. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225, 225, 250, 250, 275, sir? Now 300. 300, 350, 350, 400. $400, what do you go for? 400 and 450, 450, 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500, now 550, 550, $600. 550 is bidding 600, now 650, now 700. $700, you're bidding 7, we're going to be 7. Would you go $700? Would you go 700, now 750, 750 and 800. $800, you've got to be 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else like it for 8? 750, 8, now 850. 850, 850, would it go $850? You're going to be 850, 850, now 900, $900, you're going to be 9, bid quick or lose it, 900, 850, and 900, 900, 950, 900, 950, you got to be 950, would you go 950? I understand. 950, would you go 950? Anybody else for 950? 900 and 950. $900 your way, Nate, number 1062. 316 is the Allen and Thurber Pepperbuck pistol. The only problem with these is that sometimes all 6 barrels would ignite at the same time. But this one doesn't seem to operate, so you're buying it as an as-is paperweight, but a nice memento. 1845, 6-shot, 32 caliber. And somebody give me about 400 for it. 400, $200 for it. Anybody like to be 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. One of you. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 is bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 is in the front row, and $400 is going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350 buys, number 12, the buyer, 12, next lot. It's 8 Cardiff Eats, including Grant, Scott, Sheridan, Kilpatrick, McClellan, etc. That guy, etc., he got around. Somebody give me about $300 for this lot. 300 for all of them. Anybody want to be for 300? $200 for them, 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like them 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2? Get it back, Nate. 2 1/2 is going to be $250, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275 now. 275, now 300. 300, would you go 300? Now 350. Back to you for 350, Dan. 350, now 400. 400, would you go 400? 350 is bidding 4, got to be 4, would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350 buys, number 517, the buyer, 517. 318, 1860 Civil War Cavalry Saber by C. Roby, made in Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Government contract, 1860, at the outbreak of the war. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400 for it. 400, 300. 300's bidding 350, 350, 400. $400 is going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? 350's bidding $400 is going to be 4. Would you go 400? Should be $400. Anybody else for 400? 400 now 450. 450 now 500. $500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? 450's bidding $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? If you buy it for less than 900, you're buying it right. 450 and $500 is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? Fair warning. 450 and 500. Nice buy. $450, number 16, the buyer, 16. 319 Civil War New York Militia uniform buttons, and they are period. Whitehead and Hogue novelty button, which is just along for the ride. But I've got $100 where? $100. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. Would they go 1 1/4? Anybody? And now 150. Now 175. And now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else like them for 2? 175 and 2. 175 buys, sir. No. 5681. 5681. 4 Cardiff Eats, including Lincoln, Johnson, Stanton, and Grant. Grant is in a case. How much for them? Somebody give me $100 for them all? $100 for all of them. Anybody want to meet for 100? The cabinet member is probably pretty rare, and the Vice President Johnson is probably rare. You have 60? Well, so do I. Would somebody give me 100? 100? What? She did. Would you go 100? Okay, 60 is bid and 70. Would you go 70, 80, 90, now 100? $100 is going to be 100. 90 is bidding 100, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, or 175, 150 and 175. Anyone else for 175, 150 and 175? 175, now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200, 175 and 2? Would you go $200? Anybody else for 2? Fair warning. 200, now 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? Scare me again. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Anybody like them for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody want to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys, number 1103. This is a cool thing. I'm sure that this was some officer had this made for his son. It's like a kid's, but it's of the period. It's Civil War period. And I mean, the blade is not sharp. It's not really a blade, but it would be a dress saber for a kid or maybe a drummer boy. Could be a drummer boy. Somebody give me about $300 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $50, 50 and 60 and 70, 70 and 80? $80, sir. 80, yes. $80. Anybody else for 80? 80, now 90, now 100. 100, 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4, 1 1/2? 1 1/2, 175. 175, 150, 175. You're bidding 175. 150 is bidding 175. 175, now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go $200? 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 on Nate, 2.25 on Nate now, 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5, anybody like to be in for 2.5, 2.25, 2.5? 2.25 buys, number 1064, 1064. 2 flutes, a bugle, and a musician's hat badge. One of the flutes is signed. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me $100 for them. 100's bidding, 1.25. You've got to be 1.25. Would you go 1.25, 1.5? 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 is bidding 1.5. 1.5 and 175. 150's bidding 175 and 175. Now 200. $200. You're bidding 2. We got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? Now 2.25. 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody like to be for 2.5? You've got to be 2.5 now. 2.5, 2.5, and 275. 275, would you go 275, 250, 275, now 300. 300, would you go 3? You got to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody else for 3? 275 and 300. Down it goes. 275, number 1017. Two Civil War belt boxes, a percussion cap box, and an 1864 .58 caliber cartridge box. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200, 100's bid, 1.25, 1.5. You got to be 1.5 and 75. 175, would you go 175? 150's bidding 175. Anybody like them for 175? 175, now 200. $200, got to be 2, would you go 200? 175 and 2, would you go 200? Now 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25, would you go 2.25? Anybody else like it for 2.25? Now 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5 and 275? 275, would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning, 250 and 275. 250 buys, number 1091. 324, an 1840 Shelby Fisher. This saber was made in Philadelphia, cavalry saber. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $300 got to be 3. Would you go 300? 200. I've got 250. Would you go 275? 275. 275. Now 300. 300. 300. Now 350. Now 400. $400. Would you go 4? Anybody like them for 400? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like to be in for 4? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like to be in for 400? $350 your way, number 5058. 325, this is a Belgium, it's a French-Belgium Civil War, 1858, pin-fire, 6-shot, double-action revolver. Perfectly legal for us to sell this because they don't make ammo for it. So how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it, 200. 150, 175. Now I have 200. Would you go 2.25? Want to be 2.25, 2.5? Anybody like it for 2.5, 2.5 and 275? Now 300, sir. 3.5, 3.5 and 400 and 450. 450 now 500. 500. 450's bidding $500. Going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450's bid and 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. Down it goes. 450. 5791. A battlefield recovered canteen, a compass, a spur, a single spur, shoulder scale, and a cavalry holster, all to go as a lot. I thought this was a nice, interesting lot. And someone give me about $300 for the lot. Anybody want to be in for 300, 200, $100 is where? 150, I have 175. Would you go 200? 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, 275, now 300. $300, you're going to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300, 275, and 300? Fair warning. 275 buys, number 16. 16, the buyer. I think probably the most rare thing we have here are these boots, because when the boys went home from war or got out of the service, they wore them, and they wore them out, and then they threw them away. So very unusual that these would have stayed whole. How much for them? I've got a little bit of interest in these. They open at 300 and 350. Would you go? I have 450. Would you go 500? 500 and 550. The book is out now. 500's bidding 550. Would he go 550? 550 now 600. $600. Would he go six? 5.5 is bidding six. Would he go $600? Anybody else for six? 550's bid at six. Fair warning. 600. 550 buys. Number. What is it? 1059. 1059. This is a Civil War Kepi. We don't have any documentation, okay, but he was pretty fastidious about the way he kept his records, and he must have had some sort of information about this when he bought it, because it says it belonged to First Lieutenant Charles O'Neill of the 12th Connecticut Infantry, 2nd Corps, 3rd Division. That's as much as I know. Somebody give me 500 for it, 300 for it, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 600. 550's bidding 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 900, 950, 1,000. $1,000. Would he go 10,000's bidding 1,100? $1,100. Would he go 1,100? 11. Now 12. 12. 12. Now 13. 13. You will look dashing in it. 1,300. 1,400. 14. One of you. 1,300's bidding $1,400. 14. 1,500. 1,500, 15, now 1,600. Anyone else for 16? 15 is bid 16, now 1,700, 1,700, 17, now 1,800. $1,800 is going to be 18, now 1,900, 19, now 2,000, 2,000, $2,000 is going to be two. Would he go $2,000? 2,000, now 2,250, 2,250, 2,250. Would he go 2,250? 2,000's bidding 2,250. 2,250 and 2,500. $2,500 is going to be 25. It's going to be 2,500 now. 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 25 is bidding 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. Would you go three? We've got to be three. Would you go $3,000? You've got to be 3,000. Fair warning. 2,750 and 3,000. Once, twice. 27. I tried to drop that hammer 4 times. 2,750. Number 16, the buyer, 16. 1872, U.S. Cavalry Indian War Corps, Indian Wars, chevrons, corporal chevrons and sergeant stripes, nicely framed, and $300 for this lot. $100 for this lot. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like them for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding, 125, 150, 175, now 200. $200 is going to be two. Would it go 200? 175 has been two. Got to be $200. Anybody want to be in for 200? Fair warning, 200. 175 buys. Number 33, the buyer, 33. Nice buy. 330, an Indian War Grade Officer's Field Frock Coat. This is pretty nice. When you bring up that frock coat, that really is a wonderful object. And someone give me, I should think $1,000 for it, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for $500? $300 to open. 300's bidding, 350, would he go? 300's bidding, 350, would he go? 350, now 400. $400 is going to be 400, now 450. 450, now 500. 500, 550, 600. 600, 650, 700. 700, 750, 800. 800. 750's bidding 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 7.5 is bidding 8. You've got to be $800. Anybody like it for 8? Fair warning, 800. 750 buys. Number 33, the buyer, 33. Nicely. 4 trays of Civil War spent bullets dug at Antietam and other locations. 4 little trays. I think they were in the back. Were they in the back case? Where were they? 4 trays of Civil War spent bullets dug at Antietam and other locations, and $200 for this lot. 200. 100's bidding, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like them for 1 1/2 and 175? 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Anybody want to be in for 175? Now 200. $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300? 300. 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Would you go 3 1/4? $300 your way. Number 1088. 1088. 332 Civil War dug plates from various battlefields. US and Eagle sash and sash medallions. And there's a nice lot. Somebody give me 500 for it. $200 for it. 400, thank you. And 450, where'd it go? 400's bidden 450, 450 and 500, 500 and 550. 500's bidden 550, where'd it go? 550 and 600. $600, gonna be six, where'd it go? $600. Anybody like it for 600? 550's bidden six, where'd it go? $600. Anybody want to be in for six? 550 and six. 550 buys, number 517, the buyer, 517. 333 Civil War Burnside Cavalry cartridge box, 1855 with the U.S. plate. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 400 for it, 300, 200, $100 for it. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200's bidden 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidden 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? Going to be 2 1/4 now, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else for 2 1/2 and 275? 275 now, 300. $300. Would you go 3? 275 is bidden 3. Going to be 300 now, 350. 300 is bidden 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bidden 350. 350. Down it goes. $300 your way, number 5864. 334. 1865 Civil War cartridge box and sling with the Eagle medallion. This is a neat thing. This went across their chest with the Eagle medallion. It was a great target for the rebels. Somebody give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody want 200's bidden 2 1/4. 200's bidden 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidden 2 1/2. Anybody 2 1/2 and 275? 275. Would you go 275? Anyone else for 275? Now 300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 3? Now 350. 300 and 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400's bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 bid in 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys, number 5754. This is a Kettland flintlock pistol owned by H.G. Foley, and that's all we know. 1795 to 1802. It's made in London. Kind of a neat little gun. The trigger, when cocked, the trigger pops out of the bottom. So this would have been a good boots pistol. And somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, 200. 200's bid. I have 200. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 2 1/2. Would you go 275? The book is out. 275. Anybody like to be in for 300? $300 is going to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys, number 5774. 336 Civil War New York Militia cartridge box with this is with the white sash, yeah. Original sash. And somebody give me $300 for this one. 300, 200. $100 for this one. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidden 125. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? And now 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2, Nate. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidden 1 1/2. Fair warning. Sold it. 1 1/4 buys, number 5058. 2 Confederate bonds. Scarlett O'Hara's father owned these. Oh, get the bonds. Now, Mrs. O'Hara will take care of that. Okay, 2 Confederate bonds and a rare, just as the GAR used to have reenactments, the rebels did too. Okay, so this is a Confederate veterans pin that would have been worn on at a reenactment. And somebody give me about $300 for it. $300 for this lot, $100 for it, $50 for it, 80, thank you, and 90. 80's bid at $90. Anybody else for 90? 80, 90, now 100. $100, would you go $100? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 125? 125 and 150. 150, would he go 150? 1 1/4 is bidding, 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1 1/4 is bidding, 1.5. You got to be 1.5. Fair warning, 1.5. 1 1/4, Dan. Number 5 in the buyer, 517. 338, Civil War Derringer percussion cap boot pistol. And got a little interest in this. Somebody give me $100 for it. 175 and 200. Anybody like it for 200? 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 2 1/4 is bidding 2.5. Anybody like to be in for 2.5? 2 1/4, 2.5. Fair warning, 2.5. 2 1/4 buys. Number 5794. 339, Civil War Bowie knife, and I believe it. It's a real one. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100, 1 1/4. I've got to go 175. Would you go 200? 200, 175 and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody want to be in for 2? 175 and 2. 175 buys. Number 418. 418. A U.S. Army Indian Wars period helmet and hat insignias with that has a replica Custer CDV. Don't get too excited, but it's a nice bunch here. Somebody give me a couple of $100 for them. $200 for these. Anybody want to be in for 2? Got to be 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half, 1.5 and 175. Now 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2.5, 275. 275, would he go 275? 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. $300, would he go 3? 275 is bidding 3. Got to be 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 3? 300. 275 buys. Number 1100. 341, 3 trays of battlefield found relics, including bullets, buttons, etc. And $200 for this lot. $100 for this lot. $50 for this lot. 50, thank you. 80, 90, now 100. $100, would he go 190? He's bidding 100. 100, bidding 1 1/4, 1.5, 1.5, 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody else for 175? 175, now 200. You've got to be 200. I have 175 on the phones. 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, Dan, get it back at 2 1/4. Now 2.5. 2.5, would he go 2.5, 2 1/4, 2.5, 275. 275, Dan, would he go 275? Now 300. $300, you got to be 3. Would he go 300? Now 350. 350, would he go 350, Dan? Get it 350, now 400. $400, would he go 4? Got to be 4. Would he go $400? 350's bidding 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Now 450. Back to you, Dan, for 450. 450, now 500. $500, going to be 5. Would he go $500? Anybody else for 5? Fair warning, 450 and 500. 450 buys. Number 517, the buyer, 517. 342 is the new model Remington, 1863 Army revolver. Supposed to have the provenance of First Lieutenant Ethan Allen Priest, 2nd Vermont Infantry. Everybody in Vermont was related to Ethan Allen. You know, it's one of those things. Someone give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? Should be. I got 500 to open and I have 750. Would you go 800? 750's been 800, 850, 850, 900, 900, 950. 950, would you go 950? 900's been 950. Anybody else for 950? 900 seated, 950. Would you go $950? Anyone else for 950? 900 and 950. $900 buys. Number 512. 512. Thank you very much. 512. 343. 3 Cardivazites of John Wilkes Booth. One of them a very unusual one. You never see the one with him turned sideways. Actually, 2 are of Booth, and 1 is of Edwin Booth, his brother, the actor. But 1 is from The Assassin, and 2 are from The Assassin, and 1 of those is rather rare. Someone give me $300 for the lot. $200 for the lot. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 from all? 100, everybody. I have 100 seated. I'm going to take his money because he's here. 1 1/4. one and a half, 175, $200, $200, 175 has been 200, now two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a half, going to be two and a half, Dan, with two and a half, 275, 275, now 300. Back to you, Dan, for 300, now 350, 350, now 400. $400 going to be four. What do you go? $400 going to be 400. 350 is bidden four. Going to be four. What do you go? $400 any advance. 350 is bidden 400. 350 buys number 1110. Civil War surgeons, bone saws, and a gutter purchase, syringe and bottles. Two of those by Diston. And $100 is bid. One and a quarter. Where'd you go? 175 and 200 and two and a quarter. Two and a half. Who do you go? Two and a half. You're going to be two and a quarter is bidding two and a half. Anybody else for two and a half? Two and a half and 275. 275. Where do you go? 275. 250 is bidding 275. That looks like it would hurt. I don't care what anybody says. Two and a half and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 buys number 1099. Thank you. 345, 4 Civil War belt plates, including a non-commissioned officer, the early Civil War pattern, an 1851 officer sword belt excavated from the Richmond battlefield, etc. And $300 quick for this lot. 300, 200 for it. And a quarter, two and a quarter. You've got to be two and a half. What do you go? 275, one of you? 275. Now 300, 350. 350 on the phones, now 400. 400, what do you go, 400, 350's bid. 350 is on the phones, now $400 is going to be for, what do you go, 400. 400, now 450. 400 and 450, what do you go, 450, now 500. $500 is going to be five, what do you go, $500. Anybody else for 500? 450's bid and 500. Fair warning, 450 and 500. $450, 517, the buyer, 517. 346 is an album including 36 Confederate notes, 8 Southern States notes, 8 railroad notes, tickets, etc. And how much for this lot? What? Somebody give me 500 for it. 500 bidding 550 and 600. 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800. 800, 750's been 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800's on the phone? 850, 900 now. 900, that's your 850. $900 going to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else for 900? 900, Dan? Are you bidding? $900, 900, 950. Now $1,000. $1,000, Dan. Would you go 1,000? 1,000. Now 1,100. Now 1,200. Back to you, Dan, for 1,200. 1,300. Now 1,400. $1,400 is going to be 14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for 14? I've got $1,300 offered and 14. 1,300, lucky 13 and 14. Fair warning. $1,300 buys. I'm sorry, I can't remember your number. 512, 512. Thank you. 347 is a group of grape shot and cannonballs, including a 12-pounder and a 6-pounder. 12-pounder looks like it was probably drilled and a charge was in it. So don't drop it, okay? Somebody give me $100 for this lot. 150 and 175. Anybody like to be for 175? Now 200, two and a quarter, two and a half. Two and a half, one of you, two and a half, two and a quarter is on the gentleman seated, and two and a half, where'd he go? 200 and a quarter, but two and a half, 275, now 300. 300, what do you go, 300, 275 and 3, got to be 3, what do you go, $300, anybody else for 3? 275 buys, same way, number 512, thank you, sir. 348, 3 volumes of New York at Gettysburg, and 1 volume of 1900, the American Revolution in New York, that was published in 1926. New York at Gettysburg was published in 1900, sorry. And $200 for these. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 for them. $50 for them. 50, 60, 70, 70, 80. $80 is going to be 80, 90, 90, now 100. $100 is going to be 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half, where do you go? 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 75. 175, now 200. 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275. 275. I didn't think anybody read anymore. 275, you got to be 275, 275, now 300, 300, now 350, 350, what do you go, 350, anybody else for 350, 350, 350, now 400, 400, now 450, damn, 450, 400, 450, he gave it a good run. $400 to the internet number 3302. 349, diorama of General Beaufort's 1st Cavalry at Gettysburg. That's shown, I think that's on the back showcase, is it? Or is it up on the top shelf here? And I think there's a little added one, which is just like General Beaufort, I think. Somebody give, is that it up there? Okay. And somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like 200, $100? $100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, half and 75 and $200. $200, what do you go to? Got to be 2. What do you go? $200. Anybody else for 2? Fair warning. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. What do you go? 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/4 buys, number 16. The buyer is 16. Diorama of the battle in the French and Indian War. Kind of neat. Rogers Rangers. And 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody? 300's bidding, 350. What do you go? 300's bidding, 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. $300 your way, number 1111. 351. Civil War document of Edwin Parker, Company C, 7th New York Volunteer Cavalry, from the Civil War. And how much for it? Someone give me 100. 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 125. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like them for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding, 1 1/2. Fair warning, 1 1/2. $125 buys, number 5870. 352, 2 trays of Grand Army of the Republic ribbons and pins. And somebody give me about 300 for them. 300, 200, $100 for them. $100. Anybody like it for 100's bidding? 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 125. Now 150, 150, 175. Now 200. 200. Would he go 200? 175 and 2. Would he go $200? Anybody else for 200? 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding, 2 1/4. Would he go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, now 275. 2 1/2 and 275, now 300. 275 has been 3, got to be 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 3? 275 buys, number 1051. 353, 2 reproduction hats with period hardware. A bummer's cap and the I forget what the other one's called. Somebody give me a couple $100 for them both. $100 for the 2 of them. $100. Halloween's coming. $50. 50, 60, 50, 60, $70. It's going to be 70 now, 80, 80 now, 90. $90. You're going to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody else for 90? 80 and 90. 90 now, 100. 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys, number 1088. Thank you. 354. Civil War cavalry jacket. This is period and all in good order. Still has the pillows on the back. Someone give me about 500 for it. 500 quick. Anybody? 500 and 550. Would you go 550? Would you go 550? Anybody like it for 550? 550 now 600. 600, yes. 600 now 650. 650 now 700. 700, 750. 750. Would you go 750? 750. 800. 800. Would you go $800? Going to be 800. 800. 850. 850. Would you go $850? You're bidding 850. 850. Would you go $850? You're out in the front. 850. 850. Yes. 850. You've got to be 850. Anybody else for 850? 850. Now 900. $900 is going to be 9. You're going to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else for 9? 850's bidding $900. Would you go 900? Anybody like to be in for 900? 850 and 900. Fair warning. 850 and $900. Once, twice. $850 buys, number 1080. $355. Sergeant's jacket with period Civil War belt, cartridge box, pouch, and buckle. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $350 and $400 and $400 and $450, $450 and $500. $450's bidding $5. We got to be $5. What do you go? $500. $500 now. $550 now. $600. $600 is going to be $6. What do you go? $600 now. $650 now. $700. $700 is going to be $750. $750. What do you go? $750. What going to be $750 now? $800. $800 you're bidding $800. $850. $850. What do you go? $850. It's going to be $850. What do you go? $850. $850 now. $900. $900. We're going to $900. $950. $950. What do you go? $950. It's going to be $950. $900 and $950. $900 and $950. Once, twice, and down it goes. $900 buys number 5864. 5864. Musket with a full military stock, marked 860 on the side plate. We don't know much about it, but it is a percussion cap military stock rifle. Might have been Rebel. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300. 200's been, 500's been, 550. What do you go? 500's been, 550. What do you go? $550. 550 now. 600. 550's been 6. What do you go? 600. 600 and 650. 600's been 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else for 650? 650 now. It's 700. 650's been 700 now. 750. 700's been 750. What do you go? 750. 700 and 750. Anybody else for 750? 700, 750 now. 800. 800. Somebody must know what it is. 750's been $800. What do you go? 800. Anybody else for 800? 750's been 8. What do you go? $800. Anybody else like it for 800? 750 buys number 5607. 357 is a Middle Eastern shield with handwork engraving all over it, and $300 quick for it. $100 for it. Anybody like 200's been two? Yes, and 250 and 275. 250's been 275. Anybody else for 275? 250's been 275. It's going to be 275. 275. 250 buys number 1039. 358 percussion cap musket sporterized missing the ramrod 30-inch barrel, kind of nice, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like this musket for $100? 60 and 70, 70 now. 80, 80 now. 90, 90 now. 100 now. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great wall hanger. 1 1/2, 175. 175, 150's been 175. Fair warning. 150 buys. Number 14, 14 the buyer. 359, this might be the last lot of the sale. Percussion cap rifle and a rolling block rimfire rifle with bayonet. And a couple $100 for these two. $100. Anybody like them for $100? $100 for these two. Would you go $100? Anybody like them for $100? $100 for the two of them. Anybody want to be in for $100? 50 is bid and 60. What do you go? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2 and 75. 175 now. 200, 200, 200 now. 2 1/4, 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go? 2 1/2, 275, 275. Sarah's 275 now. 300, 300 now. 350, 350, 350 now. 400. I tried to get you in right on the, before the increase. 400, now 450, sorry. 450, 450, now 500. 500, would you go $500? You got to be 5, would you go 500? 4 1/2 is bidding 5, you got to be $500. Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys number 5870. And I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you being here.